Governor, through Honorable Mobolaji Ogundale, the Honorable Commissioner of Youth and Social Development. The atmosphere was and still is going to be lifted, and it was lifted with energetic opening performances before heated conversations, and of course, the first speaker being a keynote address delivered by the Honorable Olalekun Hafiz Balogun. We had special advisor of the Lagos State Governor in Economic Planning and Budgeting, focusing on the importance of building tech-driven, sustainable finance ecosystems. From there, we moved to our first panel discussion, which was moderated by Ms. Onekudusi, where leaders from the FIRS, AXA Manset, and Innovation Support Network, Development Bank of Nigeria, and KPMG shared practical insights on how technology is driving sustainable growth and unlocking opportunities across Africa. From there, we witnessed an innovation showcase by Times, showcasing how digital tools are reshaping finance. This was also, I beg your pardon, followed by the most exciting and highlights of the day, the AccounTech Challenge, where brilliant young innovators presented bold solutions for the future of finance under the guidance of Mr. Adiowale. Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon then opened with a career fair and an SME growth lab, giving participants the chance to connect with leading employers, mentors, and opportunities for growth and at the career fair. The Growth Lab highlighted accountability and how partners and systems that enforce discipline help businesses stay on track financially. The day concluded with vibrant networking and market space exchanges. So in all, day one gave us inspiration, innovation, and connections, a true reflection of our theme, integrating technology and finance sustainability, a blueprint of the future. And today, ladies and gentlemen, day two promises to build on the momentum with more keynote insights, engaging panels, co-creation sessions, a stakeholder dialogue, and a launch of the first of its kind AccountTech sector report, and of course, our fireside chat and award ceremony. So again, welcome to day two of the 2025 AccountTech International Summit. I thought you'd clap. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our first speaker who is coming up and giving us the opening remarks. He is Dr. Stanley Jacobs. Now, before Dr. Stanley comes up, let me give you a bit of a background about Dr. Stanley. Dr. Stanley is a fintech executive and business leader with a strong drive for platform orchestrations, nurturing startups, driving innovation partnerships, and financial inclusion. He is currently the chief executive of Zest, formerly Stanbic IBTC Financial, the wholly owned fintech subsidiary of Stanbic IBTC. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, please make welcome to the stage Dr. Stanley Jacob.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, I carefully followed the event online, and I want to commend Ms. Toyin and the organizers for what you have done. You have a large fan base following this across the social space. I have a short time, but I want to use it well. So this morning, I want to quickly speak to us on a topic, the accountant evolved, navigating the convergence of technology, big tech, and strategic leadership. The accountant evolved, navigating the convergence of technology, big tech, and strategic leadership. So, first, good morning once again, and I would like to start off by saying that we are at a crucial point in the history of the professional accountant, and for decades, we have witnessed gradual change in accounting. New standards, evolving regulations, incremental technological improvements, and so many other things. But today we are experiencing what I call the Great Acceleration. In 2025, this year, 85% of accounting professionals are excited about the potentials of artificial intelligence. They are excited about it, yet only 19% of accountants believe that their peers share the same enthusiasm. And this disconnect has exposed a profound truth. It shows that while we think artificial intelligence is here to transform us, our mindset shift is still in very early stages. So I'll quickly talk about how we address these things from 3 pillars. Because the question here is whether the accountant's profession will change or whether accountants, so the question is not whether accountants' profession will change. It is more about whether accountants will lead the change or whether the change will sweep accountants. So it's very important that we take these pillars carefully. Pillar number 1, the technology revolution. So we are not just adopting new softwares when we say AI and all that, but we are witnessing the emergence of intelligent process automation. And this goes beyond traditional robotic process automation, which we were doing about 5 years or so back. And unlike automation technologies that we had earlier that primarily addressed structured, repetitive tasks, the intelligent process automation uses advanced artificial intelligence capabilities to make predictions and adaptations based on algorithms, supporting more nuanced decision making. The numbers tell a compelling story. Number 1, advanced artificial intelligence users save 71% more time than beginners. It means if you're using AI, you do something in 49 minutes, while the guy not using it will do it for 79 minutes. Firms that have invested in training their employees in artificial intelligence unlock 7 weeks per employee per year in terms of additional capacity. And thirdly, artificial intelligence is predicted to increase about 43% compound annual growth by 2027. But here is the truly remarkable point that we must note. 64% of accountants are using AI for communication, 41% for tax automation, 40% for meeting transcripts. They are transforming not just what they do, but how they connect with clients and colleagues. I'll go to pillar number 2. Pillar number 1 was the technology revolution. Pillar number 2 is the big tech and fintech convergence. The traditional boundaries between accounting, banking, and technology is dissolving. We've seen recently firms like KPMG committed multi-billion-dollar investments to Microsoft partnerships, while PwC has formed strategic alliance with fintech platforms. We've seen scaled fintech companies, those that are generating more than $500 million annually, now account for 231 billion, or 60% of the global fintech industry revenue. Yet, this is just only 3% of the total revenues from banking and insurance. The convergence is creating unprecedented opportunities. One is the solution around business to business. Businesses still face significant pain points in payments, accounting, and treasury management. Areas where AI can automate processes are things we should be looking at as accountants. Financial infrastructure modernization. The world's financial infrastructure requires updating to leverage AI and on-chain finance. Embedded solutions. Fintechs are increasingly embedding their solutions in software as a service platforms, creating new integration points for accounting professionals. Now I'll move to pillar 3, the strategic advisor evolution. So we talked about the tech evolution. We've talked about the big tech and fintech convergence. The last and the third pillar is the strategic advisor evolution. Perhaps the most profound change is the transformation of the accountant role itself. The role of the accountant continues to transform from a number-crunching bookkeeper to a strategic advisor. With automation, handling routine tasks like data entry, allowing finance professionals to take on more analytic work, supporting cost analytics, performance management, and pricing strategies, that is the focus. Today, 80% of accounting firms are seeing increased client demand for financial planning, business strategy, and technology consulting services. This is not just an expansion, it's also an evolution for the accountant. Now, when we look at the key trends that are shaping the landscape today, one, we are seeing real-time intelligence and predictive analytics. And this place, we're seeing the shift from historical reporting to predictive insights. So accountants analyze past events before. You can always do MPR, and you're analyzing what has been done last month. But you see, it's post-mortem. Now we are seeing more predictive insights with the use of technology. And this has actually transformed how accountants add value. Second trend is sustainability and ESG integration. And for accountants that are practicing today, you know that the sustainability reporting and the talks around sustainability is very, very big. Third is the client advisory services, which I just talked about, and that's where the evolution is happening. Now, lastly, I'll talk on how do we touch on the areas of strategic alignment, because it's not just good to tell you the pillars and where we are trending. As an accountant, how do you align to get the best outcomes? Number one, technology integration point. We are seeing the most successful accounting firms and accountants finding alignment between AI-driven automation, cloud-based platform for real-time collaboration, data analytics tools for strategic insight, and blockchain technology for audit trails and verification. Two, we are seeing cross-industry partnerships. Future fintech growth will be centered around collaboration, financial infrastructure, lending, with AI enabling automation in payments, accounting, and treasury management. So we encourage accountants to collaborate and be at the center of this transformation. The third is regulatory technology governance and the convergence. So these complex compliance needs, accountants have to report, they have to do tax, they have to do everything. And we've seen that firms that align their regulatory expertise with the emergence or evolution around regulatory technology innovations are creating significant competitive advantages. So in closing, and in the path forward, I'll summarize by saying, accountants, we should embrace AI as an augmentation tool. The reality is that this AI will not build human relationships like you do. And they cannot combine intuition and experience to deliver great client service. But they will provide you more time to plan.
All right, the photographer is right here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we keep it moving. There's a saying that is said in Nigeria, which is we move. So regardless of anything today, we are not stopping. We are on the move. Now, there are Can we give him another round of applause as he goes to his seat? Now, ladies and gentlemen, from yesterday and today, there are specific words and keywords that keep on being mentioned. One of them is innovation. Another is inclusivity. Another is, of course, financial illiteracy. Another is sustainability. And I think the next speaker really speaks to what it is that we are trying to build at AccounTech and the summit. And that is a need to understand that the initiatives that we are putting in play are not just for Nigeria. They go beyond Nigeria. There was a saying that I heard some years ago, and that saying was, a better Africa must come from better Africans. And that, with that being said, I would like to introduce our next speaker. She is the ambassador, a seasoned ambassador for that matter, South African diplomat with decades of experience in African and international politics. She has served in key roles across South Africa, Ethiopia, Singapore, Equatorial Guinea. She is recognized not only as a mother, but for her expertise in cultural, political, economic diplomacy, and peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, she is joining us virtually from Equatorial Guinea. Can we please give a round of applause to Ambassador M.N. Nolufefe Duabayo? Apologies. The technical team is trying to get her back. It seems we may have lost her, so if she does come back, we will just move her presentation or her goodwill message to when we are able to get her back. Now, just to continue with the program, there is a saying about Africa, and I think there are a number of things that Nigeria is known for, outside of your impeccable fashion sense, because at this point, if you go out, you'd find white man wearing natives as well. The last time, I think I saw the ambassador of the United States wearing a kaftan, and I'm like, excuse me, sir, what is it that you're wearing? Can you pronounce it? But I think that is just how iconic it is to be in Nigeria and to be a Nigerian. I think Trevor Noah, how many of you guys know Trevor Noah? Trevor Noah was asked a question, and they said, if you could be any other nationality, what would you choose? Can anybody guess what he said? I can't hear you. Say it louder. Exactly. And that is because of the diverse culture and sounds that come out of Nigeria. There is a sound that comes out of Nigeria. We know it through Davido, we know it through Tiwa Savage, we know it through Wizkid, but there's a specific sound that is going to come out of the room today. And it is called, or it's a sound rather, from Ekiti. They weren't too creative in giving themselves a title, but they literally just called themselves where they came from. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present our first performance for this morning, a sound from Ekiti, Ekiti Sound.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As we all know, what we are here to do today, we're talking about money. AccounTech, Summit Tech, yes, AccounTech Summit. Money, wealth, prosperity. And I don't think that there's any business that anybody wants to do that doesn't pray will have, the blessings of God on what they do. All right? So let's do this one together. Let us just in prayer. We've done this last year. We're here again today. We're going to do more by God's grace.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. That was a kitty sound. Another round of applause for them. That was a kitty sound. So somebody just told me that that song had to do with money, wealth, making sure and asking the Lord to make sure that money does not stop flowing. Ladies and gentlemen, previously, just before Ekiti Sound went up, I did mention that we had a speaker that was joining us virtually. We have been able to get her back online. I think the technical team was able to rescue us in that because we are a tech summit, so tech cannot fail us. But very quickly, just to reintroduce her, I said she is a seasoned South African diplomat with decades of experience in African and international politics. She has served in key roles across South Africa, Ethiopia, Singapore, and Equatorial Guinea. She is recognized not only as being a mother, but she is recognized for her expertise in cultural, political, and economic diplomacy, as well as peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome again the Ambassador of South Africa to Equatorial Guinea, Ambassador M.N. Dwabayo. Technical team. Are we winning? Technical team, are we able to get her connected to the screen? Technical? Okay, let's give another round of applause for our technical team. I think the clap will just encourage them. It's not easy. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know that there are a few things that are being shifted, but like I said, in Nigeria, we move. So things will shift here and there because of our adaptability and our ability as Africans to abound and do what? Abase. So if things shift around every now and again, it is for your benefit. I think we will try and get her back. If we do not, I know that they had said there was a video that she would share, and then we get that Goodwill address from her. So ladies and gentlemen, after the Goodwill address, there is what we call a keynote. And for me, I understand a keynote to be critical. So the minute we hear key, it means it is crucial, it is important. So I would then expect you to have a pen and paper to take notes of what exactly is going to be said as the address is being given. Now, the keynote address is coming from a distinguished and dignified man. He is a Harvard, and he is also, to us, known as the MD and CEO of eTransact. For me, transact means show me how to make this money. Use it, make it again. So he's the MD and CEO of eTransact International. He is a leading Nigerian fintech and of course, the founder of of course, leading Nigerian fintech and payment company. He stems with 25 years plus experience in fintech, investment banking, and corporate finance. He has worked with JP Morgan, Citi Group, Credit Circus, and PwC. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm rounding applause, help me welcome Mr. Niyi Toluwalope.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, accountant, technologists. That's what we call ourselves these days. By the way, I'm also an accountant. It's always a privilege to be given the opportunity to address fellow colleagues. A couple of weeks ago, Stanley had reached out to me that he was going to be taking part in this summit, and he wanted me to join in and share some of my experience and thoughts around, the future of technology and how it's shaping a sustainable financial world. And he told me it's for the AccounTech Summit. And I reminded him that, wow, I'm also actually an accountant because I started my career in accounting. So it's an honor and a privilege to be here. And I appreciate everybody sitting. Thank you very much. I'm going to speak with you guys, for a couple of minutes. And I will try to build on what Dr. Stanley had started. I don't know if I can match his prowess, but I'll give it my best shot. But I'm going to take it in a different perspective. I will be looking at how technology is shaping a sustainable financial world. And it's very interesting and at the same time very tricky. There's so much innovation going on. But I see it more as a lot more awareness and a lot more realization of what we're creating and what's going on around us. Because the concept of AI, I think, has been around longer than we think. Who remembers when the first set of Nokia phones came out, and you had predictive text? That's artificial intelligence. Was just starting to be layered in at that time, way back. Predictive analytics. So I think we should, rather than getting scared or getting worried, I think we should, like Stanley had mentioned, we are the ones creating it. It's not happening to us. We're the ones creating it. And the way to win is to get behind it and make it work for you. It has to work for you. Every aspect of what we do every day can be impacted, influenced, and energized by artificial intelligence. So let us embrace it. Financial technology, in Nigeria, like anywhere else, is a journey of accumulated growth. Companies like, eTransact, were pioneers. We set the stage over 25 years ago, building the core architecture that continues to drive transaction freedom, while other companies have leveraged on those types of infrastructure to be able to reach the final customer and consumer today with the various products that we continue to see on a daily basis, taking advantage of innovation and improved technology across the landscape. These companies have played crucial roles in financial technology growth, giving us the privilege to discuss advanced technology applications for financial services. So much is going on, in financial services today. There's so much we can do, and we've not even started to scratch the surface yet, even in Nigeria. The opportunity is incredible. Technology has moved from being just a tool or an enabler to a fundamental architect of a truly sustainable, resilient, and inclusive financial ecosystem. The problem technology solves, by the way, traditional systems are often linear, driven, exclusionary, and resource intensive. Technology offers the antidote, providing needed exponential growth with less resources required, as we have seen. Now, let's talk about the foundation of the future. Digital payments, as we say, as the bedrock. I remember several years ago when you get admission into university. Maybe you live in Kaduna, and you got admission in University of Lagos, and you needed to pay your school fees, your tuition, whatever it is you needed to pay. You have to come to Lagos and go to the bank, not just the bank, the branch where University of Lagos opened its account. And that is where you have to pay with cash or check. If it is the same bank, it takes 7 days. If it is the same bank, it takes 2 days. If it's a different bank check, it takes 7 days. That used to happen. And we survived. and people paid, and there were transactions. Banks declared profit. People graduated. It happened. But several years after, what has happened? You walk into any bank today, any branch, regardless of where your university or institution maintains its corporate account. Regardless, you walk into any branch and you can pay your school fees. Let's even take it a step further. You don't even get out of bed. You can pay your school fees. That's what technology has done. I need that to sink in. That's what technology has done. So just imagine what technology would do in 20 years. There are a lot of smart people here, and there are a lot of more smarter people coming, and people that are not here that are also even very smart, that are creating solutions that's going to drive that growth and transformation. That's what's happening. That's why we need to get behind it. We have to see how it works for us, and we have to make it work for us. Payment has grown from cash to cards to mobile to instant interoperable platforms. It's unbelievable how people make payments these days. Unbelievable. And it's transforming, it's changing. Interoperable platforms have allowed institutions to leverage other infrastructure, unlocking the distribution of financial services from the high-tech focused areas to the most remote areas. Look at what's going on these days. You can actually stay here, get on the phone, call someone in Maiduguri, find an agent in your area with a POS device. I'm going to transfer money to you there. And they do the transfer, they go there, they cash it out, and the transaction is done. Technology enables that. Look at all the cost savings, tickets, transportation, the risk of traveling all the way to receive and make those payments. It's been eliminated completely and disrupted by technology. That's how powerful technology is, and that's what technology is doing for us in financial services. We are excited because we're one of the pillars. So we've seen a huge transformation. So you know. By the way, if I didn't mention it, the solution that allows you to make school fees payments from your bed anywhere into any bank account was actually created by eTransact several years ago. It's called Pay Outlet. I need you guys to remember that. Now, what are the key benefits? Access. It brings the unbanked and underbanked into the formal economy. I'm going to double click on that just a bit. Efficiency. It reduces transaction costs and speed. And transparency, it exposes everything. With digital payments, you can see everything. No hiding place. No hiding place whatsoever. And it's easy to track transactions. And the future vision, what does it present? It presents a seamless and secure digital transactions as a human right. That's the evolution we're seeing. It's become a right to be able to do things seamlessly. We've gotten so used to it, and it's changing. It's going to be a lot more advanced, so we have to prepare for it and get right behind it. Now let's look at why sustainability in finance matters now more than ever. I'll look at it from the global context, and I'll look at it from the local context.
You for carry go now make it correction. Because you want post and I go post for change. So carry go be sure.
And consequently, interest rates.
Okay. Go sure I make it.
Climate changes, unstable weather affecting food supply, and other general economic outputs. The persistent drive for inclusive growth, rise in discourses on income inequality, access to quality education and healthcare, empowering marginalized communities through financial services, and ensuring that economic development benefits all segments of society, not just a select few. That's the global context, the more advanced economies. Now let's bring it home a bit. In the African context, Africa's unique demographic divisions, a rapidly growing young population. That's actually the strength we have. In Nigeria today, we've seen all kinds of data, but
the median age in Nigeria. Come on, we're all accountants here. We're mathematicians at least. The median age in Nigeria is sometimes, some people say 18, some people say 19. What does that mean for me? That means if we have 250 million Nigerians,
Let's see,
we divide by 2.
Don't call that I know the pitch.
125 million Nigerians are above 18. 125 million Nigerians are below 18. That's powerful.
I
Let
believe
it sink in. It means you have every year, you have a percentage of 125 million people crossing into financial independence age, which I believe is the year of 18 as an adult. That's the future. Let me share another data. Today, we have about 170 million mobile phone subscribers. 170 million. At least you have one line. You know, you buy every day. You buy data, airtime. Maybe it's every week, maybe it's every month. Whatever your package is, you're spending money every day. Now, let's look at the number of bank accounts we have. A lot of people here, you know, accountants are very rich. So you guys have several accounts. But let's look at individuals with accounts. The metric for that is to look at the BVN, the bank verification number. You know, regardless of the number of accounts you have only one. So, today, that number also changes, but let's keep it at 65 million today. So, we have 65 million bank verified people. So that means we have 65 million people with bank accounts. 65 million of that 170 million that have mobile phones operate their mobile phones through their bank account. You have another 100 million that also have mobile phones, spend money every day, but are not in the bank. You guys don't understand the power of that data. That means you have more people outside the banking sector doing financial transactions than in the banking sector. The future of Nigeria is incredible. What keeps me up at night is how to create solutions to bring that 100 million into the banking sector. With just 5 million of that 100 million, I can show you how to build $1 billion business. That's the creativity we need to find. That's the excitement with Fintech. That's the growth of technology. That's the impact of technology. And that's what we need to harness. Every day, Nigerians are very smart people. And I believe that we will crack it. And the people that are going to crack it are here. So let's let that sink in. The vast potential for leapfrogging traditional financial models, the widespread adoption of mobile money, contributing to 74% of global volume, valued at $1.1 trillion in Africa. The rapid growth of digital lending platforms and the opportunity to build modern, efficient financial systems without the legacy constraints of developed economies. What is the resolve? The resolve is the quest for exponential growth. Across the globe, economies are looking to accelerate or skip the linear, slow growth phase to achieve an advanced economy in a short period. We've seen it in Nigeria. Technology has look at how much digital payments happen in this country. The things we have seen in Nigeria don't exist in America. And I'm someone that I've schooled, lived, worked in America. Nigeria is more advanced in digital payments than America. I'm telling you this for a fact. And the reason is simple. We had to evolve, we had to innovate to solve our social problems. Nobody is coming to solve our problems for us. Let's take a cue from Fintech, what Fintech has done. What people like Dr. Stanley has done for this industry. Now, defining sustainable finance, the reasons why we're here. Beyond profit, it's about the planet and the people. Long-term value creation. not just short-term gains. Sustainable finance, leveraged by technology, has the opportunity to achieve exponential growth that's ethical, modelable, and can be recreated. There are three strategic pillars of progress we see that are driving technology, financial sustainability. One is artificial intelligence and machine learning. The next is blockchain and distributed ledger technology and cloud computing. As I close, let's quickly talk about the challenges and the path forward. We need to collaborate more, like Dr. Stanley had mentioned in his earlier presentation. I always like to close with collaboration. If we don't collaborate, we continue to duplicate and create a mess in the system. But if we collaborate, we leverage on existing systems so that all parties involved can reach the last mile customer. That is how we are going to grow. No single entity can do it alone. The power of public-private partnerships, cross-industry collaboration, and global alliances. Cybersecurity and data privacy, the non-negotiables. We have to build robust frameworks. Continuous vigilance and user education is very key. Regulatory frameworks. We need agile, forward-thinking regulation that fosters innovation and also protects the consumers, users, and players in the ecosystem. We have to bridge the digital divide gap in accessing technology and digital literacy. Education is critical, which makes investment in infrastructure and education paramount for the growth we see. Ethical artificial intelligence, ensuring fairness, transparency, and accountability in an AI-driven financial decisions. Technology is not just shaping, but actively revolutionizing the future of finance, as I've demonstrated over the last 20 minutes, making it sustainable and inclusive. The responsibility to build this future rests on all of us. Let's move beyond discussions to decisive actions. The journey ahead is exhilarating. Let us collaborate, work together, build a financial world that serves all, empowers all, and endures for generations to come. Let us collaborate and let us disrupt, because we are all winners. Thank you.
Can I invite photographers, please? Sir, please, with also welcome Ms. Toyin. We'll be doing a lot of standing up today. Ladies and gentlemen, the tech department has asked for an opportunity to redeem themselves, so I'm going to do that. So we do have the ambassador back on the line. But before we do that, our previous speaker made mention of something. His last remarks were on collaboration. In Gen Z terms, the easiest way for us to collaborate is to do it through social media. So that's what I want us to do right now. Unfortunately, my phone is not with me. There was a song that I heard by Beyonce. I think I told you yesterday, when Liz was singing, I was just exercising humility because I can also sing. So I said, let me just allow her to shine and let me do what they called me here to do. But there was a song I heard by Beyonce some few years ago. It's I Was Here. How many of you know it? How many of you guys know the song? I was here. So that's what I want us to do together, right? Before we do the exercise, that's the only note. I know some of us can't sing. We sing really well in the shower, but not in public. But that's the only note that I want us to get together. I was here. Can we do that together? 1, 2, 3. I mean, you can be louder. I'm trying to show you that I can sing. That's why I'm not, making noise on the mic. But I want you guys to sing it like a crescendo, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe I did it wrong. I was here. Let's try again. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. I just wanted to make sure that we don't embarrass ourselves. Now, the actual exercise, take out your phone, because what we're doing is technology. Take out your phone. Take out your phone for me. Very quickly, let's do this together. Take out your phone, and then go to your camera. Your camera. Turn it to selfie. You too, gentlemen. Put it on selfie. Now squeeze in with your neighbors. And then when I count to 3, that note that we can sing very well, make sure you press record, okay? Make sure you press record. So by the time I count to 3, that practice we did before we did it live, I want us to do it together, right? You've got your phones? Adamu Gerba doesn't have a phone. We've got our phones? Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Yes, give yourselves a round of applause. Now, the final thing that you need to do is I want you to post that on your Instagram story, and I want you to tag AccountTech. People are laughing at their voices. I want you to post that on your Instagram, and I want you to take, okay, they want to do it one more time. Their voices were not ready. Their voices were cracking. So let's get our phones one more time. Our Goodwill speaker is on standby, but I want us to do this very quickly because I know after we go and eat, the voices might change. They might turn to soprano to baritone. So I want us to get the good sopranos and altos and everything, right? Do we have our phones? We have our phones? Are we ready? Some are saying no, they're fixing their hair. Let's fix it, let's fix it, let's fix it. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? We're ready? 1, 2, 3. Yes. Now let's post that on our Instagram so that everybody that was not here decides they want to be here. Because today, ladies and gentlemen, you are at the right place, in the right room, with the right set of people. And with that being said, please, again, for the 3rd time, Tech will not fold my hand. Let's give a resounding round of applause to the South African ambassador to Equatorial Guinea, Ambassador M.N. Dwabayo.
Day to all of us that are here. It gives me pleasure to be part of innovators in Nigeria and beyond have a brighter future and an excellent launchpad under this initiative. That this initiative has already touched young people in several countries within a short space of time and produced 900 finance professionals while training 6,000 multinational trainees within a short period of its existence. It gives hope, and it makes me to be elated. This gives hope to young innovators and inventors like those one that you might recall who built self-powering vehicles in Zimbabwe, the ones that built vehicles from scrap metal and powered them with generators in South Africa. To those inventors and innovators who are battling for startups in Nigeria and beyond, this initiative is a beacon of hope and a consolation in our gaps and our needs. We have inventions that defy logic and that challenge science and its own accepted norms. Our nations need this initiative to sustain such that we are able to keep it alive. Thus, we must give the resilience, the good, and the support that we are having as the private sector as well as the public sector. This is why we stand up to give unwavering support to this initiative, and in the same vein call for meaningful support and cooperation by the public sector for this initiative. This needs full government support by developing policies that are both a gateway to youth development, promotion, and capacitation, as our youth is the engine of our success and the strength of our nations. Governments are vessels that seek to prosper and establish resilient nations as they are protecting these nations through multiple investment. And as such, their hand in the initiative is quite critical. Program Director, at this juncture, allow me to express my courtesies to Madam Oluwatoyin Olufon, the founder and convener of the AccounTech Summit International, which realizes its second session and milestone as an initiative this year. For the good of humanity and my goodness to Humanity Program Director, allow me again to say all protocols observed, for I want to emphasize the fact that they are seen, their presence is felt, and it is appreciated. To the Techy Accountant Academy and its anchor, the Luford Foundation, I stand proud as an African, as one of those peoples that have been given a platform to witness and attest to the dividends of this great initiative at a time when the world needs greatest and hold skills and minds in the field. Africa, by virtue of being endowed with largest youth segment, it is a youthful community. With her leadership, happened to identify the critical need to look at its own young people and focus on how we can realize youth dividends from this segment rather than focusing on the portrayed negative effects that comes with the youth bulge. While in some quarters, our youth bulge was viewed as a beacon of utmost social challenges and a problem that can only beget protracted conflicts that are both impacting economy and social lives negatively. Our leadership in Africa decided to look into the youth and see good in it as a big number that can propel our own economic development. Perhaps that negative comment was right, but it is gladdening to witness the growth of initiatives that are a turnaround with a turnaround effect on the negative connotation like the initiative like this one. I'm excited by this summit because this is an initiative that affirms and implements the African agenda for youth development, thereby enhancing youth dividends as informed by the African Union's decision of director who know Nigeria's strength and purposeful African Union platforms, it is not a surprise that we are gathered here at an initiative of a Nigerian national working to uplift Africa and her youth to be a force to be reckoned with in the global arena and in the field of finance and digital transformation. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, this is an initiative that exhibits a brighter future for our youth and nations alike, for it is truly for the betterment of our lives as we proceed and navigate the way forward. This brings young people to the global arena as equals and as strong contenders in the financial and digital space, erasing stigmas, breaking barriers, and closing the digital divide in accelerating our development. This is an initiative that we must fight to sustain and fight for it to stay alive by giving it all the support we can give if we are to realize our aspirations as nations and as a continent. Youth is our future, and future needs to be nurtured purposefully with clear intentions, for it is to give us, if it is to give us what we aspire to get and what we aspire to be, the Africa we want. Has the potential, if it's not an asset, for the development of our economy as Africa. And we are talking to issues that impact us negatively, that unfortunately we begin to be known of and about in the outside world. A country and a nation with youth that is trained and incubated nicely is a winning country. I wish to thank all those that have a hand in the initiative, as well as the organizers of this iconic summit. May God richly bless you and guide you always. I thank you.
Let's give her another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I know we are here, so from now on, every time I come onto the stage and I say, "Where are we?" what will we say? I want you to sing it now. Where are we? Thank you. Where are we? Yes. All right, at this time, we have a presentation coming up next. And I think while the tech department puts that in order, I just want to take this time to just give a mention and a salute to our sponsors. Without sponsors and partnerships, summits like this and gatherings like this would not be possible. So as I mentioned them, let's hold our applause, otherwise you will get tired of this kind of activity. Let me call our sponsors, then we put our hands together, then we call our partners and we appreciate them. There's some special dignitaries and guests that we will also make mention of. We will call them separately after our partners and our sponsors. So our sponsors that we would like to mention and appreciate, first of all, we have got Leafort Consulting Limited. Oh, okay. We've got Zest Payment Limited. Costgrove Investment Limited. We have got Times. Some of you are hearing about these things for the first time. It's okay. There are a few exhibition booths outside that can give us a bit of information about them. We have got Seaway. We know Seaway. We all drink Seaway. So let's clap to the fact that our thirst is always quenched by Seaway. We have got OnPoint, TVC Communications. We've got OBA Olufun and Co. We've got Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. We have got ValueJet. We have got Coca-Cola. We have got ADME. And we have got that platform that is always giving us data, MTN. A round of applause for our sponsors. And then we'd also like to give a special appreciation to our partners. Without partnership, innovations and initiatives like this would not be possible. So we first would like to appreciate Fintech Associations of Nigeria, Iwelabi Consulting, Jobberman, Estrada International Staffing Solutions, Accretio, you can clap better, Coral Ford Consulting, HYT Consulting, TriBest Corporate Support Limited, Nigerian Climate Innovation Center, KPMG, you can clap better, Leadway Insurance, The Nest, the ISN Hub, also known as the Innovation Support Network, Movie EXP Building Africa, Naira Metrics, and of course, last but not least, yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I'd like to welcome our first presentation for this morning. This presentation is being given to us by Oluchi Okafor from ACCA. We can clap better.
Good morning, everyone. Existing protocols duly observed. I'd first of all like to take a moment to say welcome to everyone. Thank you for taking time out of what is undoubtedly a busy schedule to be here today. I'd also like to specially congratulate Mrs. Toyin Olufon, who has put together a fantastic conference. Can we have a round of applause for her, please? I'm sorry, I should have added FCCA to that name because she's a fellow of ACCA. Another round of applause for her, please. So let's do a quick survey. How many of us have heard of ACCA? By show of hands. Okay. How many of us are writing ACCA as we speak? A couple of hands. How many of us are members of the ACCA? For the, yeah, my people are here. I love it, love it. Okay. So what is ACCA? ACCA is the Association for Chartered Certified Accountants. Now, what I love the most about being associated with us is whether you walk into a Big Four in Tokyo, a Fintech in Lagos, a bank in Accra, you will find an ACCA member, an ACCA practitioner. You will find someone who is related to us, essentially. We're a community of 252,000 members worldwide in over 180 countries. We also have over 500,000 future members. Who are future members? People who are writing the certification, people who intend to write the certification. Now, ACCA is a force for public good, and we lead the global accountancy profession by creating opportunity. Now, I want to tell you a couple of things about this qualification, because in case you're thinking about how to improve yourself, I specifically like what Mr. Nee said in his presentation about the median age being 19. What I'm hearing from that is that you have a lot more competition. There's a lot more people who are trying to get ahead, and you need to stand out. And the way to stand out in the accounting profession is through the ACCA. Now, what do we do at ACCA? Our qualifications are very portable, and they allow members to work across different sectors and borders with credibility. There is no sector or business area that does not require accounting. So whether it's FMCG, whether it's fashion, whether it's food production, accounting is there. Our approach is also built on open pathways and flexible ways for you to make it possible for you to write your exam, diverse backgrounds, it doesn't matter. We even have people at ACCA who didn't study accounting and are now ACCA certified. We consistently produce finance professionals who combine technical ability with practical business acumen. I'd also like to talk about the fact that our certification is evolving, and we're moving to a new style of certification starting in 2027. Now, accounting is no longer just about numbers. ChatGPT can crunch the numbers. Any of the AI tools can crunch the numbers. It is now about what the numbers mean. So we are changing our certification or our qualification to enable our accountants go beyond just the numbers, to translate the numbers, to say what they mean, and enable the businesses that hire you make fantastic decisions about their future. Now, how has the ACCA responded to the changing world of accountancy? We have responded with a bold new redesign where technology and sustainability are embedded into the certification. So it's no longer a situation where you're just studying all the basic things. We're also knowing that today's finance leader must know ESG, must know AI, must know ethics, must know sustainability. So what does this mean for you, this new certification or this new qualification that we've released or we're working on? For the employers, it means more strategy, less spreadsheets. You have accountants who are speaking about reality and are taking those numbers and translating it into actual meaningful information for you. For the students or for intending students, it means you have a qualification that lasts you throughout your career, from start to finish. We have fantastic relationships with the universities in Nigeria, so we have a pipeline of accountancy talent from student to member. Now, how many of us have seen a job online before, and you look at the job and you're like, oh my God, I would kill at this role, but there's something they've asked for, or a certification they've asked for, a qualification they've asked for that you don't have? How many of us have had that feeling before? How many of us not want to have that feeling anymore? Then you need to do ACCA. We have a booth in the front, and I have my colleagues there, and we're willing to answer all your questions after this presentation. I want you to think of ACCA as your passport. One certificate that you write here in Lagos can open doors for you in Dubai, in any country in the world whatsoever. Now, why ACCA, you might ask? ACCA is not the only accounting body, international or otherwise, so why do you have to choose us? We don't just keep pace with change, we set the pace. We're not just training accountants, we're training forward-thinking leaders. And I'd like you to know that employers across the world recognize ACCA as a top place to get talent in accounting. So I'd like you all here, I know that there's a majority of the student population here, or those who are just, leaving school, you're just starting out your careers. I want you to do me a favor, close your eyes for 5 seconds and imagine the career that you want, imagine the life that you want. Because at the core of it, why are we writing certifications? Why are we writing qualifications? It's to make money, it's to be richer, it's to take care of our families. When you close your eyes and you imagine that future, I want you to imagine it with ACCA as a platform that will get you there. And for the employers in the room, if you're looking for great accounting talent, please partner with us. We have an approved employer program that I think will be fantastic for you. Please see us at the booth. On that note, the future of accounting is here, and let ACCA partner with you to meet that future. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Let's give her another round of applause. We can do a better job than that. I think it's because you don't know how hard it is to count numbers. That's why you're clapping like that. We can give her another round of applause. From compliance to strategy. This is the title of our first panel discussion for the day. From compliance to strategy. How compliant are you as an individual? Even before we go to strategy, how compliant are you? How many of you guys jumped the stop sign? Guilty as charged. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the first panel discussion for the day is tagged From Compliance to Strategy, the evolving role of ESG in finance. Now, there is another gentleman, when he's not being a cool guy sitting down, he is an MC and a moderator. So I'm going to call him up first, and he will do the pleasure of introducing his panelists. So with a round, warm welcome, can we please bring to the stage the COO of NCIC, Mr. Adamu Garba.
Good morning. We could do better, yes? Good morning. You can see I'm smiling, yeah? I'm very excited.
This is very nostalgic for me because I was, I think they compare for this same summit last year. But today I'm coming in as a moderator who will be moderating the panel that was just introduced by one of the finest MCs that I know. Please, a round of applause for her. She's been doing a fantastic job. So I would quickly introduce my panelists, and then I would go on and provide a bit of background on why we would be discussing the thematic area of engagement. I would like to call on Chioma Ehimare. She's an environmental, social, and governance manager for Cross-Boundary Energy. Please, a round of applause for Chioma. I would also like to call on Chigozie Ejimogu. He's the head of Sustainability, Impact, Climate, and Gender, Verod Capital, and Verod Capital Africa Ventures. I think Dr. Adebayo would be joining us online. Dr. Adebayo Shuaib. He's the Director of Finance and Administration, Health Systems Consult Limited. Manager, ESG Advisory Services, KPMG West Africa. And I would like to call on myself, Adamu Garba, as your moderator, the Chief Operating Officer of Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. Thank you. All of you to the day 2 of the AccounTech Summit 2025, and also the first panel session of the day. If we're going to feed off from earlier submissions around how we can converge technology and finance and some level of sustainability, you would clearly see that ESG has a very vital role to play. And our thematic area of focus or engagement today will be from compliance to strategy, and hence, the evolving role of ESG in finance. So our discussions today would be around how we can embed ESG factors in finance, and how it directs us towards making the right, investment choices and driving new markets and economies. And trust me, today we have some of the greatest minds and individuals, playing across various sectors, who would be dwelling on this topical issue. And I hope that you listen very carefully, take notes, and engage them probably after our panel discussion, even though there would be a Q&A session. So I would like to begin with Chigozie Ejimogu. So you have, I would say, how do private equity and VC investors now view ESG when making investment decisions?
All right. Thank you so much for the question, and I would like to thank the organizers of this program for giving us the opportunity to discuss this very important topic. Obviously, ESG has evolved over the time, and even now the dynamics is quite evolving and is being very rapid. And I would say, from my own perspective, what I see is that ESG is undergoing a process I can describe as a shift from values to valuation. ESG right now is become something that is no longer being seen as a company's moral stand, but rather as about how much a company is worth. And I'll do a bit of explanation here. So currently you see investors, carrying out a robust ESG analysis about the prospective investee companies and forming opinions about, the capacity of that company to be able to manage certain ESG issues associated with their business, particularly, some systemic ESG issues that potentially could affect the long-term value driver of the business. So you see a situation where this opinion is combined with financial analysis, in most cases by linking certain aspects of that company's ESG management, risk management strategy to certain value drivers. It could be cost, it could be revenue, it could be profitability. And then at the end of the day, this opinion is integrated in a quantified way into the financial model, by adjusting certain assumptions. It could be growth, it could be margin, cost of capital. So what I'm saying in a nutshell is that investors currently, that's why I say at the beginning that it's evolving and it's being rapid. The influence is real. So the investors currently are modeling ESG risk associated with your business. They are modeling it, and they are also underwriting, the value creation levers they can deliver within the holding period. So as a business, and you are seeking to grow your business, you are seeking to expand, you cannot avoid the issue of ESG in terms of bringing ESG to becoming part of your core business process. And one thing I do say, I advocate, anywhere I have the opportunity to talk about ESG, I advocate it very strongly. ESG is very diverse. First of all, think about it from the perspective of sustainability. Sustainability is very diverse, it's multidisciplinary. It means different things for different people, for different businesses, for different organizations. So you must, as a company, as an organization, as a firm, you must first of all define what sustainability means for your business. You must understand how sustainability could be integrated and drive your business. Because the challenges you see most times with businesses implementing sustainability is it is seen as something that is add-on, something that is a different process within the organization. But then if you find a time to understand what it means for you, you'll be able to deploy ESG as a tool, to drive value within your organization. So if you go to a typical investment committee room, what do they expect? You are looking for money as a business to expand your business, to grow your business, and you've got an interested investor who wants to invest in your business, and then the package, the deck goes to investment committee room, to take decision about whether to invest in your business or not. What are the things they look out for, with respect to ESG? So 3 key things, and I'm saying this so that we can understand better, when we are dealing and relating with investors and how they think, the perspective they see things from. So they look at your business, aside from operational, commercial aspect of things, they look at your business from sustainability point of view. Number 1 is, how do you situate environmental and social risk associated with your business in your organization? How do you situate that? And some of these E&S risks, there are different arrays of E&S risks, but you need to understand the ones that affect your business and how are you managing them. And then the second one is value creation. Value creation is very key. So E&S or doing ESG does not stop at managing risk. It's also a tool to create value within the organization. Someone defined to me in 2 terms what he understands as ESG. He said it's a tool to create value and also a tool to enhance value. So value creation is key. So the investment committee want to understand how you want to drive value, how you want to decarbonize, how you want to reduce and achieve energy reliability, how you want to drive productivity within your organization. All of these are tied to aspects of ESG that affect your business. And then the last one is disclosure and exit. So an investor is coming to your business to bring money. He's also thinking about exiting your business with the multiples he expects to get within the holding period of the business. So he's also, as the moment he's investing, he's also thinking about exit. So he's looking at his exit route. Are you compliant with your data governance? Are you compliant with local regulations? What taxonomy are you using? All of these are things, particularly on issues of data governance. There are things that unlock value for you and also de-risk diligence and enhance faster exit when such investors want to exit. Investor-ready data is very key to ensure.
All right,
that,
thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Mr. Chigozie. I couldn't agree with you more because I know if I would leave you here, we would continue to speak until we do another Account Summit for 2026. I can see you're well informed. A round of applause for him. And I see that what you have reiterated over and over again is that ESG should be seen as a tool that can be leveraged not only to create value, but to also enhance value. Thank you very much. I will come to you, Chioma. Looking at your global experience, over the years, I think you have worked, in over 12 countries from your profile. So how have you seen ESG shift from compliance to strategy?
Okay, great. Thanks for the question. So generally, ESG has moved from a retrospective tick box exercise to a more strategic tool, which has been used for both risk assessment and for value creation alongside. And when I started my career, generally, there were a lot of requests for environmental and social impact assessments then. Now, and that was because they wanted to make regulators happy. So you have long EIA reports, hundreds of pages, and then a lot of people will just file them and do nothing about it after getting their permits. But then it has evolved to more proactive measures. So you see more requests for environmental and social due diligence, climate risk assessment, because people are now thinking about it proactively. They are thinking about how flood risks will affect their assets, and they are thinking about how things like climate change or water scarcity, when there's drought, would affect their businesses, especially when they are very reliant on water for their processes or their operations. So that's one way it has shifted. Another way it has shifted is because of the incidents that have happened along the line. So, for example, the incident that happened in 2010 in the Gulf of Mexico, where there was an environmental spillage. Previously, when people would think about it as compliance, they would typically get the permits that they need for such operations. But this particular incident created a shift in the sense that the company lost about $65 billion in paying for damages, about 11 lives were lost, and they also took a hit on their reputation. So these effects or consequences made people to start thinking about it holistically. And if you could possibly allude to a lot of oil and gas sectors or in the companies are now shifting to renewable energy. So they are rebranding as an energy solution firm, incorporating things like renewable energy because of the benefits that it also has. So those EIA reports that were put in their shelves, a lot of them started reverting to them to solve common issues like community disputes, potential risks that came as a result of construction, right? So most of them started looking at these things holistically, and that's what has moved this shift. And there are a lot of benefits for thinking this way, as using as the ESG as a strategic tool. I'll just highlight 3 of the benefits, which is around finance. You now have cheaper cost of finance. You have things like green bonds, sustainability-linked finance, climate finance, transition finance, as the case may be. DFIs have now priced ESG as a cost that would help you have cheaper finance and also be able to scale your business. Secondly, it helps you to reduce your operational costs. Energy savings are really important for you. So you are thinking about how much did you use last month for your energy bills and the likes, and this has helped improve energy efficiency and cut down your carbon emissions. And thirdly, it has also created markets for new products. So you have eco-friendly products that meet certain sustainability standards that are now priced better. You have premium markets for them, and you are able to export these products. So these are some of the ways where it has really shifted.
Thank you very much. So this is the very interesting part about, panel discussions. You tend to learn very new and dynamic things. Who would know that today ESG would be responsible for cutting down your OPEX and also helping you drive, your markets in the most, effective and efficient manner. So thank you very much for that. I hope our tech guys are with us because we have one of the panelists online, Dr. Adebayo. I would be asking you, with the introduction of IFRS 1 and S2, sorry for the stutter, standards, what key implications should CFOs and finance leaders in Africa be paying attention to?
Thank you very much. Good morning. Confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm hearing myself back, okay. Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank the organizer of this meeting, Mrs. Lufo and the team for doing this every year. The party is the only international accounting firm in the whole country that I've seen that have been consistent. Having said that, now you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Now, yes, thank you, the tech team. International Financial Reporting Standard X1 is talking about the general requirement for disclosure of sustainability reports in financial statements, and IFRS S2 is talking about climate-related disclosure. What is the impact for CFO? In all honesty, we have not applied up to the whole country, the whole organization we have in country, not up to 5 or 10% account for sustainability reporting. And if they do that, it gives them edge ahead of other organizations that are not applying sustainability reporting. So this CFO, for them to adopt this standard. The standard is so robust to the extent that it teaches the CFO step by step of what they need to know. Number one, they need to get ready to report traditional financial statement, where we have statement of financial position, profit or loss, statement of cash flow, statement of change equity, and notes to the account. The sustainability report will be another standalone report. What the SB, International Standard for Sustainability Report, is looking at is, one, the financial statement is taking care of the quantitative, Why the sustainability report wants to take care of the qualitative. And doing that, the sustainability report will be able to x-ray the governance, x-ray the strategy, risk, and mitigation of the risk, and also set a metrics on how to achieve the organization global aims and objectives. What are we saying now? The CFO must get ready to adopt sustainability report. They must understand their organization current position. Are they adopting sustainability reports in full? Have they started at all? Have they done it before? If they have not, what can they do? Then they will create sustainability roadmap. To create the roadmap is very easy. What you need to do is to outline all things you need to achieve. How do we achieve that? Do we want to reduce emission? Do we want to reduce electricity consumption? Do you want to ensure that where you operate, you ensure that the environmental pollution is reduced to a barest minimum? Because when we are talking about sustainability reporting, we need to look at those ESG that has to do with economy, environment, with the social, and with the governance. If you plug these three things together, that is what we pour into the sustainability reporting, IFRS S1 and S2. The S2 is talking about the climate. So if organization is looking at their operation and look at the impact of that operation in the economy where they operate, they will be able to attract more investors, because those investors will ensure to change decision earlier made, by definition, sorry, don't let me go in depth. By definition of materiality concept is just to say that information is material if omission or addition of such information will make use of financial statement to change the decision the earlier made. So in preparing your sustainability report as CFO, you must ensure that the materiality is gauged and the information you contain in that report is fairly presented. Then finally, you will educate all the staff in the organization about the sustainability reporting. So many organizations are doing it. When you are going out of your office, by 5 o'clock, remember to switch off all your appliances. You are trying to reduce the electricity rate you consume. It's part of sustainability reporting. When the staff get this type of culture, you will see that the amount you pay on electricity bill will reduce drastically. We can continue saying more and more because of time, conscious of your time, so that you will say round up. But however, the CFO should understand all these metrics. They should get ready. They understand their current position. They create sustainability roadmap and check it if they meet up with the short time, medium term, and long term, and ensure quality data. Also familiarize themselves with the standard and make this known to all the staff of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adebayo. That round of applause is for you, and I'm very sure that the CFOs and the financial leaders here, have really gained value, from your response. I'll come to you, Kehinde. In your experience working with businesses and governments, what key shifts need to happen for African finance leaders to see ESG not just as compliance, but as a driver of competitiveness and long-term value?
Great, thank you. And from everything that has been said so far, it's clear that finance leaders have a key role to play in driving Africa's sustainable future. And clearly so, it emphasizes that certain shifts, both within corporate and government institutions, needs to happen to allow our finance leaders embrace the important roles they play in that context. There are 4 points I would like to highlight in response to that question. The first point really revolves around integrated thinking. Finance leaders need to recognize that sustainability is not a different way of doing business. It's not disregarding the existing business processes and protocols. It is enhancing the systems that exist. It is ensuring that we integrate sustainability considerations into our current business process. So finance leaders need to understand that when, for example, it's time for budgeting, it's time for financial performance reviews, that process is not a different process from assessing our corporate sustainability performance. We need to recognize that our overall performance as a business factors in sustainability consideration. So from the employee at the office, to the vendor working, to the third-party contractor, to the CEOs, to the board, all corporate decisions needs to wear the lens of sustainability. So it's until we get to that point of integrated thinking that it becomes an easy shift for CFOs to really embrace sustainability in the real sense of it. The other point to highlight there is that sustainability is not siloed. In several organizations, and from experience, which I believe the other panelists would attest to, sometimes we see the finance function as being completely different from the sustainability function. So when it's time to plan with the finance function process owners, it's a completely different conversation. So that synergy needs to happen. The second point I would highlight really is shifting the perspective that sustainability goes beyond being a cost element. In fact, it's an investment to create value and enhance value, and that has been rightly mentioned earlier. So as finance leaders, we need to be able to articulate or embrace that fact that sustainability enhances value within the system. The third point is around incentivized adoption. And it was rightly mentioned around sustainability finance, green bonds, climate bonds, gender bonds, and several other benefits that organizations need stands to gain by embracing or fully integrating sustainability. These messages need to be clearly articulated. Sufficient systems and processes to maximize, optimize these opportunities also needs to be instituted. The final point I would highlight really would be around the impact stories. There are fantastic stories or benefits organizations, even in Nigeria, have gotten as a result of integrating sustainability into their business processes. There are thousands of grants businesses have gotten. There are competitive advantages businesses have leveraged. These stories need to get out, such that our finance leaders will not only hear the narratives or the rhetorics, they are able to see the facts, they are able to see the precedents, and it drives a fundamental mindset shift for them to see sustainability indeed as a driver of value creation. And if you've paid attention to these 4 points I've mentioned, they all boil down to one thing. Sustainability is not different from our business. sustainability is doing our business in a way that creates greater value for our stakeholders, maximizes impact, and ensures that we create a future that is sustainable for future generations. Thank you.
Fantastic submission. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. I would like to indulge you to please continue to be resilient with us. We'll be going through the second line of questions, and I need to be sure that you are with us. Can you turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, welcome to AccounTech Summit 2025. This is to ensure that you are not sleeping, all right? Fantastic. So let's, we can't go for commercials because, it's a live program. So I will come to you, Chioma, in just about 3 minutes. Could you just respond to this? How can companies address social equity and governance?
Okay, so generally talking about social equity and gender-based violence, that's what you asked, right? Okay, so this is where ESG gets real, typically, because it goes beyond policies and procedures. It then boils down to the fact that you need to implement these policies and they need to be fit for purpose. A lot of things could happen if it goes the other way, where most people are not involved in these processes. And I'll highlight 2 or 3 points around how businesses can ensure that social equity and gender-based violence are considered while investing. 1 point will be co-creation. So it's important that you co-create these policies. You're not creating these policies for them, but you're creating these policies with them. So that inclusion will help inform these policies so that they can be fit for purpose and they can be easily adaptable and you can easily adopt them. Then training and awareness is also very important because you need to ensure that these people are aware of these policies and how to use these policies. So it's great for you to have a grievance redress mechanism, have tools and procedures, but if you put a grievance redress mechanism and a QR code, we understand that there are a lot of tech experts here. There are some people that can use QR codes and there are some people that can't use QR codes. So it defeats the purpose when people can't understand or use certain tools that you have created as feedback mechanisms if they are not fit for purpose, right? So they should understand the language that is being used and they should be able to use them. Then with respect to governance, they should also be able to escalate some of these issues and you should be able to measure these impacts. So things around how many incidents have occurred, gender-based violence has incidents of gender-based violence or social disputes have occurred, how has it been mitigated and how can it be monitored? So you need to anticipate them, mitigate them, and monitor them. So these are key issues that you need to consider. So a particular project that I worked on, when we were doing the social economic survey, we were able to highlight some of these issues in terms of social or community issues. And what we did to resolve that then was, typically we understood that the dynamics of men and women in the same forum, sometimes women are not able to speak as much. So in the North, for example, so what we then did was we separated the women. So we had like female-only consultations where they were then more inclined to speak and to contribute meaningfully to these conversations. And also we were able to rotate the work schedules. So prioritize when women will have like shifts that are earlier in the day so that they can return home to their general home functions, and men that typically stay around the project corridor will have later shifts where they can also be safe and ensure their well-being. So these are things that need to be considered and also factored in when you're planning social equity. And
yeah, thank you. So capacities need to be bridged. There's got to be a lot of advocacy in order to ensure that inclusion is also met across the entire value chain. Mr. Chigozie, this should be like a follow-up response to your first question. What top 3 ESG practices should SMEs adopt to stand out to investors?
All right. Thank you so much. I think, First of all, it depends on the jurisdiction where you're operating, and using our own jurisdiction as example. So one thing that is become very critical is to understand your energy reliability and, of course, decarbonization. That is very key because we operate business in a jurisdiction that struggle with grid energy supply. And because companies must provide their own energy, it impacts on their bottom line hugely. So investors would like to...
Apologies, I forgot to mention you have just about 3 minutes to answer this question.
Okay, I will round up quickly. So investors would like to see, a company that, is taking proactive measure in that respect. So another point, will have to do with how the company manages people. And this has to do with labor conditions, talent attraction and retention. So these stand out. And then the third point I will mention will be around your compliance maturity and as well as your health and safety. From our own perspective in my company, we have turned down a couple of deals just because of poor labor practices and poor health and safety practices. So these things are very important, and there are things that are very conspicuous. When you go to any company to do due diligence or to check out that company, these things are easy to see. And investors easily form opinion about your company, depending on how these issues play out to them. So these are the points I would like to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Adebayo, I hope you're still with us. In just about 2 minutes, could you quickly summarize your response to this question? And from your perspective, how can ESG reporting be embedded into core financial strategy and risk management rather than treated as an additional compliance exercise?
Thank you very much. I'm a lecturer, but you are constraining me with 2 minutes, and I will also be within that phrase of 2 minutes. You see, as I've said earlier in my intro, for IFRS 1, S1, and S2, the strategy is very, very simple, and a speaker have said it the other time. The moment you are preparing your budget for the year, also prepare your roadmap for ESG, because you can't do without it. Alongside with your financial statement. So the strategy is very simple. Ensure that as you are doing your budgeting, you are also putting down the roadmap or strategy for your sustainability reporting. With this, you will be able to capture all what needs to be done. Because your environment, you want to ensure that you leave a good environment footprint. Your social, you want to ensure that your staff are very, very happy with you and they will put their best. You want to ensure that your customer comes back again because of after-sales service. You want to ensure that your supplier, they are happy to supply you because you pay promptly. You want to ensure that your stakeholders, they are very happy with you. So all this, the moment you put it in the sustainability roadmap, you will achieve it. It's a good strategy to adopt without doing anything, because in the governance aspect of it, in your sustainability reporting, the governance aspect of it, you must tell us, do you have a balance governance, do you have a control in place, and many other metrics. So in order not to waste time, we wish to shoot the meet for a long period of time, but there is no the esophagus or saliva will not allow us.
Okay.
So let me stop here, but we
All
are
right.
ready to see.
Thank you very much. Kehinde, in one sentence, Kehinde, let me just throw this at you. How can African finance leaders or entrepreneurs leverage ESG as a strategic advantage? Just in 1 minute. This was meant to go around for all of you, but I'll give you that opportunity to just answer on behalf of everyone in just 1 minute.
Okay, great, thank you. And one critical thing would be around building capacity, both within the sustainable finance space or the finance space for these leaders, and institutional capacity. It's time for finance leaders across Africa to understand fully what the sustainability conversation is, institute processes and systems as well as tools that enhances that process for them within the organizations. And to be able to do all of these, finance leaders must recognize that sustainability is both stakeholder-centric and context-relevant. So we need to be able to contextualize national aspirations, sustainability commitments, global commitments, to how it applies to our business maturity, our sector, our national operating landscape, and interpret it to how it impacts our own business as business A. The relevance of sustainability issues that applies to this business could differ substantially to another business, even if they operate within the same sector. So that needs to happen.
All right, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for some of the smartest people you could find within this sector. And we have come to the end of the panel session. Unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&A, but you could approach them. They wouldn't bite you after the panel session for queries and questions that you may have for them. Dr. Ade Adebayo, thank you for joining us virtually. We are very excited to have you virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just give this one comic. I think because the accounting tech, I'm the only one that do double. I appeared physically yesterday there and appeared virtually. I'm doing this in my car. Also, some people are doing it under the roof. So this is accounting tech we are talking about.
That goes a long way to tell us how tenacious you are. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, can we please have the photographer? Ms. Toyin, would you like to join them? Let's give them another round of applause. Nana, can you just help me? I want to do something. Can you get me an extra mic? So I want you to just go to anybody in the crowd for me. Anybody that looks a bit suspicious, just go to the crowd and put the mic near their mouth. Everyone now is like, oh my God, what's about to happen here? Let's give them another round of applause. Smile. So I've been in Nigeria for a little over 5 years now. And I know that in Africa we are very gifted, and anytime I've been to a few places. I'm actually proud of myself because I think I've been to a little more places than some of you guys here in the room. But everywhere we go, they always teach us a few things. You know, if you go to Kaduna, they'll teach you something in Kaduna, whether it's a word, a nakwanang, or whatever it may be. If you go to Lagos or if you go to Jos, there's something that they're going to teach you. So permit me to also try and just test your own resolve, if that's fine. Would you allow me? I'm doing this because I have a point that I want to prove as I proceed. Does anybody have a mic? If they gave you a mic, please help me stand up. Give them a round of applause. I don't see the person standing. Everybody's too shy to stand. Should I just pick someone by myself? Should I just spotlight you and pick you by myself? Okay, I'll do that. Behind Ms. Toyin, there's a beautiful lady wearing a purplish Pink dress, yes. So I come from a country, of course, South Africa, and I'm Xhosa. I know that every time and again, people feel like the minute you say you're from South Africa, you must be Zulu. I'm not Zulu, unfortunately. I can't kick my leg that high, but I'm Xhosa. So I want to teach you something in Xhosa. The first thing I want you to be able to say is Xhosa. Can we establish that first? Go ahead. Her mic is not on.
Closer.
Huh?
Check. The mic is on. The mic is on.
Xhosa.
The mic is on, but it's not working.
Xhosa. So that's what I am. I'm Xhosa.
Check. Can you see it? Check.
Now, there was a Ekiti Sound had a song, and the song was, quite nice. And when she was singing it, it reminded me of a lady called Miriam Makeba. I don't know if you guys know her, but I think some of us in the front would, yes, he's nodding his head. So there's a song I want to teach you. And I'm doing this because, like I said, I'm going somewhere. I want to prove a point, right? So you'll repeat. In fact, let's do it together because I don't want to put her on the spot, but let her have the mic. Igqirha. Let's try it. Igqirha. Igqirha. Lendlela. Nguqongqo. It's Xhosa. Let's try it one more time. Igqirha. Gqirha. Lendlela. Nguqongqo. Twane. One more time. Igqirha. Lendlela. Nguqongqo. Twane. Can you say it by yourselves? Can somebody try? So if we don't break it down, it's igqirha lendlela nguqongqo twane. And that's a song by Miriam Makeba. But the reason why I am making that point is because in our diversity, I think the first thing that I struggled to pronounce when I came to Nigeria was the word pomo. I struggle to pronounce it, but I love it very much. But the point that I was trying to raise in that in our diversity, there is still inclusivity. So I am asking you politely to pardon me in case I cannot pronounce your name. Because you could not say igqirha lendlela nguqongqo twane. Right? So I needed to do that such that if I twist instead of turn, you guys understand that our tongues and our dialects differ, but that still makes us African. Right? Now, with that being said, I would like to present a presentation by one of our partners, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedun. I did it? Yes, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedun. She is the Vice President of Fintech Nigeria. Can we give a round of applause as she comes to the front?
Why did the accountant stare at the orange juice container? Just raise your hand. Shall I call on the person at the purple dress? Okay, I'll just give the answer. Because it said concentrate. So that's about the message. So I want us to just take a few moments. I think that there are some slides. If we have those, we can always put those up. But I'll just get started. I just want to primarily, on a very high level, introduce to you the Fintech Association of Nigeria. And equally, I'd like to also welcome you to join the association. But let me just take a few moments. Since we don't have the slides, I will just pull them up here on my own screen. I'll start with the fact that over the past 2 decades, Nigeria's fintech landscape, honestly, it has grown significantly. We realize that banks now, they are actually leveraging advanced technology that is being delivered by many of the fintechs in the market. You would also see that the regulatory framework, it is growing literally just as fast as some of the revolutionary designs. They're having to keep up with the innovation that is happening all around us. And Nigeria itself, it has, last time I read, was over 230 million people here. The fintechs have been a huge part of being able to try to reach as many of them as possible. But honestly, 64% of more of the population size is still underbanked and unbanked. This does present a challenge. As you know, we have high levels of poverty when it comes to here being in Nigeria. And so our aim is really to reach and be much more inclusive. And so our solutions have to be able to solve that. We have over 600 plus fintechs now in the association, and we're still growing. This right here is just a little bit more about what we do, and I want to primarily really introduce the leadership of the association. So we can go to the next slide. Our association is actually broken down. It has a high level of governance when it comes about how we're designed. So we have at the very top here what we consider our board of trustees. It includes, of course, a number of prominent individuals here. You can see everyone from one of our founding members, which is Dr. Segun Aina. But we also have various others, from former deputy governors of the central bank to people who are certainly as CEOs in their own rights, founders of banks here in Nigeria, and you name it. So we're very proud to have such level of leadership when it comes to the FinTech Association. You can go to the next slide, please. So beyond our board of trustees, we also have what we call a governing council. This governing council is the one that's actually managing more of the day-to-day, if you will. They help us to certainly cover every area. The association, as I've mentioned, it has over 600 members, but that's across 23 different sectors in the economy. So we're literally touching every part of it. And I'm thinking, as an accountant, you might say, okay, well, how do I transition into fintech if I want to be in fintech? I say that every company here absolutely needs your skill set. And so when you think about that fintech space, find out, the kinds of companies that you align with, and then figure out how you can become part of their, accounting side of it. So the president spoke earlier. I think you guys met Dr. Stanley Jacobs. Yes, yes, good. I see heads nodding. So he's also the CEO of Zest. Like I said, I'm Jamila, so my full-time job, I'm actually the CEO and Managing Director of Credit Registry. But we also have other principals such as Tiwa and also Olusegun. So we have a number of people that are really committed to seeing the FinTech Association grow. You can go to the next slide. This governing council continues, as you can see here. So, and we are opening our doors. So if you go to the next slide, beyond just the governing council and board of trustees, we also have a management team. We are hiring. I just want to put that out there. We are hiring. We have a fantastic management team. It's comprised of the CEO level, of course, and we have a number of directors, which seats are open. We only have one director seat that is currently filled, but we have about 3 others that are open. We also have a CEO role that is open. Why are these open? Because we've changed our organizational structure. This past year, our president, Dr. Stanley Jacobs, he has introduced an agenda that we're all behind. The agenda is simple. It's PI. It's called a PI agenda. The PI stands for P is participation, I is for innovation, and the E is for expansion. In order to deliver upon this PI agenda here, we actually have to, I'm going to say, accomplish all 3 parts of that. We need more participation in the various, engagements that we have. We embrace innovation. So if you have ideas, we want to map those to companies that are willing to work with you to see that actually get executed. And expansion. We are literally trying to grow our membership base from 600 to 100,000. Now, that's a almost unheard of thought before. But when we think about it, Nigerians were all over the world. And in order for Nigeria to be the fintech, economy that throughout Africa, the best in Africa, and even internationally, we need Nigerians everywhere to participate. So that means when there's conferences happening abroad, we want someone from the Fintech Association to be there. When there's conferences happening here, we want to have a voice at the table. And that means we need to have more participation and more people included in order for us to expand and make those things happen. So that's kind of my plea to you to join. Your skill set is absolutely, absolutely needed. The last thing I'd like to introduce to you, in case you haven't had a chance to hear of it before, we actually get very much involved in advocacy. And that advocacy takes us to levels in the government that you can only imagine, right? So we have a seat at the table in various regulatory bodies. We're actually members of the different associations, whether it's CIBN, LCCI, there's a number of them that we're equally involved in. And so I would say just think about where you would like to see your career go and how you can come and be able to participate. The way we have structured ourselves to support that is that we have communities of practice. We have 5 of them. So that means that we know that everyone who's coming is not coming for the same purpose. So we've created different communities of practice to address what is most important to you. And so you can find your way to be a member, and then it's a member-led organization. Bring your ideas, let's be able to support you in that endeavor. My last point for today is actually an invitation. So we're having the Nigeria Fintech Week. This is going to be, I believe, our 7th edition. And this is going to be for the very first time a multi-location event. So the Nigeria Fintech Week is going to happen on October the 7th through 9th. And it's going to be right here in Lagos at the Landmark. But the other 2 locations are going to be in Abuja and Enugu. They're all going to happen simultaneously. Again, we have to achieve this PI agenda. So that means that it can't all be concentrated here in Lagos. So we welcome you, invite you to come. This year, honestly, is going to be like none other. You guys have got to come. I am the chair of the FinTech Week organizing committee. Our theme this year is the FinTech Ecosystem Symphony. And we are responsible for orchestrating Nigeria's digital future. So we want you to come and get involved. Who in here is dating? If you're dating, right? Nobody is dating. Everybody in here is married. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is Nigeria. Okay, because you all look so young. Okay, so we're going to have dating on the scene. We're going to have a whole forum around that. Because the way dating happens today is completely different than the way it was generations ago. So we want to hear about some of the challenges, some of the solutions that are happening in the technology space to make that work. Okay, who here is religious? It doesn't matter. You could be Christian, Muslim. Great, they're going to be at FinTech Week, Nigeria. We have a whole forum around religion, how that's happening, how that's working. Healthcare, transportation, we're literally touching every lifestyle, and we're speaking to the leaders in that space to understand what they're doing, the challenges they're solving, and what is their future like so we can know how we can get involved. So we are inviting you October, hold up your phones, I want you to save the date, October the 7th through 9th. And it doesn't matter if you're here in the South, Landmark, if you're in the North, Abuja, and Enugu as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to seeing you in October. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I please just ask you to stay back for photo ops, please? Can I have the photographers? Don't worry, I'll meet you outside at the red carpet for my own photo op. So I think there's so many things that she has mentioned. Let's give her another round of applause. Employment, outside of the vacancies that are available for you to also, an open invitation for you to attend the summit. I just also want to mention, as she takes a seat, I think she's quite credible. So if you guys miss your opportunity to submit your CVs or to try, and get into that space, now for you. That's what you guys say in Nigeria. So thank you so much. I just really want to mention, as she sits down, that Dr. Jamila is and has successfully navigated the company to sustainable growth and profitability. Her background in engineering and a PhD in credit management, coupled with over 30 years of experience in business, technology, and leadership, positions her as a highly sought-after executive in the global fintech arena. Who wouldn't want to work with someone like that? Iron sharpens iron. My concern is like somebody needs to cue you to clap. But yesterday, I think I said something. I said, from now on, we aren't clapping. What are we doing? What does that mean? Speak louder. So it's a Gen Z community. I learned it as well. Apparently, back then, when I was growing up, if someone said anything that made sense, you'd probably snap to it. So now, they don't snap to it, they clock it. So I was trying to understand what this and a clock, how it works together, because a clock doesn't move like this, but I'm still trying to understand the dynamic. So it is, can we do it together? Let's clock it. A big round of applause for yourselves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I hope I've kept you entertained. I'm not a comedian, but I think I'm funny. I think I am. I don't know. It's either me or there's a problem with your funny bone, but I think I'm funny. I think I want to yab her a little bit. I think I did a bit of a better job than Ms. Dr. Jamila. I think I did. But anyway, I really hope that the first portion of the event has kept you informed, not just entertained, informed, and of course that pivot in the mindset has also begun to take place, and your mind is also in one way or the other being transformed. I don't want to go to scripture, but that renewal and transformation of the mind is one of the reasons why we put together events like this. So with that being said, we're not going to close, but we're going to take a very short recess, because I know that when we come to meetings like this, we know that there is food. So the food that you bought at your house, you leave it because you want to eat somebody else's food. It's normal. They say there's a love language, and the love language of a black person is their stomach. So to prove that we love you, there are a few refreshments and drinks and a bit of coffee and tea for you outside. So we're going to take a small recess, about 30 minutes to be at most. And then from there, we will come back and we will reconvene. So I would like to welcome you at this point to not just only feed yourselves, but feed your mind as well. There are some exhibition booths and a few showcases that are taking place. So let's take a 30-minute recess. Let's refresh. Let's have some water. Let's use the restroom. Let's engage our SMEs and the exhibition booths, and then we will be back here in 30 minutes max. Thank you very much. Once you scan the barcode, modern day technology automatically means that something will pop up, you click that, and you go into the program. I'm saying this because there's going to be a bit of movement from this session, and I want you to be able to know where you need to go and you know what is taking place per time. So if your neighbor does not have a tag, kindly share your tag with them and allow them to scan. If the media department can also help me, we can project the QR code on the screen to make it easier for us. If you are still outside, I know that you are hungry, but I want to please request your attention such that you can hear what is taking place and you don't miss any announcements. I just want to give you a few minutes to do that, please. Let's be proactive and let's work together. There we go. It is right on the screen. So if your neighbor isn't that friendly, please just position your phone towards the screen and scan the QR code such that what is on my program will now be on your phone. I was having a conversation with some of our attendees, and they made mention of the fact that they are just coming in now and they were at work. So in case you are just joining us, I would like to welcome you to day 2 of the AccounTech Summit 2025 International. Have we scanned the barcode? Have we scanned the barcode? You're allowed to talk back to me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a few announcements to make regarding our seating arrangements. This next session is a co-creation session. So we are breaking down the groups into smaller parties such that we can dialogue, engage, have conversation, and be comfortable with the knowledge that is being shared per time. We have got 3 groups, and I'm going to give you a bit of information and detail as to what Group A, Group B, and Group C entail. And as you hear the information, you are at liberty to decide where you want to be and where you want your mind to be renewed and sharpened. Over to the far left is where Group A will be. And the topic of discussion in Group A is AI-powered productivity, tools and tactics for professionals. Now, taking this session will be Miss Arimide Balogun. She is the Senior Finance Counselor of Microsoft, and Mr. Ibrahim Adepoju, the CEO of Times. I'll repeat that again before I go to B. On my far left side, this theme, and if you know that you are an AI personnel or that is a field that you would want to venture into, you would join me on the far left, which is Group A. Group A, we are discussing AI-powered productivity, tools and tactics for professionals. Taking this session is Ms. Aramide Balogun. She is the Senior Finance Counselor of Microsoft, and Mr. Ibrahim Adepoju, the CEO of Times. In the middle over here, we have got Group B. Group B is the C-suite mindset. What got you here won't get you there. Taking this session is Dr. Deborah David, who is the CFO of Power Gas Ebedi Ltd, and Ms. Oluwatobi Benson, who is the Vice President of Zest Payment Limited. Again, I will repeat that in case you missed it. Can we be in one accord such that we don't miss critical information? In the middle is a Group B. The discussion and the topic for this is the suit mindset. What got you here won't get you there. Taking this session is Dr. Deborah David. She is the CFO of Power Gas Ebedi Limited, and Ms. Oluwatobi Benson, who is the Vice President of Zest Payment Limited. I would also request at this time that if you are still eating, where the tables are outside, that you would make that place vacant, because that is where Group C will be convening. Group C is Global Standards Counseling. How to attract, serve, and retain high-value clients. Taking that session will be our convener, Ms. Toyin Olufun, the CEO of Lefton Consulting and the convener of the AccounTech Summit International. And of course, Ms. Elizabeth Ochebi, the partner of Audit and Assurance. And of course, Forvis Mazars. So if you have heard these, kindly take your seats where you would like to be edified. Group A, AI-powered productivity, tools and tactics for professionals. Group B, the C-suite mindset. This is what got you here will definitely not get you there. And then Group C is Global Standard Consulting. How to attract, how to serve, and how to retain high-value clients. Yes. So again, like I said, Group A is on my far left. Group B is in the middle, and Group C is outside. So the nice little black tables that you guys were having your snacks at is where Group C convenes. I will give us 5 minutes tops to get to the stations that we need to be at such that we can convene. This is a co-creation session. Group A, far left, Group B in the middle, and a Group C outside. I'll repeat this. Group A is AI-powered productivity, tools and tactics for professionals. We've got Group B, the C-suit mindset. What got you here will not get you there. And then Group C, global standards consulting. How to attract, how to serve, and how to retain high-value clients. Please, let's make our way there. I'd also ask, as you take your place in the different stations, don't leave your bag. Take everything that concerns you to your stations, please. These sessions will be 45 minutes, and after 45 minutes, we will reconvene here at the main stage. Again, Group A, AI-powered productivity, tools and tactics for professionals. Group B, the C-suit mindset. What got you here will not get you there. And then Group C, global standards consulting. How to attract, serve, and retain high-value clients. At this time, I would also like to invite our heads for each station to make their way there. So at Group A, we've got Ms. Aramide Balogun. She is the Senior Finance Controller at Microsoft. And Mr. Ibrahim Adepoju, the CEO of Times. In Group B, we've got the C-suit mindset. That session will be taken by Dr. Deborah David, who is the CFO of Power Gas Ebide Limited, and Ms. Oluwatobi Benson, who is the Vice President of Zest Payment Limited. And then outside in Group C, we have Ms. Toyin Olufun, who is the CEO of Lefton Consulting and the convener of the AccounTech Summit International, followed by Ms. Elizabeth Ochebi, who is the partner of Audit and Assurance, and of course, Forvis Mazars. These sessions will run concurrently for 45 minutes, and after 45 minutes, we will reconvene and continue with the program at the main stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the co-creation session for AccounTech Summit 2025 International. Group A, AI-powered productivity, tools and tactics for professionals. Group B, the C-suit mindset. What got you here will not get you there. Group C, global standards consulting. How to attract, how to serve, and how to retain high-value clients.
Check. Test, test, test.
Come on.
Test. Test. Test, test.
Already use AI group. If you're already familiar with AI or you already use AI in any way, can I just see your hands up? Be proud. Don't mind all those people that say that you are lazy. Me, I use AI for almost everything. Please join me in raising your hand up. Right. So, the fact is that artificial intelligence is here to stay. And there's nothing we all can do about it. So the earlier we embrace it, the better for us. You know, as we were preparing for this session, I was telling Ibrahim that black people like us, you and I, we need to embrace this tool and use it more. Why? To eliminate bias. Right? To eliminate bias, we need to interact more so that the AI, the tools can get data from us and start to reason the way that we think. So, for me, when I started my career at KPMG about, Aramide Balogun. I started my career about 17 years ago at KPMG. And I remember that back in those days, we would be in the office till late at night. In fact, I remember a time where I had to deliver a financial statement, and so I had to sleep over in the office, right? Because everything had to be done manually. Everything had to be done manually. In fact, should I say that up till now, there are some formulas in Excel that I have to go to YouTube to remember how to use the formula before I put it in my workbook or before I put it in my worksheet. So think about reconciliations, for example. You had to do it manually. It was horrible. I won't even lie to you guys. It was horrible. Or another example, maybe they give you a task. I remember we used to prepare management letter. You know, you come across a management letter point on your client site. You can't hear. Accounting. You know how people will just pull you into something that's not your business. Finance knows all the answers. They believe that we have all the answers. And I got so angry. I typed that email in anger. Then I remembered, I have AI.
had an email that said, oh, okay. When someone reads this email, they say, yes, it's coming from a leader at Microsoft. But it was really AI, right? Or you have financial reports. I review financials. Like I said, my role covers multiple countries in Africa. So auditors are always like dragging me. Their legs are permanently on my neck. We need you to come back to us with your review points on these financials. My team members are always reaching out to me to review one thing or the other. I just put it in Copilot. First stage of my review. Compare last year with this year. And then tell me what has changed. And the AI, okay. And the AI, and the thing just brings out 2023, 2024 differences. Then I start from there. You know, I start from there. And I'm able to now deliver my job faster. So Ibrahim, how do you use AI? Before I take over this session.
All right, that's fine. So, I use AI a lot. You know, aside from using AI, I'm building AI. But the first thing I want to know is that, has anyone here ever been angry with AI before? Don't lie. Have you ever been angry that you were like, this thing just get away from here? Please, can you raise up your hand? I want software. But you know, everything luckily is moving with the age of ChatGPT. So, the first version of our software was very flop. Even though we have accountants, we have a lot of accountants on the team. My partner, she's an accountant. But there's a difference between what is in the book and there's a difference between the logic. Do you know the father of double entry accounting is a mathematician, not an accountant? So now, if we want to go back to the ancient time and I want to connect all of the dots, connect all of the stories together, I can't start reading a lot of textbooks. So I have to make ChatGPT my friend. So I will come to the room with the other accountant and I will say that I think we should do fixed asset like this. I know you guys know the debit and credit, but I want to convert it to an algorithm. I use ChatGPT. What is happening now is like knowledge is becoming very accessible. That is one thing. Things that you will feel like, oh, so sometimes when I'm in a meeting with a team member and you're telling me some things, you know, you have to find it very difficult to tell people something is impossible again. I'm telling you, like if you're telling someone confidently that I think this thing will take 6 weeks, if you're speaking to someone that has the exposure and know how to use different AI tools, believe me, they will just be looking at you. And this is applicable to even interviews. You're going for an interview, it's not like you're telling them you'll be using AI. But I'm willing to hire someone that will get things done for me in 1 hour, go to the market very fast, make more money, than someone that wants to show that they are a guru that is going to take 3 months. It won't work. So these are some of the things that we have been using AI to do from the area of business, managing team, and delivering results. And that is my own side of the story. Thank you.
It's so amazing. And I think that it's something that, like we said, we should definitely embrace. I really like what you said about when you are looking for someone to hire. You're not looking for the person who can cram the IFRS. You're not looking for somebody who can recite IFRS 15 and 16. You are looking for someone that give me the result on time. You know, decision making, we're always making decisions as business leaders. You're looking for someone that can quickly get that result. And to be honest, me as a leader, I actually don't care if that result came from AI. Let me be honest with you. Like, I don't care where you got the result from. As long as it is accurate, and as long as it is timely, and available for me when I need to make decisions. That's what I care about. So, if you're not using AI,
Someone is getting up his hand.
you can't hear.
Okay.
No, no. I should be louder. That means we'll shout.
Yeah.
Okay, so you haven't heard anything. I'm so sorry about that. This mic is not for this room because there are 2 sessions. So basically, I was saying that as a business leader, I don't care, you know, I took that from the comments that Mr. Ibrahim made when he said, when he's interviewing someone and he's looking for someone who is looking for someone to take responsibilities in his company. He's not looking for the smartest person. He's looking for the person who can deliver the results in the shortest amount of time. And I was saying that I'm not looking for someone that can cram IFRS 15, right? I'm not looking for someone that can cram IFRS 16 or all the IFRSs. I can't even recite them, and I've come this far in my career. But today, technology has made it easier. Why do you want to cram IFRS 15? Like, what is important is when I or your boss needs the results, you can provide it timely, accurately, and is available for them to make decisions. And that's what one of the gains of AI. You are able to improve your productivity real time, improve your productivity, get the results out, and help your bosses or your organization make the right decision. I think it's also important to mention that AI is not always correct. Yeah. And if you've seen any AI tool, there will always be a disclaimer. Thank you. There will always be a disclaimer. Please check for accuracy. Because at the end of the day, it's all garbage in, garbage out. If you put the wrong prompt and it gives you the wrong response, your output will be wrong. If you put in the wrong prompt, your output will be wrong. Like, there's no magic about it. You know, how does that work in terms of accounting as well? Like the automation and teams and some of the products that you guys have made.
My first comment was about I was using a scenario where AI agent is scattering the code. So let me ask you one thing. Is anyone here familiar with prompt engineering? Has anyone here heard of prompt engineering before? Prompt engineering.
Prompt engineering.
Yeah. Do we have anyone that can confidently tell us what prompt engineering is all about? Anyone? Don't be shy. You might use a term that I've not heard about, you know. Okay, thanks so much. Yeah. All right, thanks so much for that. Do you guys know why we're giving AI instruction? Can anybody explain why we're giving AI instruction? You see, one thing is that we human, we are still the custodian of AI. Meaning that if you are, sometimes there will be some software that they will say that, because you can become a software engineer in 1 minute, just start using this software. And it's always fine, I will tell you that you can start building, and at the end of the day, you still bring everything to an engineer, and guy, this thing has scattered my code. Same thing in accounting. You can say that, I don't have any knowledge of accounting. Even our AI agents will always tell small business that still ensure an accountant check what is happening. So don't just feel like, thank God I have this thing. Can I fire my accountant, So that is where the vertical domain comes in. For each domain that you are, you have to be the best in that domain, meaning that you understand the core of accounting and you can easily eval. There's something called AI eval. So whenever you're using any AI tool out there, there's some people at the back end, checking all of the input. They are also seeing whenever the AI is giving you the wrong output, and they're now using it to retrain the AI. But the person that don't even know about accounting, can they be the one evaluating the AI? So that is where, if you have the domain knowledge, then don't let the guy that does not even have the domain knowledge be the one telling you that this is how AI is meant to work. You should be the one.
Saying that we're still going to have our jobs as accountants.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank God, though. It's good to hear it from an engineer that we are still relevant. We just need to deepen our expertise so that we can continue to be relevant, right?
So I think the only thing that we change now is that the knowledge barrier will be very high. Initially, maybe when they were saying first class has to be from 80, you can now start talking of 95 or 98. So you have to upskill yourself,
Okay. I think we can start the session. We're going to... We can start the co-creation session. I know we don't have our laptops here, but what we'll try to do is we want you guys to come up with like problems that you think AI can solve, or problems that you are already solving with AI today, right? And at the end of the day, we are going to talk about it, because what I found is sometimes you are having like one challenge and you feel like it's just me, like it's only me having this problem. But when you sit in a group like this, where there are several people with different expertise on the subject area, you are able to find out that not only are you not the only one, but that your problem might have even already been solved by someone. So, are we all accountants here? No. Are we all accountants here?
She's asking accountants. Raise up your hand. Accountants. Accountants. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
Okay. I'm proud to be an accountant.
So we have a lot of things to share.
Accounting students,
accountants.
accountants.
Sure we're sharing it to the right audience.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
So, what problems do you think, whether as an accountant or an accounting student, what problems do you think we can use AI to solve as accountants? It can also be a productivity issue. So, just take maybe 1 or 2 minutes to think about it.
And what you think AI cannot solve?
And what you think AI, very good.
Yeah, be free. Yeah.
Very good. So let's just interact.
Yeah.
I want to see you guys interacting.
Do you think that AI can file your taxes in Nigeria?
It can be.
Do you think AI can file your tax in Nigeria? Eh? Do you think AI can go to your tax pro max, file your taxes for you? If you think it is possible, can you raise up your hand? AI will go to tax pro max and file your taxes for you. Okay, why do you think it's not possible? Tell us why it's not possible. Okay, so the question is that, do you think that AI can go to Tax Pro Max and file your business taxes for you? Do you think it's possible? So if you think, it's not about whether you've seen it or you've not seen it. It's about your creative thinking. It might be possible, it might not be possible. But can you give us a reason why it's not going to be possible? So I think we need two people. The person against and the person supporting the motion. So if you are supporting the motion that AI will go to FRS Tax Pro Max and file your taxes for you, please raise up your hand. Okay, if you are against, please raise up your hand. Okay, against and support, please, let's see you. Please come outside if you are against. Are you against? No, come out, come out. I'm also against. I'm against. I'm against it. Okay. All right. You are for. Okay. What's your point? File your tax pro max. Okay, yeah, louder. In a layman term. Okay. Can you tell us the name? Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, we get to know it later. Thanks so much for that. All right. Okay, anyone with a question? Okay, yeah. Okay. No, I think it's about the other area. Yeah, thanks so much for your contribution.
I said that's why organizations should should have a data privacy policy that guides the use of data. That's why organizations should have safeguards for their data. So instead of you worrying about whether your data gets out, you can encrypt your data such that when it gets out of that system, nobody can make sense of it, right? You can password your data. You can put confidentiality tags and ensure that the data does not get into the hands of the wrong persons. So in my office, for example, there are several SharePoints that, even though I'm in finance, I cannot access every single SharePoint without permission. There are some SharePoints that I need to do a training for me to access that SharePoint because there have been parameters put into those SharePoints to stop the unauthorized access to that data. But let's hear from the software engineer himself.
It's not working, but it's fine. Okay. Sorry about that. So I thought this is sufficing, but it's fine. So in Nigeria, we have the NDPR. They are also SOC 2, Type 2, ISO 27001. These are policies that organizations are meant to follow, But even though you do not know what is happening in the company that is using your data, you don't know whether the internal control is really there. So now, most of the AI models are available as open source. So meaning that if an organization wants to deploy an AI agent or AI technology, they might choose to go through the route of open source. Meaning that they want their own internal developers to build the solution internally and ensure that they are in control of the data. That has its own cost implication based on the capacity of the company. But every other platforms that are providing AI technology like OpenAI, Cloud, that is Anthropic, Google, Microsoft, they have a configuration where they can allow you to, I don't know, but I know of those that I use very well, where they can check that I don't want you to use my data to train a model or even store the data, meaning that my requests are only in transit. As I'm sending my request, I'm getting my output. And whatever I'm seeing from the front end, there's an end-to-end encryption. But some people can choose to say that, I want you to be able to. Sometimes they will give you a discount if you allow them to use to train. So the first thing you do when you're signing up on a platform is to be very sure that do they have a section where you have the ability to tell them that let my request just go via transit and don't store it anywhere or don't use it to train your data. Because, and also you can build the problem is that you require a very large hardware. The compute is very, very massive. So those are just the things. But if you want control of your data, it's possible. It's just based on the size of your organization. Early organization, I would still prefer to go with a partner, but have an agreement with them. Don't store my data. Let it just go on transit. Okay. There's another question here.
Okay.
I'm a business person. Yeah. so tomorrow you can see me in another area, Yeah. But it's all about adapting and learning. Yeah.
So I can become a software engineer.
You've built an agent before.
Yes, I did.
If you dig deeper, in 2 years, in 3 years, you build. No one will tell you, just like, I think you're already a software engineer.
Okay, that's encouraging. Yeah. I'll think about that. Okay, so any other problem? We talked about filing our taxes. Thank you so much, Mr. Iwelabi, for telling us. As a matter of fact, in Kenya, right, they are already adapting their tax systems so that machine learning can match, right? So what happens is when you go and when you file your taxes, you just go on to tax. It's called iTax. You go to iTax and you see a long list of all the vendors that you have engaged. And all you need to do is to match. All you need to do is to match what you have in your own system with what iTax has on their own system. And they're able to do that because of their e-invoicing platform, right? So for me, I actually see Tax Pro Max getting to that point, maybe in another 2 years.
Oh, why? Okay, let me drop an update now. I want to drop an update and the mic is working. You know? Okay, so there's something they call. So there's something they call computer session in AI. Do you know that ChatGPT can also run as a browser on its own?
Yes.
Have you seen it before? Okay, do you know that ChatGPT Cloud, they have their own browser, meaning that they can perform tasks inside the browser themselves. So if at the moment Tax Pro Max do not have any way, but Tax Pro Max operates
15 minutes.
browser, right? It means you can construct a prompt.
15 minutes.
You know where to go. You know the forms to fill. You can construct a prompt telling the AI to log into your Tax Pro Max account, perform this function. You don't even need to go deeper. The moment it's looking at the code of the page. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so the moment it's on that page, it will know what to do. So we've seen people using accounting software just through computer session with AI. So it's available. You can check it on maybe Anthropic. You just look for it to launch it. You can even schedule it and say that maybe at the end of every month, log into this page on this site, feed this information for me, upload it for me, just put it on drafts, then I can come back and review. It's possible right now. So that's what originated the question, because there are a lot of things that are happening beyond just chat. Yes. So most of the time we think AI is about the chat. Okay. All right, so that's it. Thanks so much, guys. Okay, yeah, the question. Okay, so I will say and start more from the AI part. Yeah. So have you heard of agents? So there are two things. We have agents and we have workflow. So in every organization you have an organogram, right? And you already have a process. Who is the person that must see this thing first? Before this person will see it, before that person will see it. So the first thing you can do is like, I can just talk, there are different tools like Zapier or Make. Most of the time, you can use it just for your internal organization. Meaning I can design a workflow and say that whenever this person sends a document, capture the attachments in that document, extract every information inside it. If this is this, if the information is all about this, send this to this other person email. Once the person reply, send it to this email. If you're on LinkedIn, you see a lot of guys that are designing all of those flow for different operations from marketing, finance. So it's a very important skill to know how to design the workflow. And the origin of that is knowing the operation yourself. So if I'm in an organization and they have a very clunky process, the first thing I need is to have a tool that I can use to design the flow. It's like a chart. Who is the first person that is taking the process? The work the generative AI is doing is analyzing the information and understanding the intent. Because I know the intent. Sometimes the person might reject it and leave a comment. What do we do next whenever we see that kind of comment? Generative AI can know that kind of thing. Because it's not about programming again. It's about intelligence. So I can design a workflow with over 100 rectangles. But at the end of the day, everything will be running within seconds. I can even let some activity pick up after 3 days. I can let some pick up only at the end of the month. So if you use Zapier.com, Make.com, any other tool out there where you can plug in your generative AI, maybe ChatGPT API, put some instruction and design the flow. I think one of these days we'll find a way to do something like that on social media. I've always been seeing it for marketing people. I've not seen it for accounting yet, you know. But behind the scene on our software, Adam, that's what we're doing. So we have like 6 sub-agents. There's an agent for revenue. There's an agent for expenses. So it's not like when you send message to Adam, he's going to reply immediately. He's going to look for which agent is the best one to attend to this. So if the agent of revenue know that, okay, this is the sales record, there's another agent that is accounting agent that will check whether he's following this accounting standard, whether I should go through prepayment. If that one did not say anything, then it will return a response to you. So most of the time, based on so we also have something we call training. So training can let me go to that this is how my organization operates. Whenever you see this, do this first, do that first, send an email first. If the person reply, all of those things. So once you understand workflows and you understand agents, and you know the platform you can use to connect all your agents together via a workflow, you can build a system. You can go to YouTube and learn more. You know, there's no workshop here, but it's interactive. So but if you check YouTube, just know the time to check. I want to build an agentic workflow using Zapier. How to build this using Make.com. And you get to learn more.
I think the world of AI is evolving, right? And nobody can truly say, I'm an expert. Because think about these AI agents. Let me show you something that I saw recently. I saw, someone showed an organogram. And in that organogram, they had CFO, finance controller, receivable agents, payable agents. Those are people who, someone is receivable manager today. But you can, with the use of automation, machine learning, artificial intelligence, you can program an agent to do what someone, or maybe you had 5 people doing receivables. Now the agent is the one doing the reconciliation. Actually, at Microsoft, we have Recon Intelligence, where transactions that are all system-generated transactions are no longer reconciled by human beings. The AI reconciles it because it's system-generated transactions. There's no manual input. And that saves time. And that can be the case for audits as well, where you have an agent that is fixed assets audit agent. He goes to check anomalies. And when he sees anomalies in the set of data, maybe typically the organization only has, on an annual basis, their fixed assets to revenue ratio is 20%. And all of a sudden, it comes this year, and he's seeing 80%. Then it triggers something. And that's where the auditor comes in. Instead of the auditor going to vouch every single thing. So AI is really interesting. It's evolving. And I even feel like you guys should slow down. The pace is crazy.
So there's a controversy out there whereby, as a product owner, sometimes we have to reconstruct how we address the AI. So we either call them an assistant or we call them an agent. There's always that temptation to call the AI an accountant. You know, sometimes when you've seen what the AI is doing, you say that this is an AI accountant. But at times, you feel like, let's just call it an AI assistant, because an accountant don't want to see an AI that you're calling an AI accountant. It's going to be like, you have to tell me how you are better than myself. But if I call you an assistant, it's okay. Now, regarding tools, honestly, there's no one size. All right. That is.
Four minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Different tools can connect with one another. If you try to use a tool that can do everything, believe me, you will get confused. So as human, we need the freedom. The freedom means someone is selling this solution to me. I know it's working. How can I connect all of them? Once you're good with that, you'll be able to build different things. And many organizations have different workflow. The way they are doing things in your company is not the way they are doing things in another person's company. So once you know how to construct workflow, you'll be able to customize solution for your own organization, and that will help. So I think that answers the question of tools also. So as I said, because this is not a workshop, you can go online. Your spreadsheet, Google Sheets is a tool that you can easily plug in. Microsoft, MS Excel, the Zapier that I'm talking about, there's also N8N or N2N. There's also N8N. You know, your ChatGPT is also there. Just go to like platform.openai.com. There you can get access to API. So API is like a key that you can put in order to. So you don't want to use ChatGPT from the chat endpoint. You want to go to another platform and put your key there and let it be working programmatically. So I believe anybody can build an AI agent. We from the other side are just giving you like the ingredients that you can add to the source of what you are doing. So everybody must learn how to build an agent. Build an agent that can search something on Google, bring the information, process it, and do the work. I hope we have the ability to do a session on how to build agents.
What skills? Because I'm also
Ladies and gentlemen, time is up. Let's get our final remarks and let's make our way back to the main stage. Thank you.
Just the lower the
One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry, I know that you guys are really lost in your conversation. As we're rounding up, each group needs to nominate one person that will come on stage and give us a report of Again, I'll repeat that each group, from Group A, Group B, and Group C, kindly nominate one individual that will speak for your group. Let's know what you created and a report on I think I said yes. What's the best thing that I can do to constantly have attention? And this is it. So if you don't give me attention, I just feel like, you know, I wore red for you today. They tell me red grabs attention, and I thought if I wear it, I even used a red lip because I wanted undivided attention. Do I have it? Oh yeah, clap for me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The previous session was tagged the co-creation session. And in hindsight, this was just an opportunity for us to co-create, to share ideas, and to come up with solutions based on the themes that each of the groups had. I want to highlight it again, that Group A was the AI-powered productivity, tools and tactics for professionals. This session was chaired by Ms. Aramide Balogun. She is the Senior Finance Counselor, or Controller, my apologies, for Microsoft. And Mr. Ibrahim Adepoju, who is the CEO of Times. And then we had Group B, who was discussing and dialoguing on a subject titled the C-suite mindset. What got you here will not get you there. Chairing this session was Dr. Deborah David. She's the CFO of Power Gas and Ebedi Ltd. And of course, Miss Oluwatobi Benson, who is the Vice President of Zest Payment Limited. Outside was Group C, and the theme or the discussion was Global Standard Consulting, how to attract, how to serve, and how to retain high-value clients. Chairing this session was Ms. Toyin Olufun, who is the CEO of Lefort Consulting and the convener of the AccounTech Summit International, along with Ms. Elizabeth Ochebi, who is the partner of Audit and Assurance and Forvis Mazars. You say potato, I say potato, right? Now, with that being said, I made an announcement earlier on, and I said we kindly ask that you indulge us by selecting one representative from each of the groups to come in and give a report. I'm told that this is a bit of a challenge. I think there will be a prize for the best presenter. Let me judge your presenting skills, as I've been here for 2 days. Let me know that I'm doing what makes sense, right? So now what we're going to do is, I think Group C is still trying to come in. So let Group 1, which is Group A, which is the AI-powered productivity. Can the representative for AI-powered productivity make their way to the main stage? While they are getting themselves ready, let's clap for them as they come to the front. Oh, it's you. Okay. While he is coming to the front, I also would like to make, he's already here. Are you for Group A? Which group is he? Okay, I see 2 for Group A. I think it was 2. But very quickly, before he comes onto the stage, I think yesterday I made an announcement about a raffle giveaway. Have you guys all been given your numbers for the raffle? If you have a number, raise your hand. Let me see. Raise your hand higher. So everybody whose hand is not raised has not been given a number? They've not been given a number. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, because I don't want you to leave your seats, if you can just keep your hand up. Can I ask the ushers or the hostesses, take account of the hands that are lifted. My hand is lifted too. And let's give each of them numbers. We have a number of giveaways today. Air fryers, we've got MiFis, we've got iPad tablets, we've got merchandise from AccountTech. We've got merchandise from MTN. So please, let's have their hands lifted. You can lift your hand in silence. It does not necessitate that we make sure that the hostesses give you a number. And if your number is called and you get the air fryer, we'll be coming to your place for you to test it. Ladies and gentlemen, Let's give a round of applause to the representative for Group A, AI-powered productivity, tools and tactics for professionals.
Thank you very much. One of our finest MCs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very important to state before I begin my presentation that I was hired to report this event, and this opportunity comes to present, and then I'm grabbing it. I think you should put your hands together for me. All right. Our session was on AI-powered productivity tools for professionals, and this session was chaired by Mr. Ibrahim Adepoju, the CEO of Times, and Mrs. Aramide Balogun, Senior Finance Officer at Microsoft. Our session was divided into 4 different axes. The first was for them to share their journey on how they became or how they arrived at where they are today. And then they share the component and the functions of AI and how it has transformed our landscape in every facet of our economy. We also ask questions about how do we effectively use AI for productivity. And finally, we spoke about the need to acquire the skills that are needed to be relevant, even in spite of the fact that AI has come to stay. One of the very fundamental things that we agreed on in the first leg of our conversation was that AI has come to stay. And by extension, there's nothing we can do about it. Now, if we cannot do anything about the proliferation of AI in our system, how do we now stay extremely relevant? The first thing that we agreed, or that Mr. Ibrahim and Mrs. Aramide spoke about, is the importance of working effectively with AI. And it stems from having the domain knowledge of all our professions. If you're an accountant, an auditor, any profession that you are, it's important that you're knowledgeable about it before you even instruct the AI to work for you. Mr. Ibrahim specifically mentioned that it's important that you have the control of your work. That if you are prompting an AI tool, you speak to it as if you are speaking to a 3-year-old person. And that is the reason why, that is how you effectively get the best results from your conversation. We also agree that knowledge is becoming extremely accessible. So the information of the fact that excuse that we don't know anything is fast eroding because we have a lot of tools that we can actually use to get knowledge. Mr. Ibrahim and Mrs. Aramide, made us realize that it's also important that we maintain originality. Mr. Ibrahim, while making examples, make us know that he always ensures that his tones and voices remain, even when he's prompting the AI to do the job for him. A question was raised about...
Unfortunately, your time is up. Can I please invite the representative for Group B? Let's give him or her a round of applause as he comes to the front. Everybody has 5 minutes each, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my name is Osetayo Deborah Ifelua, and I'm the representative for Group B. And from our group, we spoke on the CFO mindset. What brought you here cannot take you there. And we have wonderful speakers who did justice to their part, and that's Dr. Deborah and Dr. Toby Benson. So, sorry. We spoke on the CFO mindset, and one of the things to note as a professional is our mindset. I hope each and every one of us know that one of the things to note as a professional is our mindset. And we spoke on the several types of mindset that we might have. We have the mindsets of solution. Yes, the mindsets of solution, the ability to be a problem solver in an organization. You don't have to be the problem cause or the problem causer in an organization. You have to know to be the problem solver in an organization. And for a mindset of solution, individuals are to understand language, understand the technical skills, and serve your audience, that is the community, effectively. Also, we have the ownership mindset. And in our career, it is important to take responsibility and having an enterprise-minded life. Confidentiality also. Confidentiality of intention and confidentiality of mindfulness. Being careful of documents and taking ownership of what it is of what's given to us. You don't have to, when you are in possessions of essential documents or confidential documents, you don't have to just place them anywhere. You have to be confidential with these things. Also, our thinking ability is very, very important. In order to take a good thinking ability, individuals or young professionals should read books. How much do you read books? Books are to enlarge or to help us understand things more. So we have to read books. Give yourselves out to exposure. Give yourself out to exposure. And our second speaker, that's Ms. Toby Benson. She spoke on the important skills needed in our career. We have the technical skills, we have the self-developmental skills, and we have the leadership skills. Also, commercial and communication skills. The ability on how an individual understands the matter and can interpret them. How well can you interpret information to people? Yeah, we know some people are not really involved about, okay, maybe the number. They just want to know, are we making loss or are we making profit? How well can you interpret information to people? How well can you relate with people? What's your relationship management? What kind of relationship do you have with people? Do people tag you to be the person that, oh, maybe is always having this, let's not say, but then what relationship do you have with people? And how do people look up to you in your corporation? In conclusion, we spoke on how to develop a growth plan, understand where you are, the skills you currently have, and yes, the skills that you need to have so as to get to where you need to get to. And also developing SMART goals. And yeah, we gave an abbreviation to SMART. That's making specific goals, measurable goals, achievable goals, realistic goals, and time-bound. And yeah, in conclusion, one thing that I will be taking home with me from my class is that feedback is a gift. Yeah, we know most people might do some things that you are not really comfortable with, but yeah, you should be able to give feedbacks to people, not in an abstract way, not in a rude way, but in a well-professional way. So feedbacks are gifts to people. Thank you.
Please, before I call the next speaker, you know, we said something earlier on about better Africa will come from better Africans. Can we please applaud her for keeping to time? You know, there's this saying internationally, when a person is late, what do we blame when we're late? What do we blame? She has just killed that, meaning it is possible to actually keep to time. Let's give another round of applause. Now, can we please make a welcome for Group C? Yes. Ha. They are gaining points already. They came with their charts.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olayemi Olamide.
So sorry.
Hi, my name is
sorry.
Blessing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we respect and listen to them? Let's allow them to make their presentation in one accord. Let's lower our volume, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olayemi Olamide.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Blessing Karim.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amaka Ihoma.
So, yeah, everyone, we're talking about how to attract, serve, and retain high-value clients, which Mrs. Oluwatoyin and Elizabeth talk a lot of things about it. Firstly, what comes to your mind when you hear the word high-value clients? Moreover, you hear the word like high-value clients, someone that is very reputable person or that pays high amounts of money. But no, this is what we have here. We have reputable, a high client.
Serve them well, serve them well, and they are sure that this person is with us. And also, please make sure you have the tools and the right technologies to make sure you work well, because that also would help you, they would also know, yes, this person is for us. And also, please have your quality, and also, please have your quality management. You're sure that you won't reduce your standard, and make sure that you stick to your standard, and make sure that you stick to your standard. Create a standard, stick to it, and always buy by those standards. Thank you very much. Stick to it and always buy by those standards. Thank you very much.
So to round it up, what I want to say is, if you don't value yourself, your clients will not be able to value you. So ensure that you value yourself, you value your own business. And also, do not love the client's business more than you love yourself. So there are some people that they don't really value their business, and they want you to value their business for them, and it is not possible to do that. So always make sure that you love your clients and you understand your clients, and their goals and their abilities are aligned with your own goals. Thank you very much.
Can we give them another round of applause? So there is an exercise that I want us to do. I don't want you guys to go too far. Can we please have the representatives for Group A, B, and C come to the stage, please? Let's give them a round of applause as they come. Group A, B, and C. Let's bring them to the front, please. Don't stand behind me. Don't be shy. Stand where they can see you. You can move a bit down. So Group C was a bit biased because I don't know how they did a 3-in-1. We asked for one and they exercised that principle in the Bible that says multiply. And that's what they did. So the reason why I'm calling them here is, remember, we also want to test just how much knowledge we are taking in. So in terms of your votes, and you will vote by your applause and your cheering, I want to know which of the three gave us the most credible feedback, which of the three were most informative, and which of the three actually were good teachers. Yes, we need to do that. So with a round of applause, please, right? Please, guys, move down so they can see you. Are we ready? Where are we? Where are we? That's how you know people are not paying attention in class. I think I said it before we went on a recess. Where are we? It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause and of course, and your voice being the votes, let's hear it for Group A. Thank you very much. Let's gather ourselves so we don't get confused with your shouting. With a vote of either clapping or screams, let's hear it for Group B. Last but not least, with your applause and your shouts, let's hear it for the 3-in-1 Group C. It's a no-brainer. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the most informative, influential, and thought-provoking presentation goes to Group B. Now, you guys chose the person, and unfortunately, we can't reward everyone in the group, but we do have a gift for your representative. So I would please like you to meet Mrs. Fisayo and collect your gift. Thank you very much. Are we good? Let's give them a round of applause. Now, these sessions and this kind of knowledge and information would not have been able to be passed down if the conveners and the teachers for the sessions were not present. So as I welcome them to the floor, please let's give them a round of applause as they come up. Ms. Aramide Balogun, the Senior Finance Controller for Microsoft for Group A, and Mr. Ibrahim Adepoju, the CEO of Times. Can I also welcome from Group B, Dr. Deborah David, the CFO of Power Gas and Ebedi Limited, and with her, Ms. Oluwatobi Benson, who is the Vice President of the Make a warm welcome to Ms. Toyin Olufun, the CEO of Lefton Consulting, and of course the convener of the AccounTech Summit International. And of course with her, Ms. Elizabeth Ochebi, the We normally tell people to say cheese, but I feel like they are a little up there to tell them to say cheese. Can we say cheese on their behalf? Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, more pictures, okay, a few more. Let's take together, 1, 2, 3. Let's appreciate them as they take their seats. We can clap a bit better. I hope we're still excited to be a part of the summit this year. Are we still excited to be a part of the summit this year? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I know we are a bit behind schedule, and we've got some dignitaries that are in the room that would have to run to other engagements. So without wasting time, now to move on to the next part of the program, we have got a stakeholder session, which is what we also call an open dialogue. Now, an open dialogue, if you understand it, is an opportunity to discuss openly. There would be someone that would chair this conversation, but it is an open discussion. So if he wants to engage the audience and the audience wants to engage him, this is a good time for you to exercise that boldness, for you to speak to the man of the hour. Now, the dialogue is tagged Bridging Policy and Practice, Making Nigeria's Tax Reform Work. With a round of applause, can you please help me welcome Dr. Niyi Akinyemi to the stage.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you, Mrs. Olufan, for the invite. Okay. We'll be doing this together, so please let the slide go up. And yes, please, let the slide go up. And I'll do a few. My name is Niyi Akinyemi, and I'll be the one anchoring this program to anchor. I'll just do a few minutes of introduction, and then, yeah, thank you. I'll do a few minutes of introduction, and we'll do this together. All of us will do this together. So I'm Niyi Akinyemi, and I'm a fellow of the Institute. And I have a few years of experience. I'm much more. I'm an auditor. I'm a tax person. And I'm a trainer. And I train with EDC, with LBS EDC, and also with PAU, Pan Atlantic University. And also with a couple of other training institutes in Nigeria, Phillips Consulting, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and a few others. So, okay, thank you. So, I'll be anchoring the session, and I'll be talking on, please, let's go on. I'll be talking on Nigeria Tax Act. I'll just give us a few minutes of overview, basically overview. And then we will discuss our fears, really. Fears, what do you know about it? What do you expect that will happen? And particularly, we'll be talking about the implementation. To make laws in Nigeria is not that difficult. But the major thing is about implementing that law. That will favor us as accountants and maybe as consultants and much more as taxpayer. Because, as consultants, your allegiance is to your client, who is the taxpayer. So how do you make sure that your client will not pay more than what he or she should ordinarily pay? Not that he will pay less. What he or she should ordinarily pay, that is what our duty is. And what tax acts, what NTA, please let's go back. What Nigerian Tax Act, what it said to achieve, please let's go back, the previous slide. What it said to achieve is simplify compliance and also to strengthen growth. Is to simplify what? Compliance and to strengthen growth. And that's, the purpose is not that we are going to pay less than what we are presently paying. Please have that at the back of your mind, unless you have not reviewed the law. Please listen to me. Unless what you have been hearing for the past 1 year, thereabout, has been what you have been told from the news. If you have reviewed the law, you will discover that we have been caged the more. I'm talking to taxpayers now and also to consultants. I'm not talking to, because government will get more money. But we are going to pay more than we have been paying before. Please, let's go on. Okay, so the act is broken down into 4 key areas, 4 key provisions. And the first provision is Nigerian Tax Act. And this deals with multiplicity of taxes. More than 50 different taxes have been consolidated into one. As from January 1st, 2026, we will no longer have CITA, we will no longer have PITA, PITA. We will no longer have VITA. That is Value-Added Tax Act and WHTA. They will no longer be, and several other taxes. What we will now be referring to will now be NTA, that is Nigerian Tax Act 2026. So when we get to 2032, we'll now be saying as amended. As we used to say now that CITA, blah, blah, year as amended. So CITA and PITA will no longer be in existence. So one of the good things is that it will now be Nigerian Revenue Service, that we call now Federal Inland Revenue Service, that will now be the sole collector or collecting agent for federal government. So customs will no longer be collecting money. NIMASA will no longer be collecting money. You can give me their names. They will no longer be collecting taxes on behalf of the government. So when they give you a bill, you will go to Revenue Service to go pay that bill. Now, Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So this tells us of, it establishes uniform tax collection procedures and all. Then we have Nigerian Revenue Service. And the major thing is that this one has replaced FIRS, and we now have Nigerian Revenue Service, which is NRS. So that's what we have now. And then we have Joint Tax Board. We know Joint Tax Board before. Yeah. So which is just the congregation of chairpersons of all the 36 states, Internal Revenue Service, and that of FCT, IRS. So that is what, in a simple way, that is what Nigeria Revenue Act, that is what it has itemized. So please, let's go to the next slide. Now, let's see some of the changes. I mean some, we cannot say all. Some of the changes, that will elicit our debate this afternoon. One of them is VAT. Value-added tax rate remains the same, being 7.5%. But some exemptions have been added to VAT. And who can tell me those exemptions? Because I know that we will have reviewed this maybe one time or the other. Or you have heard it on the news. Can you tell me like two? Two exemptions that have been added to value-added tax. Okay. Which one? Just tell me there. Thank you very much. Yeah, companies with a turnover of 50 million naira. Because I will always say presently, because it has not started operation. Thank you. Because presently, the exemptions we have is a company with less than 25 million. 25 million and less. Now, it has gone to 50 million naira and less. Thank you. And apart from that, what items have been added to value-added tax? What services? What particular services have been added to exempted services? Don't tell me the ones that we have before, that have been around since 1985 or 87. So, who can tell me one or two? Some services have been added. One or two. Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Electricity is now part of them. When you recharge today, you will see VAT. But when you recharge on the 1st, so for some of you that want to recharge, please don't recharge in December. So leave your recharge till January 1st. And then you can have the full complement of your recharge amount. Because now when you recharge, 7.5 is taken out as VAT. But as from January 1st, 2026, all the amount you recharge, you can now use it as your electricity. Who can tell me another one? Who can tell me another one? Because I was in a forum, and somebody was mentioning educational services. I said educational services or tuition fee has been an exempted item from the start of VAT. So those ones are not. Now, sometimes in 2000, when Finance Act came into existence, bread was added. Before 2020 rather, bread was not part of exemption list. But bread was added. And bread is still. But these are the few things that were added to 2016. To the act that will start in 2016. Now, let's go to Company Income Tax Act. Company Income Tax Act now has some elements. Before now, we have 0%, we have 0%, we have 20%, and we have 30%. But starting from January 1st, 2026, we are going to have just dichotomy, 0% and 25%. Any amount If any company makes more than 50 million naira as annual gross turnover, it will now be 25%. So the taxable profit will be assessed on 25%. So that is what this is saying. So what it means, as consultants, there are several things, to advise your client around here, which you cannot say here. Around that, the 25%, the 25% and also the 0%, the 50 million and above 50 million naira. There are so many things you can do. But one of the things that the tax law, itemized is that before you do tax planning, all of us do tax planning at the beginning of the year or before the new year, so you do tax planning. But they say that you have to invite a personnel of the revenue service to be So one of the things that it says is that before you can finalize your tax planning, a staff of the revenue service must be around. There must be an approval of revenue service for your tax planning. Failure in which you are going to be liable to 1 million naira. If there is any tax planning that doesn't have the stamp, as it were, the approval of the revenue service, you are going to pay 1 million naira. And I think that is quite heavy. So these are the changes. So, capital gains tax and personal income tax. So who can tell me personal income tax? What do you think has changed in personal income tax? Please, can you go to the next slide, and the next slide, personal income tax, will be there, and then I'll hand over the microphone to you. Please, can you go? The next slide. Please, can you say it? Thank you. So, personal income tax. Any thoughts around this? Anything you want to see around personal income tax? Any fears? Any fears? It's deeper than this anyway, but the mic will now pass to you. I will give you the mic now to now discuss it.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My take on the personal income tax, it allows low earners it reduces low earners tax. They don't pay like before, and it allows like everyone that earns high to pay more tax.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Please, we have someone here, and then we are going to discuss now. I will speak less from this moment on. So we have someone here, or who wants to talk? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just like you said, it's beyond this. I think a lot of us are looking at this based on those that are working in a formal sector. So, but what's going to happen about personal income tax is that the revenue service or the joint tax board is going to track whatever revenue, like before now, whatever side hustle you do, nobody tracks it. You just report your payee, that's an organization pays you, but your side hustle, you don't pay taxes on it. What you're supposed to do before, you're supposed to pay what we call direct assessment. Oh? So, but now, these 8%, you might say you're earning an annual salary of 800,000, but we all know that we earn more than that. We do side hustles. So, they are going to track. No, I'm just saying it.
And yeah, he's saying the truth, though.
They are going to track. Yeah. They are going to track every penny you earn. So at the end of the day, just prepare your mindset or your mind that you're going to pay more because.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ma, you want? Please collect that from her and give her another.
Doctor, yes. Doctor, I just want to, we're already on the right track. Anyway, like what he said now, you can hear the uproar in the room.
Yeah.
So it's very important that you people understand the objectives of this session. It's an open dialogue, right? We are all professionals. Have you read the new tax law? I'm sure you're conversant with it. Is that correct? Are you seeing gray areas already? Do you have concerns? So that is what this session is about. That you talk about your concerns. See, we've already communicated with the Presidential Committee that are implementing, the tax law, this new Nigerian tax law. And our feedback will help them to achieve effective implementation. The problem we've always had in our dear country is that we have laws, but the implementation is always flawed, right? So as stakeholders, we want to add, in a very tangible manner to the implementation. Who is excited about that? So do we understand the objective of this session now? Fantastic. So you set the ball rolling. So when you talk about they are going to track, I want you to make it more practical. How do you think they are going to track? Do you get what I'm trying to say? So I'm just saying that anytime you're saying something, say the problem. If you don't know the solution, let us know. There's someone else that has the solution. Please raise up your hand and say, I think that this is how this can be solved, so that we have a meaningful output after this session. Does that make sense, guys? Fantastic.
So she asked a question, how do you think they are going to track, so that you tell us?
All right, so all of us have BVN. As long as you have a bank account, they'll track your inflows through using your BVN. So they'll consolidate all your bank account inflows, outflows. That's why you have to document some of your expenses or your inflows. Document what they are for. If possible, when AccounTech, you should document. It's not just transfer. Document what that transaction is for. So, one, through your BVN, the government have access to all accounts.
Okay, thank you very much. And also, you know that there is one of the provisions of the Act is that the banks have been mandated by this Act to report any transaction that is up to 25 million naira in a month to the Revenue Service. Before now, if there is a transaction, a bulk transaction of 5 million naira or more in a personal account, it will be reported to NFIU. That is for AML, CFT, for some of us that are compliance officers here. But for this one, is to monitor. Because at the end of the year, you will now say that, all the money I made in 2026 is just 2.2 million naira. They'll say, okay, that's very, because that is what you declared. They say, that is very good. But please come to our office. Sit down. But this year, in July 2020, in September 2020, in December, say, hey, but those money, it was when grandma died and all my siblings were sending money from abroad. So how did you spend that money? Did you buy any coffee? So, that is how they will track. And thank you very much. So, what concerns do you have apart from that? And I will lead us to one concern very soon. But I want you to mention it. Apart from the rate, the rate is visible. Thank you. And that concern is germane.
All right. My own concern is not even the rate. Okay. At present, before we get to the rate, these values apply to taxable income. There is a relief that is called consolidated relief allowance, we all know, which is 1% of gross income or 200,000, whichever is higher, and then 20% of gross income from CRA. Now, the CRA has been removed. The only relief that is granted based on this act is rent, and which is 20% of your rent, or 500,000, whichever is higher. Now, that means if you are paying rent above 2.5 million, you will be spending more and relieving from your taxable income less. So that's my major concern.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, let's clap for him. And yeah, let's give him a round of applause. That is one of the major headache of HR officers, of CEOs going forward. That is a major, even of yourself, that you collect salary. So, if they are here, ma'am, what they told us was that if you collect 15 million in 2025, you'll be better off. No, in 2026, you'll be better off than the 15 million that you are collecting now. But you have just busted the bubble. Because presently with 15 million, which you can calculate, with 15 million, 20% of that 15 million plus 200,000 will be removed. Let's assume that there is no other statutory deduction. No pension, no NHF, no HMO, no nothing. That is the only one. Calculate how much you are going to have. Now, calculate 15 million next year. Removing only 500,000 from it and put it like this. How much are you going to pay in taxes and how much are you going to go home? You will discover that even from this amount, you are better off this year than this year. I'm not saying 15, even this amount. The only person that is better is this person. And this person, and that person is not here. You can be sure. This person is not here. He's not in this place. You can be sure. And for you, thank you. And for you also, that is what the tax law says. And for you to have that exemption, you must have a valid rent receipt. Hello? So it is not automatic like what we practice now. So thank you very much. So what can we do? And because we have to provide solution also here. Because amendment might not come until next year. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So I think also, as a people, we need to have a mindset shift. As a people, we are not used to paying taxes. Trust me, and everywhere around the world that they pay taxes also, they are not happy doing that. But they pay, can we be truthful? And they see the benefit of paying. So it reduces whatever anger that they have. Now, something has been clear. The Presidential Committee they are constantly saying something, which is we don't want to tax the poor. I am sure you've heard Mr. Taiwo say that. We want to stop taxing the poor because why are you, like, it's as if you are poor. Then it's not a crime for you to be poor. You're not telling the poor again to pay taxes. So it is clear that the goal of this rate is to exempt the poor and the average and the rich class to pay more. So the average and the rich class will be paying more. They'll be augmenting for the poor that they are allowing to breathe. Let the poor breathe. Absolutely. So that's the essence of this law. Now, I don't think I see a change. Truth be told. I'm being real here. I don't think that we can effect any change here. So this is my own solution. My own solution to us as people, as citizens, which is documentation is key. Leverage on AccounTech to help you keep your records accurately. Because if you do, trust me, there are legitimate ways to reduce your tax liability. Who agrees with me? Now, it's because we don't do it. That's why we don't even know. Probably, in fact, if you do it, you may have been paying more taxes in hindsight, assuming you were doing it properly. So that's why we just need to have that mindset shift. Now, for the relief as well, I think I've been trying to understand why they cap the relief the rent relief as 500,000, because the truth is that which rents exist that is 500,000. So I truly do not understand that.
500,000.
Yes, if you are paying in a place that you are paying 500,000, okay, don't let me talk too much. But I just feel that I don't understand what drives that. But I think the only thing I would love that my own recommendation is that they should look into that rent relief. If you say you want to tax me because I am richer, my rent relief should commensurate with my wealth.
That is progressive.
Everything should be progressive. The rates alone cannot be progressive. Can my relief too be progressive? Do you understand my point? And the truth is that it will still not reduce my taxes, but just capture the fact that my rent is not 500,000, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Okay. We have someone there. Okay.
Okay. For me personally, I'm actually okay with the tax rate actually, and with tax reform, because since 1999 they've not actually been really reform and everything. I'm very happy. First of all, it will make more revenue for the government. And my only issue I have is because if you travel to UK, you pay more tax. Go to US, you pay more tax, and you can see that things are working there. Train, most times if you are moving from one state to another, there's subsidy for electricity and some other things. Reason why? Because people are paying tax. My only issue I have is the politician. Can they use this money? And if there's more revenue, instead of complaining that there's no lights, there's no this, there's thereabout, there'll be more revenue to work out things out. The thing, we should hold the politician accountable. That's the thing for me personally. Because if there's more revenue, they'll be able to implement things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give me a round of applause for that. Okay.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I am Abibulai Salam, ACA. I have few contributions, but I think I should start with the discussion that is going on presently, which is the PIT. Firstly, I was fortunate to work with the Presidential Committee as a student assistant, research assistant. So I was there within last year, January to April, and ever since then, we have been with the committee, supporting them in any way, in one means or the other. So quickly now, for the CRA that was relieved, there was a calculator that the fiscal committee issued out, that they published. If you try the previous rates together with the CRA, you still pay more if you are earning about 9 million naira together. If you are using the present rate, you still pay more in the previous rate than in the new rate. So that is among the reasons and the support in which the fiscal committee used as the benchmark for placing 500,000 naira as the maximum as your relief. So because they have tested it that even with the CRA and all of this, you still pay more. Then why the CRA? Because there was a separate deliberation on that, a particular kind of retreat for that also. That's one. Number two is that the committee also worked on the area my brother here pointed out. So the committee did not only work on increasing the rate and all of this. It works on some certain term of references. That's why the committee is still existing today. Among these is the spending of the government spending. So the committee has now narrowed it down to make NROS to collect the whole of the revenue. Instead of individual revenue collecting agencies of about hundreds of them, we're keeping certain percentage of the revenue. So that's how the government is trying to control the spending also. And reform is still going on that also, because I was fortunate to work with the Fiscal Management Committee. And our job there is to control how the government will spend money. That's why there are so many acts also, aside from this one here, that is currently under review. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But may I ask you a question? So,
all right.
How will 9 million naira pay less next year in taxes than what it is paying now? In that calculation.
All right, sir.
Do you want to answer that question?
Okay, sir. Okay. That's actually my boss from the fiscal committee also.
Very good. Please let him So let him answer the question so that we also hear his voice.
All right, sir. But quickly is that, like I said, there is a calculator that was published. I tried this calculator. The committee also hold a separate webinar on that head by Mr. Taiwo. It is available on YouTube. It was practicalized. There was a simulation section of which it was practicalized. So it is not by how big the figure is, it is by how it is being implemented, the effect on our income. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we want him also to let the boss also talk to us. No, he's there. Please, raise up your hand. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
I'm not a boss.
You are not the boss.
Okay, so I just wanted to add to what he said.
Good.
It has been said repeatedly whenever they are talking about personal income tax under the NTA that if you earn below 20 million per annum, using the current rate, you will still pay, you pay higher than the new rate. If you earn below 20 million per annum. And, he said 9 million, but then we really do not mention 9 million, 20 million, and you can test it. We can send you the link now to test it, input all the data for whatever you are earning now and CRA. Once you are earning below 20 million naira, you still pay high with the current rate. And that's because the CRA that we calculate now, if you do 1%, you wouldn't get higher than 200,000 until you exceed 20 million per annum. 1% of 20 million rather, is 200,000. So most cases, people are having 200K as their CRA. But now it has been increased to 500K. That's the idea behind the 500K. Because most people that earn below 20 million per annum still take 200K as CRA. And now we are giving you rent relief or they are giving you rent relief of 500,000. So that's the mathematics behind it. Like there were a lot of simulation, like he said, before it was released. So we don't want to be doing permutation and combination of 7%, 0% to see if you are going to pay high or not. There's a mathematics behind this rate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give me a round of applause. Thank you. But the CRA that we are using now is not 200,000. It is 20% of earned income plus 200,000. So 20% of 20 million is how much? That is 4 million plus 200. That is 4.2 million. But I still want to see that calculator. But much more about that calculator, because when you get to do the exam in your ICANN class, in your ICANN examination, you are not going to use calculator. You are going to use the formula. I'm interested in the formula than the calculator. Because once I understand the formula, calculator is not an issue. Because when you get to class also, like myself, and I want to teach, I will not use calculator to teach them. I will use the formula to teach them. And the formula we are using now is 20% of my income plus 200,000. No problem. So who has any other thing to say? But thank you very much, the last two people. Thank you for that insight. Any other?
Good afternoon, sir.
Any other thought? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
My name is Temitokwe. So at my office, we have actually flexed the two tax rates, the old one and the new one.
Thank you.
And the difference is very, very small. So
it's
for
very,
example,
very
small.
Small.
So for example, there was someone that was earning 710,000, and with the new tax rate, he's earning 714,000. Is now plus 4,000. That's the extra money we'll be taking home. So now the question, I'm asking this question on behalf of my younger colleague. She said, if pension is no longer a relief, do they still have to pay pension? So that was the question she asked. And this meeting was about 2 weeks ago. If pension is no longer a relief, why does it have to be compulsory? If it's not going to be considered as one of the relief
anymore? Thank you very much.
That's my question.
And I think this is a new thought. If pension is no longer a relief, if National Housing Fund is no longer a relief, if HMO is no longer a relief, so why is it Why is it compulsory to pay? No, I know that there are statutory requirements anyway. But if it is no longer a relief, why must I now add more? Self-contribution. If I will not take tax benefit for it. Who can speak to that? Who can speak to that? Okay, please, bring it forward. Madam wants to. I think the next question will come from this side, though.
Anthony, please confirm. Is voluntary. Has it been taken away? Because I think that it still exists in calculating my payee. I think
now, it still exists today. We are talking of 2026.
I know. I'm saying that in calculating.
Sir,
okay.
It's voluntary. So it's going to be voluntary. It's your choice to choose if you take it as deduction or not. So I'm like she's saying that now that pension has been removed, right? That they no longer have to calculate with the new tax law or something. It's now your own choice to choose if you want to contribute to what's it called now? Pension fund contribution. Like it's your personal choice. But it's not going to be calculated with the tax again.
Thank you very much.
Wait,
okay.
Sir. Because there's something I want to mention with PIT. You know, we are centered on PIT talking about this. There are a lot of things surrounding this new change. For example, you talked about electricity. Some of the things that take your money, your personal income, is electricity. Now it has been exempted. It reduces your expenses.
Thank you very much. Madam, what do you have to say to that? Because
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I want to move the conversation forward. You know we don't have all the time. So can we move away from PIT?
Okay, so let's move away from PIT. So
we can go to CIT.
So we can go to CIT, we can go to CGT, we can go to exemptions. We can even go to minimum tax.
The mic.
Not PIT, sir. Very good. Please, someone is okay. Please, let's pass the microphone to him.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Aditola. My question goes thus. Like, we know that the poor people are regarded as the informal sector, and the tax burden are being from the, you are poor, you must be taxed. Because if you are rich as from the informal sector, how are we going to know?
Okay, thank you very much. Who can help us stimulate that? Okay, just in a minute, sir. Okay. Share my light.
Good afternoon once again.
Not PIT, just...
Yes,
okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, before I answer that, I also have, you mentioned something also earlier that the CIT is 25%. But from the Act, the CIT is 30%, sir. That's one. Okay. Number two is that the pension also is still in the Act, also Section 30. So that's not by the way. It's still there presently. Section 30, subsection 1 is listed there, Roman figure 1 to 5. So for the 85% informal sector, the 85% informal sector is not that the government is not aware of them, but the goal is that we want to shift from taxing investment to taxing the returns. So the simulation that the committee did was that they simulated that people are running away from formal sector because when you go into the formal sector, you pay more. Immediately you cross into the formal sector, you pay VAT, you pay all these things. Whereas if you are not in the formal sector, that is, if you are still low, all your VAT obligations are exempted from you. All of it. You don't file returns, you don't do anything. So the reason why they are leaving the 85% is that I want to make them grow. That's why the government is now even pushing it up to the 50 million naira, just for them to grow, because we want economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that answered the question. So they want to make them to grow, so that as they grow higher, they will now fall into the formal sector, and then tax will not apply to them. Thank you very much for that. Another thought? Okay, thank you. Let's ask question on company income tax. Let's ask question on free trade zone.
Thank you, everyone. So
know we've been talking about different. Hello. Okay. So my question is about this social digital economy, basically. Yeah. So the digital economy right now, a lot of inflows come into the country, like in FX. How does this act impact it?
Okay. Thank you very much. So who wants to answer that question and not my two people? Any other person who wants to answer that question? Even there are also questions on E-Invoicing starting from January 1st. So, you know, right now what the Act says is that from January 1st, 2026, digital assets and digital income will be taxed. Yeah. Cryptos and all whatnot will now be taxed. As against now that you are earning so much on crypto and then you are not within the radar. But as from January next year, it will be taxed. So how do you think that is going to be effective? How will they know that I have crypto? Because it's not kept in the bank. Because it's the how now. Okay. Excuse me, you are raising up your hand. You want to answer the question? Very good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. My name is Babajide. So, in my little understanding, I think it's quite easy looking at where we are going to currently. Recently, there has been some sort of regulation from the CBN, from the SEC regarding VASP, that's virtual assets service provider. So currently, I think we also know the issue between the federal government and Binance last year as regard the valuation of the currency, trying to regulate here and there. We all know what the story is all about. So I'm currently, as a virtual assets provider, you can't operate in Nigeria until you have CBN. Okay, the CBN approval is still tentative, but you can't operate without having SEC provisional license. And also there's a framework by the CBN that relates to how banks, how commercial banks can interact with you in the creation of accounts and all of that. So this sort in a way, we have regulation, and when there's regulation, compliance will be easy because you have them in your lookouts. Because I think in the guideline provided by the CBN for VASP is the fact that every VASP must provide returns to the CBN and SEC on timely basis. I think it's like weekly or thereabouts. So every of your transaction, they can see it. And you know, if the CBN and SEC, if they have access to your information, it's just a matter of sharing it with the FRS. It's very, very simple. So I think we are getting there. We are not yet there, but to me, I feel it's very, very, very easy.
Okay, thank you very much. It's going to be slow, but we are going to get there in one day. Okay.
Okay, so I just want to add to what he said, and also so that we see it also as an avenue to develop our economy, right? That first of all, I know that at first what they did was to ban crypto. I'm happy that now there are now guidelines. Because when they banned it, did you people stop trading crypto? Thank you. So what that meant is that as a country, we were losing more. Because assuming we had a Nigerian company that was helping you trade, at least at some point they will pay tax. So I love the fact that we now have regulations that is trying to regulate that market. But beyond that, they need to actually encourage local participation because that's the only way as an economy. And just as you said, FRS, they are going to get, they are going to enjoy, the proceeds of this. I also want to add to this as well, which is at the moment, when it comes to AccounTech in Nigeria, it's the foreign guys that are leading. If you ask any person, which accounting software do you know? QuickBooks. Do we all agree? No, I'm saying that that's the commonest.
Yeah.
And whether we like it or not, as a country, we are losing a lot of value. Because QuickBooks is located where? Where's their HQ? In the US. All your money, where is it going to? US. Where are they paying taxes? US. Where is that money developing? The US. So, we need to be intentional, which is, we need to maybe policies or even create a structure that ensures that as much as possible, our businesses, they patronize, not like patronize, we use our own technology because that's the only way truly. FRS, if they really truly want to capture that digital economy, they have to ensure that the players, the major players, are Nigerians. As far as that is not ensured, then trust me, it will be difficult. Now I know that they've included when you run an ad on social media now, it comes with VAT. I remember that they included it and things like that. But the point is that we are not the ones controlling that technology. Is it not what the person tells you that it is? Even if you plug in, I can still do some magic for you not to truly know. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'm just saying that if this goal, because the goal as well of this new tax act is to ensure that revenue is more generated, like we are able to drive more revenue for the government from taxes. But if we truly want to achieve this, we must ensure that companies that are providing digital services, digital products are local, so that we are able to get, the bulk and the goal of this whole act is being achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. I think that he wants to make contribution. And then after him, we'll talk about e-invoicing. We'll talk also about an enhancement of input VAT by using.
Thank you very much. My name is
hold on. By using VAT on fixed assets. Okay, let's go.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Iwelabi. So I think I would like to add to what Madam has said. Beyond locally made infrastructure or companies or people patronizing the companies, I think there is still the issue of fear. The fear of trusting the government. So recently, I was engaging some of my colleagues, and we were talking about, earning in foreign currency. And instead of having the money dominated here in Nigeria, they rather prefer that it is outside. And why? They said that, government policy are so unstable, and anything can happen. CBN can just wake up tomorrow and say, you don't have access to your money any longer, or something like that. And there was some rumor around some of these things, sometimes 2023, where the cash issue started happening and all of those things. So I feel like that's one of the things that the government also needs to address, increasing trust within the ecosystem, within the community. And aside from trust, I think education is also something else that the government needs to do more of, right? For people to see the importance of why they need to have their money here to improve our economy, right? So, and there are also rumors around the fact that even within the government sector, when allocations are shared, many of these top officials, they go ahead and convert all this money to USD instead of leaving it in our currency. And if people are storing money in USD, the officials, not to talk of us, the citizens, then it then means that we also want to protect ourselves. Meanwhile, we are not creating any values for the economy, right? So I think that's those two things I feel like the government needs to improve on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, just talk around public advocacy anyway.
Is it working?
And that's very good. Okay.
Sorry. Excuse me, sir. My name is Blessing. Please, I want to get your opinion. So a business started. It's a small business, and it's been a year and few months, and they've not paid tax. What is your opinion of how they should start paying tax? And the year they've not paid tax, how can we compensate, or how can we find a way to review the last year tax and still pay altogether?
Okay, now, because you said the business is still small. If the business is small, that means that they are below 25 million naira per annum in sales. If that happens, they are exempted from payment or from remittance of taxes, be it VAT or company income tax. But they are not exempted from filing. They are not exempt. So, because it's that filing. Even this law is also silent on filing, and other laws have been silent also on filing. But as business owners and as taxpayers, you will be educated. When you go to the tax office, they will tell you what you have to do, what you don't have to do. But for your business, I think you are still good. because it's still small business. But I tell people you can be small till November. But when God answers your prayer in December, that prayer of 1 year, when God answers in November, you can be lifted from 12 million naira to 30 million naira. And then you now jump to the category of a taxpayer. Next year, you can be on 25 million, 27 million till December. And a deal of 40 million naira comes shortly before the close of business. Maybe on December 23rd. And then you are moved from almost 60-something million. So you will have been lifted. You know, that is our prayer. That is also the prayer of the federal government. So that is why they allow us to go pray overnight, whether in the mosque or church on December 31st. And they also give us January 1st to pray. So because when God answers your prayer, God has also answered the prayer of Nigeria. So you that you have not paid VAT for 9 months or for 11 months, you will start to pay VAT going forward. So that is just on a lighter note. So you can be lifted. But you know, I don't know if I will call it academic debate or business debate, has been if you have not paid VAT till month 11, and because you have not also been charging, and you have made, let's say this year, and you have made 20 million naira, and then a deal of 10 million naira comes in December, which now push you to 30 million. So what happened to the VAT that you have not remitted, which is 20 million? Because if you are not careful, your profit of 10 million will just be used to pay VAT of about 1.5 million naira. So that is also a challenge. We are not debating it, but just put it in your pocket. She wants to ask a question. Please, let's go on. After you, let's also discuss for like 1 or 2 minutes about the issue of e-invoicing. Because it's going to be a burden on many of us as accountants and CFOs of our different companies, and also on tax consultants.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Philip Oluwajamiloju. Sir, when we're talking about the digital taxing, something crossed my mind. Because digital crypto forex is not like salary. That you collect your salary in November, you know that is this salary that you're going to collect. You cannot make a loss on your salary. Somebody that invests like $40 now, like in a particular coin in crypto, maybe he invests for $40. And then the coin goes to like $2. And then later the coin comes to $50. The person now withdraws the whole $50. How is the government going to tax? Is it on that whole $50 or on the profit? Because if you are going to tax the whole $50, I invested $40, and then now you are taxing $50. Or is it the $10 profit?
You have taxed capital.
You have taxed the capital. $40. So I don't know if there is a way they'll be able to track it. And maybe in Forex, you have been losing every time. You have already deposited like 10 times. Like $50, I've deposited like $500. Then one day you now make $500. So how are they now going to tax you? Nobody will hear that you've lost $500. There's nothing like loss relief, like salary.
Thank you very much. And you will know that he's a digital investor. The beautiful thing about this act, the beautiful thing about this act, when you compare it with the tax gone before, is that the former President Buhari in year 2020 signed into law Finance Act 2020 in January, and implementation started in February. But this gave us about 6 or 7 months of, planning. And as at this week, last week, this week, every day for the next 3 weeks, Federal Inland Revenue staff are training. They are doing, internal capacity development on implementation of 2026 of 2025 acts anyway, that will start in 2026. So many of them also don't know as of today the workability. But I know that by the time we get to December, it will have been clearer to them, and they can then now inform us. Because there will still be a lot of circular about all of these things. But there is a law. So let's get set for implementation. But how they will implement, I don't think anybody can tell you, as Yoruba will say, in pato, what is going to happen. What is going to happen in January. But don't worry, as we go on, as we follow on, we will understand it better. Okay? Just relax. There will be circular, I know, on or before December, about specific implementation of taxes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adiron Kewato. She was asking that even though you earn low, like if your business is not really doing well, can you still file? Yes, you're supposed to still file your VAT and statement of affairs, even though you're not making money, because they will still charge you penalty if you don't file.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yes, that is it. And that is what I said also, that about filing, you must continue to file. You must start to file and continue. So let's quickly jump, because I have less than 7 minutes to go. Let's discuss E-Invoicing, which is electronic invoicing going forward. The act says that if you make 50 million, if you want to send out an invoice of 50 million naira or more, it has to go through
Can I go ahead?
Revenue Service Portal. That is what the law says. What do you think will be the workability of this? And how do you think this will go on, will enhance optimization of businesses? Because we know if the system hangs, and system that they promise us, that the invoice that they promise us will come out back to you in 24 hours, did not come back in 120 hours. What happened to the third party that you want to send the invoice to, or to the vendor? So what, or to the client rather. So who can tell me anything about this? Let's discuss this. What are your fears? I know they are working on this presently. I know. But what do you think your fear will be as a CFO and as a consultant? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, I think it's more of efficiency issue. If it is efficient, like the system, then it will be a perfect solution to manage tax or to bring more people into the tax bracket or the tax net, right? It's already happening in Kenya. I've been privileged to do 1 or 2 transactions in Kenya, and the whole idea is that if I'm saying that I'm transacting with you and I issue you an invoice that has a VAT on it, like a VAT input to you, then technically, if you are paying it, it then means that it should already be on your own portal as part of your payment on VAT. So technically, it's already making sense. So, and if it's able to continue like that, for example, withholding tax. Today, we have issues where you pay for a service or somebody withhold from you and you are struggling to get withholding tax credit notes, right? With an e-invoicing platform, then it sorts all of those things. My own biggest fear right now is just more of efficiency on how they are able to deliver on the platform. Yeah, I think that's just
Thank you very much. And like I told you, they are building capacity on it already. I read on the news a few days ago that 4 IT firms are putting together that platform, which I think that if efficiently implemented, is going to be a win-win to everyone.
All right. So just to quickly add to the issue of small companies, in Nigeria presently, if you're a small company, you are exempted from all of VAT obligations, filing, remitting, in any form at all. So you're not affected. You don't need to worry about anything. That's just for the small businesses. For the issue of the e-invoicing also, the e-invoicing is not meant for all organizations, though it is meant as voluntary for others. It is basically focusing on top institutions. So because these people have the capacity in place already, so they can quickly embed this particular invoicing, integrate it using their API services into their own system. It's not that it is meant for everybody and everybody will be burdened with that. No. Okay. It is meant for top institutions like MTN and all of them like that.
Okay, then they will migrate others as time goes on.
As time goes on.
Exactly. That is what. So it's good for us to understand how it operates. So that when they now say, okay, we are going to give you 3 years to see how it goes, that is parallel run. And after that, you are going to migrate to it. Thank you very much. And also, let me say something. There is a difference between reading it and also being an operator. what the law says, as of today, is that small businesses are exempted. But as an operator that I am, dealing with them almost every day, if you want to collect your tax clearance certificate and you have never filed, your nose will pass from here to here. So I advise, yes, this is what I faced again and again. If you read it in the book, that is what the book says. But I'm telling you what operates. And they will show you a circular that will back up the act. So what happens is that, if you are a small business, it doesn't take anything from you to go to your tax pro max and do what? And file. They all need to do your audited financial, get your tax clearance certificate out. So these are get your tax clearance certificate out. So these are contradictory. But like I said, we are going to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Thank you so much. Can I welcome our convener for a photo op? Sorry, sir, excuse me. Can we please have a photo op? Can I call the cameraman? Let's give them another round of applause. I think this was a very insightful session. Let's give them another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let me just quickly apologize because I know we are behind schedule. Now, let's just jump right into it. Now, today is a special day. Let's just jump right into it. Now, today is a special day. It is a pivotal moment and, of course, a monumental moment, if I could say so myself. But I don't want to be the spoiler and announce what it is that is about to be announced. So what I'm going to do is I am going to welcome her to come and make this announcement. However, I'll give you a little bit of a snippet, what we call in social media terms a reel or a teaser. This, of course, is the first of its kind, and it is a launch of the Foremost Africa AccounTech Sector report. I'm going to welcome her. You guys know her already. She's not just a beautiful woman. You know what we call beauty, brains, and talent? I think she is the full package. She is managing consultant at Lefort Consulting and, of course, the founder of the AccounTech Summit and the Techy Accountant. She is a Mandela Washington Fellow. She has advised the World Bank and SEC Nigeria and trained 5,000 I'm talking about. You will put your hands together and help me.
I'm not tired of hearing my voice. Great. This is one segment of the event that I'm very proud of. At the same time, I'm emotional. I'm emotional because it started as an idea and being able to put together a team that worked on it day and night. And when I say day and night, it's not rhetoric. It's actually the truth. We worked on this report day and night, even the designs, in the middle of the night. You know, we are still sending messages. John, I talk to John around the clock. Sometimes I wonder if he sleeps. Then he will ask me the same thing. Ma, do you sleep as well? Because the odd hours that you get to speak to us. But anyway, so what we did as well, when we decided that we are going to, when we looked around, it's as if more and more the AccounTech sector is just neglected. It's as if we do not even exist. There are no data regarding, the AccounTech sector in Africa. There are no insights. There's nothing to help the sector grow in any way, in any form, no matter the slightest way you want to look at it. And that's why we thought that, okay, let's do this. It's a tall order, because you can imagine how challenging it is to put a report together. And, but at the same time, I have the best team. Guys, can you put your hands together for that? Do you agree with me that I have the best team? I have the best team. They bought into the dream, and they put in the work as well. Now, we were able to also ensure that the report is robust. We made sure that we got contributors. And now I'll be mentioning the names of our contributors. We have, okay, sorry, I need to open this a little. Okay, I think before I say all those details, maybe I should unveil the book first. Do you want to see it? Are you curious? Pisaya, are we ready? Good. However, for us to be able to do that, I would like to call on our partners and, our contributors and the organizations also that we featured in the report. If you have a representative here, it would be good that you do this with me because it actually took all of us to create the first ever Africa AccounTech sector report. So we have Times. Hello, Times, where are you? Where's Times, please? Where's the CEO of Times? Can you get his attention for me? Thank you. We have, she's not around, but we have Miss Rashida, the CCO of ACCA Mansard. She was also part of this report. We have Honorable Adeze. She's actually the former commissioner for Edo State, right? She's also one of our contributors. We also have Professor Clement Walter. Who remembers him? He was here last year, live and direct. He actually traveled in from the US to be part of the summit. And this year he couldn't make it, but he has promised that will be here next year. But he's also a contributor in the report. And the whole idea, as I said, we wanted to give you something that is rich. I hope you know that in the US, I gave these statistics yesterday. The account sector is worth about $660 billion. But in Africa, as a continent, our AccountTech sector at the moment is only worth $6.6 billion. You can see there's an 100x gap. So we thought that Professor Walter brought the US perspective, telling us why the AccountTech sector is more prosperous and what we can learn from it also as a continent. So my point is that this report is diverse, it is rich in every form. We also carried out researches, right? And surveys. Did you partake? Because I know we used some of you guys to push this, the surveys out. Did anybody fill the survey here? Hello? Nobody's raising up their hands. Maybe you didn't even know that it was from us. It's possible that you didn't know that it was from us because we didn't brand it. We just created the link to get your insights about the AccountTech sector, for finance professionals. So we had different categories. We had for SMEs, we had for finance professionals, and I think we had for account techpreneurs, but I'm not sure if we eventually included it in the report. But I'm just trying to give you an overview of the report. Good. Okay, I have Chinene here already. So we also have Zest. Zest is one of the contributors for this report. Then we also featured an article, and ACCA provided us an article to feature in our report. Please, is there anybody here representing ACCA? Is there anybody here? Is Evelyn around? Okay, great, if they're not around. Anyway, then we also have the Vice President of Fintech NGR, and she'll be joining us in unveiling the report, if you don't mind. Is that okay? Dr. Jemima? Okay, guys. I want us to do this together. Are you ready? Are you ready? So, ladies and gentlemen, dear professionals, industry leaders, change makers, I'm proud to present to you the first ever Africa AccounTech sector report. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. What do you guys think about the cover page? Please, can you project the cover page? Can you project the cover page? Because I also said that that should be prepared. Yes. So, guys, at the moment, I'm certain that you're already receiving emails right now, sharing the link with you so that you can download the report. And we'll be looking forward to your feedback. Please, make sure you read the report. You know, something that is not popular in this part of the world, or will I say that we've said this for the longest time, which is Nigerians do not read. But I think we are changing that. Do you agree with me? Because we are on social media and we are reading. If you are not reading, how are you able to reply and leave comments? Do you understand my point? So I believe that that culture is changing. So guys, please read the report. I'm looking forward to your feedback. There are emails there. Use it to, write back at us and say, oh no, I don't agree with you on this. Oh yeah, I do agree, but I think that this and this, That will give us insight on how we can improve on the report, more and more. Okay, so they want every one of you to sit. Yeah, I think it should actually be here. So that we're able to take proper pictures with it. Yeah. But guys, this is the report, and we are so proud to unveil this. Yes. Good. Yes, all the speakers, please. If you're around, please, we'd like you to take a picture with us with the report. Yes. Can you kindly come to the stage? Yes, let's take pictures. Thank you. And please, where's Sonia? Where's Indidi? Someone should get Sonia and Indidi for me. They need to be part of this picture. Thank you so much. Please, have you received your emails? I need to be sure. emails. Fantastic, because I wanted you to be able to start looking at the, Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to all our contributors. Know how some of our contributors to write and rewrite, because we had a go, and she's on summer break. I had to interrupt her summer break, with her and her kids, and regardless, she still came through. She was able to give us the public sector perspective when it comes to AccountTech. Please, can you put your hands together for her? She's actually watching online at the moment. So you guys, please clap for Honorable Adeze, please. I also want to appreciate Ms. Rashida, CCO of ACCA Presentation. She has been supportive from day one. She's she's full of light, and I'm so grateful that she's part of this, this groundbreaking, this groundbreaking report, or this noble report that we've put together. Then please help me put your hands together for Professor Walter as well for his unwavering support. Please, can we put our hands together? And for Times as well. Times, hello, thank you guys. Thank you for making this work. And for Leafort, I'm so sorry. Leafort, sometimes I just forget you guys. But meanwhile, you guys are the engine room. So you guys, please, you better clap for Leafort. It's not enough. I hope you know that they are the main sponsor. Clap. Good. Thank you very much, everyone. And happy reading.
Let's give her another round of applause. So unfortunately, because we always invite Miss Toyin for a photo op, I don't know who to invite to come and take a picture with her. One, two. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, there are a few announcements that I'm going to give, but I also just want to make sure that we keep to time because we are behind time dramatically. So without wasting too much time, there is a presentation from our sponsor as well. I do hope he's ready. This is a presentation from OnPoint, and I would like to welcome the Director of OnPoint Africa, Mr. Benjamin Nahir Okutu.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Right, so I'm Benjamin from OnPoint Africa. OnPoint Africa is a gold solutions partner of Microsoft. And we have our base in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Malta, and in Czech Republic. And currently, we are trying to expand more into Nigeria. And that's the main reason why you are seeing me here. Microsoft has one of the best ERP tools in the whole world. It's ranked in the top 3 of ERPs. And it's called Microsoft Dynamics 365. If I could get my slide, I would be really, really glad. So as I wait for them, I want to say a big congrats to Toyin for her good work that she is doing here. Let's give her a round of applause. And we also want to say a big thank you for granting us the opportunity to also present to you guys. Okay, so as I go on, I really need my slides. So just also add up, we are also picking up interns from Nigeria. We need about 3 interns to be with us this year as we are trying to bring a big bang into Nigeria and Africa. So Business Central, as I said, is an ERP tool. It has lots of modules that you can make good use of. So we have a project management. It has a supply chain, finance, and also sales, as well as lots of other tools and models that we also have. There is a big issue about BCB before. You can be able to go on. So I'm on slide, I think, 5 or 6. Now you don't have any, so let's go to the next slide, please. So there are no extra security costs because of Azure. So you don't have to think about cyber security because it is being handled by Microsoft. There is also a seamless integration with all your tools that you also need. and it is also ranked number 1 in flexibility. So if you want to even do any development, it is really easy to also go according to that plan as well. And also, you can also transform complex processes into simple ones. And that's what we are from, complex processes into simple ones. And that's what we are known for. I have been doing this for the past 5 years. I'm a chartered accountant. Plus, I also have a master's in forensic accounting. And trust me, you have to know lots of things to be able to do this. We learn each and every day to ensure that our clients have the best services that they also have. This year, OnPoint launched its own HR and payroll to ensure that all clients in Africa are able to enjoy the best HR and payroll system here. And we are also able to provide you a very, very good tax system. As you can see, we spoke about tax now, and we've been able to implement a very, very good system to ensure that each and everyone is able to have a tax system according to the regulations here. So I would want to employ you to come to my stand. You can also book an appointment with us online. And this year, we are also providing a huge discount on our services, mainly because we are coming into Nigeria. And so we just come to our stand. We can talk more. We are also giving a 10% discount on any Microsoft Office product you also buy from us. Once you come over to us, we can be able to do this. I have a QR code. I want everyone to just scan it. Just go to our socials, follow us, and then that's where we would also be picking our interns from. If you can't like me, I can't also like you as well. So please follow us on socials. And then please, I need my QR code. That's my number. You can see me around. Let's talk, and then let's discuss quite a number of things. So once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much. Can we have photos? Ms. Toyin, sorry. Everybody wants to record this moment. While that is taking place, ladies and gentlemen, there are a few dignitaries that I would like to appreciate. I'll start with the representation of the NIDCOM, which is an abbreviation in NIDCOM, Nigeria Diaspora Committee Team. I think they are still here. As I mentioned their names, please let's go ahead and celebrate them. Can we start with the head of Lagos, Mr. Dipu Odiboale? Can we also please make appreciated Dele Ogunkabi? We also have Remy Alashe. And then we have got Ibukun Atolagbe. I tried. I actually tried. Also among them as well, in their abstantia, if you are in the room, please, we'd like to appreciate you, but I will announce all of them in their abstantia, and we also celebrate them, please. Can we also please appreciate Ms. Aramide Balogun? Bajol Integrated Services is also here. Can we please appreciate Mr. Akin Olasoji? Your claps are not so clapping. I'll mention all of their names, and then we'll appreciate this specific list. Can we also please appreciate Mr. Busayo Omopariola? Can we please appreciate Mr. Peter Owoye? Mr. Jafet Omojua? Can we also appreciate Nandila Mubiana? I like the smiles I'm getting here. It means I'm trying. And then, of course, finally, East Castle Infrastructure, Nigeria. Now, I mentioned this list, and I want us to appreciate them as sponsors and ticket partners. Ladies and gentlemen, for a presentation, of course, I would like us to make a warm welcome once again to the convener of the AccounTech Summit International, Ms. Toyin Olufon.
So the introduction is not correct. Right now, I'm not the convener. Right now, I'm the principal partner at Leafort. So you're listening to the principal partner at Leafort. So this is Leafort's presentation. I'm not your convener right now. Who wants to take that hat for now? When I'm done, I'll take it back. Who wants to take it? Take it. You take it. All right. Keep it tight. I'm coming back to get it. All right, that's fine. So I just want to have a 10 minutes. It's just a quick presentation by Leafort. And the title of my presentation is Beyond Tools, Consulting Pathways to Sustainable Finance Transformation. I'm hoping that before I finish, at some point, my slides will be up. But since we don't have so much time, I'll just keep running. But I wanted you people to follow, and that's why I created the slides. But it's not available at the moment. Now, I want to talk about the problem. The future of finance is not in tools that we buy. You know, we've been talking about AccountTech. And what most people do is that, which software can I buy? Which technology? In fact, I got that question yesterday. Which technology do you think I can use? Actually, after the event, someone came to me and said, hey, I'm an importer. Which technology do you think that I can use now? But it's very important that we know that it's not just about the tools, but it is how we design, we report, we reskill with a clear diagnosis of the right tools to use. Across Africa, businesses and governments are rapidly adopting financial technologies, ERPs, the accounting softwares, and you have mobile money as well, and reporting tools. And I think I said it also yesterday that fintechs are doing a lot of backward integration as well, trying to incorporate a lot of feature that can help with accounting in businesses, even though they're achieving it in fractions, right? And the point is that, but despite billions spent on digital tools, the fundamental challenge in finance sustainable remains. Now, what are the problems when it comes to finance sustainability? What are the problems? First of all, we still have poor working capital management. We still have errors in reporting and management. Do we agree that even with the accounting software, we are still having errors in our reporting? Do we agree with that? Yeah. So, and we also have limited visibility into real-time financial health, because if your reports are not prepared at the right time, then most times you're unable to really get the full value for you getting your reports done or being able to do the analysis that would drive your decision, at the right time. And also, we have difficulty meeting evolving compliance and sustainability standards as well. Now, I think I need to say this inside. I'll just say that technology adoption is growing, but true transformation is lagging. Do we agree? I've met people, we have a client, she's based in the US, and when she came around, one thing she said to me, she's like, Tony, I'm trying to listen to everything that all of you, like people like you are saying, which is I need data analysis in my business. That she has a data analyst. But, it comes at the end of every month. He does his analysis, but it doesn't aid her in making, because it's supposed to transform the business. And that's what we say. That's what we preach all the time. Now, in our own situation, I was able to diagnose the problem. And the thing I told her was that this data analyst, what's his background? She said, I think he studied, maybe he's an historian, but he went to learn how to use the data analysis. Sorry, he went to learn how to perform data analytics. So that means he knows how to use Power BI. He knows how to use Tableau. Probably he's a wizard when it comes to using Excel. But you see what's lagging? It's that he doesn't understand the interpretation of that data. Because it's not just knowing how to use those tools. There's a way those data, they interact. Any sound finance professional will understand what I'm trying to say. which is anytime you look at your P&L, you're looking at your statement of financial position, right? The truth is that, and you're looking at your cash flow, you can marry a lot of things together. You cannot, like, they are interdependent. Now, for a data analyst that does not have that background, how do you think he's going to analyze the data? You gave me sales data. Is it by geography? You just put it, okay, this sales came from US. This sales came from... Now, funny enough, those kind of data, probably the business owner could even do that on her own because those are simple analysis. When people are buying, you could easily, especially if you, depending on how you set it up, you can know where they're buying from. Do you understand my point? So, for her, she was not seeing the main insight. Now, if I'm the data analyst, what I would have done in that instance, because she actually run a strictly online store, like all what she sells, it's sold on Amazon. So there's no walk-in store for you to say you want to buy anything. So that means everything is automated in her business. And that means also she has a lot of data. Because that means you have the data of every customer, every time they are purchasing, the time they are purchasing. You know, you can. So if I am the data analyst, the kind of analysis I'll be trying to see is repeated purchase. What's the percentage of repeated purchase? But you see, to a data analyst that does not understand this, that does not have this core foundation that I'm talking about, as I said, you just go and crunch the numbers and say, you made, your largest sales came from the US, maybe it came from North America, then this one came from, so for her, it wasn't moving the needle forward. And that's why I just said that story to buttress the fact that technology adoption is growing, but true transformation is lagging. Now, the generic challenge is that many organizations assume that buying software equals transformation. Actually, I'm a consultant, so business owners believe that the moment I buy software, all my headache would go, and everything, I'll just be seeing it, you know. But the truth is that, but the reality is that, first of all, the finance team, they lack training and processes to use it to start with. Second thing, adoption is driven by perception or compliance, not strategy. So these are the reasons. Sometimes people, they don't have a strategy. If you ask them, why are you buying this solution? Why are you adopting this tech in your business? Compliance. I want to be able to, you know, pay my taxes as at when to. But they don't see it as it's supposed to be part of the cost strategy of the organization, which is what do we want to achieve. Let's say as an organization this year, you're saying that we want to be able to reduce our costs, right, and increase our revenue. So what you should be looking out for is not just any accounting software at that moment. You may want to consider an accounting software that will help you with budgeting as well. At least that can help with doing the variance analysis. So that will inform your choice of the kind of technology. And that's the only way that a true transformation can come to your organization, when it aligns with the strategic goal of the organization. But when it's adopted only because of perception, because now, you know, it's very cool also. It's a cool thing now to say that, in my company, we use, in fact, I've seen some people that say, what do you use in your company? Oh, we use this for HR. We use that for accounting. We use this for sales. And in my head, I'm like, I pity your accounting team. That's the only thing I can say. Do you know why? Because they are not married together. These are different solutions that are not communicating with, they are not communicating with each other. And at that point in time, you will never get the true value or the transformation that you think it's supposed to bring to your organization. Now, result, organizations own the tools, but not the outcomes. That's what we've seen. Organizations, they own the tools, but not the outcomes. So now, I just want to say that why does finance sustainability matters? Number one, resilience. That's the only way that you can build a resilient business, a business that will outlive you, a business that will stand the test of time, a business that will stand the kind of economic shock that we've experienced in Nigeria. Can you relate to it? Do you know the number of companies that were making losses in billions, like losses that we've never seen in our lives, right? I mean, yeah, in my own opinion, I've never seen those losses in my own lifetime. However, I'm happy to see that this second quarter, in this year, they're already doing better. I was looking at their report and I saw that all of them, they're making profits now. That shows that, you know, that company has resilience. So the question is that in our own organization as well, are we thinking about that? that the way we are building our companies, is resilient enough so that when there's another economic shock that is unprecedented, whoever knew that dollar will go from, within a space of 1 year, we went from 450. We went from 450 to 1,750. Whoever anticipated that? Nobody. Not even the best economists in this world would have predicted that. And that's why it's important that we build resilient businesses. Now, why finance sustainability also is important? Transparency, strategic foresight. Another thing, without integrating technology into processes, people and governance, organization risk the first thing, wasted time, loss of data, weak compliance, and lost competitiveness. Now, the consulting lens, the pathway to sustainable finance transformation. Now, consulting provides the missing link between tools and transformation. Consulting provides the missing link between tools and transformation. The pathway includes, so typically when we carry out the, consulting, because it's very important to us that, your organization is transformed in the real sense and not just on paper, basically, that you get the value. And our approach would normally be, or the consulting approach should be that the first thing, the diagnosis and gap assessment. The next thing should be the process redesign before automation. The next one should be compliance-driven alignment, capacity building and change management, and continuous advisory. And that's the role of LIFWORT. We are the bridge between the tools and the transformation that you need in your organization. And I will end by saying, because I don't have time again, I don't have time again, so I'll just go to the end. Yes, I will end by saying that technology brings the tools. Consulting shapes the pathway. Together they build sustainable finance. Thank you, everyone.
Can we give her another round of applause? It's not easy. When Zozibini Tunzi won Miss Universe a few years ago, there was a statement that she made, which was her desire for women, not just in Africa, but women in general. And what she said was she desires a world where women take up space. I'm a bit impressed and also moved by the number of women that are taking up space, not just in the world, but in Africa. So if you are a woman in the house, I'd like you to give yourself a round of applause. Can we give ourselves another round of applause as women? And every man that knows that it takes a woman to be a man, can men give us a round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down? Again, I do apologize profusely for the fact that we are a little bit behind time. But before we go into the weightier and meatier things of the matter, which is a very, very crucial fireside chat, we've got just a small little announcement and a bit of a demo from eTransact. So if the representative for eTransact is in the room, please, can you make your way to the stage very quickly? Nobody from E. Let's give them a round of applause for missing their slot. And let's give them another round of applause for missing their slot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is somebody that I would like to introduce. Outside of standing here and being a MC, we tend to watch television. And I also happen to be, I'm not happy myself, but yes, I happen to be a news anchor as well. There's a woman who, I think the bio does not do her justice, but I will give her a bit of an introduction. She will be the moderator for this next session, which is a fireside chat. And this fireside chat is titled Beyond the Bio. So beyond your biography, beyond what we read about you, what the resume doesn't say, the story behind the fame. So outside of your resume, who are you? I think her resume is beyond and doesn't do her much justice because I find her to be a phenomenal woman. I also happen to know that she is our convener's mentor and very special mama and friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Now, Victoria Ajayi, I practiced that surname. Victoria Ajayi, MBA, FCCA, is the GMD and CEO of TVC Communications, reaching 27 million plus people daily. Daily. She serves on the ACCA's Global Council. She sits on Fintech and financial boards. Authored the Precious-Led Women and is recognized among the top 50 women in accounting and 65 women making impact in Nigeria. With a standing ovation, can we please welcome the moderator for this fireside chat, Miss Victoria Ajayi, the CEO of TVC Communications. I'd also like, let's clap for her, she sits down too. Your clap was not it. So can I also just welcome to the stage the guests or the panelists that will be participating in the conversation. Now, this gentleman is partner and audit and assurance at Forvis Mazar, Mr. Osamudiame Adams. And then last but not least, help me bring to the stage the CEO of Sycamore, Mr. Babatunde Akin Moses.
Thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. And my apologies, I should have been here earlier, but lots and lots of things on my schedule, but there was no way I wouldn't have made it here. So I decided to just come, in the nick of time. I was listening earlier, and very great sessions you have had. I listened to, I believe, Aramide Balogun. How many of you were in that session that she did? Very, very insightful on the use of AI, Microsoft, what they're doing, use of Copilot, etc. I was in another meeting, so I had one ear. I was listening in with one ear. But yeah, good multitasking skills. So thank you very much for being here. Luatoyin has done a fantastic job putting this together consistently for many years. And if you are here, you are in the right space. You are amongst the right people. And I listened in for lots of reasons. I wanted to know, how people are embracing AI, especially artificial intelligence, in their workplaces, how they were actually using it practically. And I got some very good examples. I heard them talk about taxes, filing of taxes. I heard them talk about even receivables and things like that. So I believe a lot of you will go back with practical tips. But this session we're going into with these phenomenal CEOs I have flanking me to my right and to my left, it's more about you and your career. For those of you who have maybe know me or followed me, you know my career is not linear in any form. It's not the traditional career because I'm a chartered accountant, right? But I'm also a techie. And aside being a techie, I was one of those who founded a Fintech in the early days in 2013. But I also work in media. I'm a media CEO. So just by looking at my bio, you can tell that a lot is going on. And that's why I believe that I will, do my best. I'll do my level best to anchor this session as best as I can. So let's dive into it because it's a very interesting one. It's about being beyond the titles. And I have read their profiles, and I know that the angles they are going to come from would help you a great deal. I have Mazars, Forvis Mazars, and I also have Sycamore. And I know that, you see, these two angles, there's Fintech there's professional services. But there are professional services and there are professional services. A lot of us here aspire to have professional services firms. How many of you want to actually go into having your own firm? Like setting up an accounting firm? Okay. I'm sure you will learn a lot here from how they started, how they built the brand, not just remaining in Nigeria, speaking the local Nigerian lingo, but attracting global presence. You know, those are some of the things that you'll learn from here. And from the fintech angle, how you are the COO, salesperson, you know, HR, everything when you start your business at first before you then expand. So let's dive into it straight away. I will start with Mr. Babatunde Akim Moses. Now, Sycamore. I pronounced that right?
Correct.
Now, Sycamore is let me just use that as an icebreaker. It's a plant?
Tree, actually.
It's a tree. Aha. Yeah. I know that because my children's school, you know, different schools, they name houses with different things. If it's not colors, if it's not. So they chose to do trees. So all the different houses have trees. And I know one of them is Sycamore.
Oh, nice.
I would like to start with you from, you know, looking at your entrepreneurial journey. What personal challenges or sacrifices did you face in building Sycamore? And how did they shape you as a leader?
All right, thank you very much. Just confirming you can hear me. All right, so pleasure to be here. I'm really happy about this particular event. And I say that because a lot of the places where I go to, it's always about like entrepreneurship, SME, startup. So when Toyin reached out that this is something about accounting, I said, oh, okay, it's good to be back home and be among, you know, accountants, because I'm an accountant myself. I started my career in KPMG, and I left PwC almost 8 years ago now. So it's a pleasure to be here. In terms of sacrifice, I think that's a very interesting question because one of the reasons why I stayed that long in professional services, the whole idea was to, maybe if I make manager, it will be easier to maybe raise funds, people will trust you. If you want to start a business, people will easily give you money or people will patronize you. And that wasn't the case, right? So I think the first shocker was the fact that I had to start, when we started, me and my co-founders, the salaries we ended up taking were like maybe 20 to 30% of what we were making because we're all mid-level professionals. So that meant from 2019 to 2021, we're living on less than half of what we're used to making. Which was a very big sacrifice because some people didn't want to join us on that journey for that reason, right? I mean, we're in Lagos Business School when we met our co-founders and wanted some of our classmates to join us, but they were not ready to make that income sacrifice. And one of the reasons why I could make it, then I was single, and this is another personal sacrifice, right? I couldn't get married the year I wanted to, based on that drop in income, right? So I had to tell my fiance then, please, just give us like 2 or 3 years. Let this business stabilize at least. Let me even get back to what I was earning, you know, as a paid professional, right? So I would say from a professional angle, there was a lot of financial loss or financial sacrifice, and there was a personal sacrifice. And I think for the first 2 years, emotionally, there was a lot of doubt because this was me. I was a high flyer in professional services. And you start a new business and nobody cares about you, right? You are building a brand from scratch. And that's when you know the power of going out with a big brand behind your back. If you are working professional services, when I drop a proposal in somebody's office and it says from PwC or KPMG, they're like, oh, we want to talk to you. And I went like, Sycamore. The first thing I was like, is it Sycamore? Is it a tree? Is it a school, a restaurant? You know, and it's a fintech. So I think there was a lot of self-doubt those first 2 years. And I'm at least glad for the resilience to have lived through it. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. A round of applause for him, please. Now, this is a lesson, I believe, for everyone. You know that the sacrifices need to be made. it's not all roses. I think if Toyin even if she tells you our own story of Lee Fort, you'll be here the whole day. So anyone who wants to venture into setting up a business, it's no small fry. It's not to discourage you, but it's to tell you that you need to be prepared because there will have to be sacrifices need to be made. So you need to psychologically prepare yourself, mentally, physically, financially, emotionally prepare yourself. Starting a business is not, is by no means a small feat, especially when you're then starting a business that's fintech. It's somewhat, I think the time you started, mid-crowded. Now it's like, it's not a blue ocean anymore. The days when you had a fintech and it would have been a blue ocean strategy. Now it's bloody, it's red. Everybody is into fintech now. A POS person is even a fintech person right now, right? So sacrifices were made. Please note that, and you just need to be prepared for that. Let's move straight to Mr. Osamudiame Adams, partner, Hovis Mazars. Now, Mazars is a big name, and I know that you will have some nuggets, some golden nuggets to tell us as to how this came about, this partnership or this came about. But as a partner now, you've grown from an indigenous Nigerian firm into an internationally recognized brand. How did that journey unfold? For those of you who want to, the localization term, stay local, but do things globally. This is your time to take your pen and paper and learn how Mr. Adams did it. No. Maybe you should use this.
Okay, this is better. So thank you very much. A lot of us grew up listening to some saying that good things take time, right? Breaking news, good things will take time. But the other side to it is not everything that takes time turns out to be good. So you need to find a very good balance. And that's the story of Hovis Mazars. 1975, there was a young man with his friend, decided to set up a local audit firm. Then it called Ojike Okechukwu. And over time, I think some of the things that really helped was understanding the business that we do. So as Hovis Mazars, what we sell or what we deal in is primarily trust, right? So we're in the business of trust. And if people don't know you and they don't trust you, no matter how good you are, you wouldn't get clients, right? You wouldn't get job. So these two young men set out to ensure that they had quality and integrity as the foundation of whatever it is they were doing. Gradually, people started trusting them because their one was one and one. So the first thing I want to ask every one of us, who wants to go into this kind of venture, are you trustworthy? Do you have integrity? And can you back that up? Secondly, these guys were terribly, terribly hard workers. When I talk about people being hard workers, it's not about comfort or convenience. A lot of the young accountants I work with, I'm very privileged to work with a lot of young accountants. When we tell them some things we used to do when we were younger, that you have to do consolidation for 3 days and you will not sleep for 2 nights, they will tell me that, Adams, you probably are crazy. Why should you do that? Who does that? But that was the kind of lifestyle that a lot of us had to embrace. And hard work still pays. No matter how smart you are, no matter how much you have artificial intelligence and all of that, if you don't put in the work, you won't get the result. The other thing that has worked for us very much is we value our people. In my own world, I tell people, people buy people. If I know that you're a person of quality, I want you to be on my side. So partnerships actually work. You don't want to be the king on a little mountain when you have Everest waiting for you. So a lot of people, because of the tradition and culture, they are very comfortable with the little. and they think they are better than their neighbor, and that's enough. If your vision does not scare you to the point where you know you cannot do it by yourself, then you are not ready. So that's the story of Fovis Mergers. I also have a Big Four experience, and I moved to Fovis Mergers. And we have a lot of other partners with that kind of profile. And we understood very quickly that for us to enjoy the global offering, we need people that understand the global language. And you may not have it within your space. So just to give a summary to that question, we're a very local firm, and we take pride in that. But we can hold our own position and hold our shoulders very high, even in the most sophisticated of places. And that's the power of partnership, hard work, integrity, and a lot of commitment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good context. Power of partnerships. I think a lot of us underestimate what partnerships can do. I don't know if some of you have learned of the story of this young lady who wanted to start a brand. She's what you will call these days a digital marketer or content creator. In fact, they don't use digital marketer anymore. Everybody's a content creator, right? And that's what she used to do for a living. And then she decided that she wanted to start a brand, start something, you know. And she looked around and thought, how do I make this thing, you know, really big? I'm on my own. How do I make this big? Now, the people who she does digital marketing for are big names, celebrities, right? This is a secret to her success, and she has built million-dollar brands till date. So she decided, instead of me offering these services to big names, one of the big names she used to do digital marketing for was the Kardashians. So she decided, you know what, I have access to these people because I'm right there doing their digital marketing. Let me pitch, not for them to be an investor, but for them to be part of the business. I'm talking about the power of partnerships here. The Kardashians are big when it comes to reality TV and reality show. I'm sure all of you here have heard about them, even though the way we watch TV now has tanked. But I'm sure, who hasn't heard about the Kardashians in here? Or who, if you've heard about the Kardashians, wave your hands. Almost everyone, right? And so she thought to herself, do I continue to earn from them as a digital marketer? Or option two, do I pitch to them to invest in my business? I'm sure a lot of you that said, let me just go and pitch. These people have a lot of money. Let me pitch, let them invest. But she wanted something else. They invested, yes, but it was equity investment. She bought their name over. And with that, she did not need to promote that brand because they came on board as, she didn't just get one Kardashian. She started with one, then got another one. I think she has 3 of them on board now for different brands. They ended up marketing the brand, and she's currently, I think her net worth is about $15 million now from being a digital marketer. This is the power of partnerships and knowing the right connections and knowing that some brands are just bigger than you. They started before you. They have, you know, blown in quote. And so instead of, you know, you doing things differently, they decided, you know what, I'll give them some equity. Let them be part of this business, co-own it, co-founder, you know, kind of thing. Put in your name. They were bringing a very big name. And that just, the brands flew off the shelves, like the products flew off the shelves. And that's how she built 3 big brands. I've forgotten her name now, but if it comes to mind, I will share later on. But this is the power of partnerships, and this is what he has just explained here. Very much local, but when there are businesses to be pitched, or they want to get a business in any part of Africa now, they can put up their profile because of the name that is, you know, is that they carry, because of that international brand that they carry. So please beware of such strategies, and let's harness and use those wisely. Now, I'll move on quickly to the next question because of time. But I think I know some of the questions to heart. Now, to you, I would like to ask, is there any time at all that you thought about giving up? you know, where things became so hard in the business, you thought to yourself, you know what, I've been there, I've tried, I really tried, I've made sacrifices, it's not working, and I think it's time to give up. Have you had such situations, and how did you come out of that sort of space?
I mean, the answer is yes. I've been more than once, actually, several times. And I thought it was peculiar to me till I spoke to the founder of a very prominent Nigerian business. I said for like maybe 4 or 5 years, every year there was something that made them want to give up. And I think for me, this happened twice. One was we're very, very tight financial crunch. This kind of thing that the account balance was just going down. We thought it was going to zero. And the second was with a run-in with a regulator, right? So if you're in the finance space or you're in the lending business like I am, people say the biggest risk is, people not returning your money, but that's actually not the biggest risk. The biggest risk is that a regulator could just wake up and say, close shop. And we actually had a run-in with the regulator where it got to the point of reporting us to the FCC, reporting us to the police for something we didn't do, by the way, but the business was going to be shut down, right? And a few things that kept me going through those difficulties. So one is, I think, most importantly, belief in myself, right? And just having that inner confidence that, look, we can get past this. I'm an optimist by nature, so I personally don't like to succumb to gloom and doom. That's personal anyways. I think belief in also people that you're accountable to, and that is several people in my instance. So if you're spiritual, to God, to my wife, to my mentors, and I guess I'm thinking about all those people that said, you're a manager in a big four, you're going to be partner in a few years, are you crazy? And some of those people still backed you and believed in you. So thinking about, okay, all these people, am I going to let them down by just giving up with all the challenges? I think something also that has helped a lot is I like to I call it long distance mentorship. So apart from direct mentors, I really love biographies and autobiographies of more experienced founders and entrepreneurs. And I can't think of any successful entrepreneur or any successful person that has not gone through some very, very difficult. I'm sorry to ask you, Victoria, you've gone through, even in your space with the media, with what social media is doing and all of that, right? So I think everybody should have some set of those things that they can always hold on to, because it's not a question of if the tough times will come. It's a question of what you would do when they come, because they will definitely come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I hope all of you have gotten something from that. Tough times will come, but it's a matter of when they come, how do you react to it? What do you do? Tough times do come. And if I tell my story here, the very first time that I will experience a police station, like a Nigerian police station, I didn't just experience it, I entered the cell. It's because of a business. Because of my fintech. It got so bad that yours was the regulator, mine was a partner. It was a major partner that I had an issue with. And before I knew it, boom, I was picked up, my husband was picked up, and we didn't just end up in the police station. We saw inside the cell, right? So tough times will come as business owners. But you see, there are various things that you need to look at. And that's what would, the staying power. Why did you even set it up in the first place? What was your why? Because if your why is not strong enough, at those times, I'm 100% sure you will throw in the towel at those times. Those are the times where you'll be seriously tested as an entrepreneur. I don't think like you said, there's no entrepreneur who doesn't have that story, of grit, of resilience, of whatever it is that will be, life will throw at you, whether it's a business partner, it's a regulator or whatever, and you just think to yourself, I should have just remained in my 9 to 5. He was in a Big Four. He also had Big Four experience, but they both decided, you know what, we're going to go our paths. So having mentors, those who are close, those who are far, even if it's just role models that you look at, hear and listen to their stories. You think your story is serious. When you hear another person's story, that's when you know that the stories have levels. The experiences have levels, but you're here now and you're hearing from experienced people who are telling you that those trials will come. And so it's good for you to be prepared and know how to tackle them when they do come. Now, over to you, Mr. Adams. The question I have for you is simple, and it's around the fact that when you decided to go global, how did you deal with it? Because it's not, change is something a lot of us do not like, right? And there would have been some threats that would have been perceived. Oh, where does this place us now? Are we now second fiddle? Is the global brand going to, there are lots of conversations, especially some of you who've gone through that where your company merged with another company, or, you're always unsure as to what's going on. How did you handle all of that when that was, put forward?
Thank you. So, the first thing that comes to mind is always the fear of losing that which you have. A lot of us, we are so, what's the English now? We are so consumed with the little that we have that we are missing out on the big that is out there. So that was the first thing we saw, where people would walk up to the partners and like, okay, so does it mean that we are no longer the owners of the firm? In this part of the world, a lot of people are very crazy about ownership.
Ownership, yeah.
Yeah, very crazy about ownership. You want to own a little and you're very okay with that. So we needed to reintroduce our vision where we define clearly that we are pursuing something that is bigger than us, and we want something that will outlive us. And the only way to do that is to be bigger, right? And thankfully, there was a lot of good examples ahead of us. So if you're doubting, if you need to go bigger, I like what Mr. Shikamo said. Yep. Read about other examples. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, we don't read enough. And even if we think we read, we actually don't read to understand. So we had a lot of people come through. We had a lot of workshop sessions, deliberating. So 3 things that we had to address was, 1, culture. So the cultural alignment. Then 2, there was going to be some financial implication. Do you know that some people that run local shops as a local partner sometimes make a lot of money than some people that are global partners? Do you know? But we needed to, because you are the owner of everything, right? And you're going to a structure where you have basis points and a lot of things are regulated. And if you make so much, you have to mutualize other people. Plenty story. But what that means is you can't be successful and watch other countries die, right? So you are now more responsible more than just for yourself. And we needed to come to terms to, okay, fine, I won't make X amount more, but in 2-3 years, I will make times 3 of what we're making now. And that's been the story. Then the third thing is we need to carry our people along. See, when in one of my write-up, I talk about the construct of any firm, a typical firm. So for a typical firm, you need the visioneer, someone that can see those things that other people can't see, and that's what the partners would do. Then you need the blind believer. So I call them the blind believer because you want someone that sees what you've seen, and that's the only thing the person is seeing. There will be options, there will be alternatives, but the person refuses to see. Then you need the cheerleader that will rub your back once in a while when everybody is right. Then you need the administrator, someone that will put everything together. Within that construct, we needed to take a role within that 4 constructs, within the partnership, and say, okay, this is what we are doing, this is the vision, and we are pursuing it. And I can tell you for free, the same thing that used to be our fear has become like our biggest strength. The same money that we're thinking wouldn't be enough, I think we're making way more now. The same culture that we thought we're going to lose, I think we even attract better talent now because people see that, okay, these guys know what they're doing and they're human and all of that. And finally, the same people that we worried about are even like our biggest assets because they know that everything we did was not just for us, but for them as well. So the biggest challenge was that culture of ownership and being able to let go for something that is bigger than you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He said some very critical things. There are some people you need around you at such times. You know, he mentioned the administrator, the blind believer. They will just believe in you no matter what. Anything that's happening, they believe in your vision and they will just follow you. I'm sure you have those in your business as well. And then the cheerleader who cheers you on. Now, aside these three things, like he said, it's that delayed gratification because culture is very, very important when it comes to partnerships like this. How many of you know Akitola Williams, right? It's the same story. When Akitola Williams became Akitola Williams Deloitte, you know, they had the partnership with Deloitte. Akitola Williams is known. He's like the doyen of accounting, right? He's one of the early accountants, and people, your accountants here, if you don't know Akitola Williams, go and read up. This is what we're saying now about, you know, this generation. A lot of us do not even research the history. We don't even know those who were early accountants. We just jump into it, and then it's all AI now, and AI is doing everything for us. That depth is not there. But if you read about his story, he's someone that a lot of us accountants deeply respect, and how that brand was built. Someone like him can say, I don't want the partnership because, you know, I'm a big name, I'm known. But there is wisdom in that partnership for various reasons. But I'll let you go and do that research, you know, and read up on his story and that sort of partnership and the reasons behind why, you know, that was done. And you would see why such global affiliations are very important. But culture is one big thing. You don't need to lose your Nigerianness. In fact, it is a unique selling point for you because if you have, let's use the example of Mazars everywhere around the world, but they want to attract a very big client in Nigeria, and you are Forvis Mazars, then they need your Nigerianness to complement their international brand and name for you to pitch to people in the Nigerian way and the Nigerian style. You know, bring your Nigerianness and authenticity into it. So it's not about changing us. A lot of times we think it's about that, but it's not at all. I'm going to move very quickly and give you guys the same question here because I want people to learn about, you know, given that these days it's all about innovation, it's all about, you know, various types of technological advancement. At TVC Communications, a lot of you who follow us know that in May we launched our AI anchors. First in Nigeria to do that. It was a bold move. It took us some time to get to that level. It took us a lot of research, you know, doing a lot of work behind closed doors, but it was very important for us not to be, as media, we talk a lot. We are the ones who will be on the thing saying, oh, this industry did this, that industry did that. But we are never the ones to implement anything, right? And so we wanted to, not just for the sake of being the leaders in it, but do something impactful, right? And we had to look at various aspects. And we saw that language barrier was something that was huge in Nigeria. And given the population of Nigeria, 70% being youth, we thought, what do the youth like? Digital, on the go, on demand. How many languages do we have in Nigeria? Many, over 400 languages. How do we bridge this gap with news? Let's use AI to create news, very sharp, in different languages for people. So I say to both of you, as we wrap up very quickly, because I said there's no time, we're going to talk about innovations very, very quickly. What innovations excite you most about the next decade? And what role do you think we, as Africans, will play in shaping them? I'll start with you, and then we'll go to...
So thank you very
Mr.
much.
Babatunde.
Thank you, and thanks to the organizers of this session. So when I walked in, the first thing that came to mind was, we have a lot of young accountants in Nigeria, and for me, that's a big strength. So I was in a proposal presentation yesterday, and with our US firm, and they told us, someone in the US confirmed that, do you know that Nigeria is the second largest country when it comes to the adoption of stable coin?
What coin?
Stable coin.
Stable coin.
Yeah, like fiat money, when it comes to number. And the person was trying to pitch Nigeria to me, who is a Nigerian. So let me tell us what we have that we are missing out on. So the first thing about innovation and technology, please don't fall in love so quickly with the tools. Understand the why. Understand the methodology. Understand the method to the madness. Because a lot of times we talk about tools and technology as though they are going to replace us as humans. No. The one that excites me the most is AI, artificial intelligence. And this is my own theory. If you really know the power of AI, you will know that it needs you to continue to feed it with data and content for it to be much more precise. So you need to strapping up your boots and make sure that you are leading the content conversation, right? And I know we have a lot of people in this room. I can see a lot of content creators when it comes to what we do. And AI is not the tool that says, this is what we want to do and this is the tool. No, AI rather is, this is the solution, knock yourself out. So it also becomes very scary. So the biggest thing we need to do here, as my own takeaway or my leave behind, rather, is one, embrace change as quickly as possible. Two, the people doing it out of this world in other parts, they don't have two heads, right? In fact, a lot of guys that help them run some of those algorithms, they're people like you and I, right? So make sure that you take position now. And finally, don't be afraid to partner with people. I may be very good at the whole accounting and the whole standard, but I may not be as good as maybe Onyida sitting down there with regards maybe the tool that will drive one or two things, or Coach Peps or someone else. Don't be afraid of partnering, even as you drive innovation. Thank you.
Okay, he says artificial intelligence is that technology that, for him, that innovation that excites him the most. It's up to you what you do with it, whether you harness it. You've heard a lot about it, so I'm not even going to say any more about it. It's up to you now to embrace it in whatever way that you can, and then you run with it to ensure you equip yourself. Which technology, very quickly, and then as soon as you answer that, I would like you to please say one lesson entrepreneurship has taught you that no book. That question is kind of no book, because books prepare you for a lot. Yes. I'm an avid reader and I know books prepare you for a lot. But maybe this one, it's not that you read it, but it happened to you. You know, what's one lesson that you can say? But tell us about, what technology excites you first, and then one lesson in entrepreneurship.
Okay. Wow. I think I would have said AI, but he has said it. I think there's a lot happening in terms of renewable energy now across the world, whether it's electric vehicles or how people are, a lot of work that people are doing on sustainable and renewable power. We still have a power problem in this part of the world, that's the truth. So that's a big area that I think we need very interesting solutions for. And it's interesting to see how much Nigerians and Africans are actually embracing things like solar panels, electric vehicles, because we have a big power problem, and that's not going away soon. As for the role for we African professionals can play, I really like the word you use, and it's one of my favorite words I like to tell entrepreneurs, is localization, right? So there's electric vehicles in the US or Europe, but how do we localize it to our problems here? Because the truth is, we can't start with the technology, we have to start with the problem back home, right? And this is the technology, we have to adopt it to the local problems that we have. If not, if you try to slap AI or electric vehicles or robotics, just the way it is in the US without localizing it, it's not going to work. So I think that's very important. As for the lesson, I don't even know where to start. There are many, but like you said, a lot of those lessons are in books now, because anything I say now can be written in a book tomorrow, and it will be there. But I think maybe one I would just say that is a bit underrated is maybe the role of time and persistence. There was one question we're supposed to talk about, like early adoption of your products. I think sometimes you look at like an entrepreneur like yourself with decades of experience, and I'm looking at somebody that graduated university yesterday, and you want to drive the kind of car that Madam is driving here, or you want to wear the kind of suits that Adam is wearing here. And sometimes these things just take time, just by their very nature. You're not doing anything wrong. I think a lot of us underestimate what we can do in 5 years' time. If somebody talks to me and asks me a question and says, I say, you can save for this business you're trying to do. I'm only earning 100,000 naira now. I can't save 20,000 naira. When will I get to 20 million? And the next question is, in 5 years' time, you're not going to be earning 100,000 naira, assuming we're all progressing, right? So I think it would be great if we can plan in like decades, plan in like 5-10 years' time, and let's not be in a hurry, because a baby will always take 9 months on the average. You can't do it in a month, at least not with the current technology today. So I would say give time and be a bit patient with yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I like that. You give me your 1-minute roundup as well, and then that will be it. It will be, what's the one takeaway for anyone here, whether it's entrepreneurs, 9-to-5ers, those who want to have their firms, what is it that they should take away from here, knowing that it's not about the titles, it's about them building these brands authentically, being themselves, even if you are in a 9-to-5,
Absolutely.
What can they take away?
So if you don't remember anything, remember this. The market is big enough. The market is big enough. I cannot overemphasize that. So I've done Big Four for about 15 years before I moved. And I understand the power of just being persistent, right? At some point, one person will trust you. And that one person trusting you is enough for you to kick off. So the market is big enough, and please, give it your very last. If it takes your blood, at least you give something. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much for that. Those lessons are pertinent, so we will round up. He has said time. Let's, give things time. This microwave mentality that we have, please. Whether you're starting a business or you're a 9-to-5er, consistency pays. Staying there, staying in it, that grit and all of that pays. And then one day, it will turn around. It doesn't mean you're not going to continue to do what you need to do, branding, all of that. You do that, but that staying power matters, because it is with that trust will come, integrity and all of that will be built. And, like you said, the sky is big enough for everyone. I like that. Is it Shino Peters or so that sang that song? I speak Yoruba, don't worry, don't this English that you are saying. So the sky is big enough for everyone, and those of you who have ideas here, you think someone else has done it. You want to start it, someone else has started it. That's my own takeaway for you. You do your own. Whether someone else has started it, that's just what I was going to do. It doesn't matter. You can always put your own slant, your own angle. There's nothing, I always tell people, there's nothing new under the sun. Yes, innovation. Somewhere in one planet, in one universe, someone has probably done the same thing, right? But it's the angle and the spin that you put on it that makes it very different. You could be doing the same thing, but you will just carve out something else that you add to it, and boom, innovation, right? You've innovated something new, you've done something new. Same thing someone else is doing in another part of the world, but the way you package yours is different. That's why they say water. Have you seen water brands? Some of you have not seen one ad where there's plain water. Tap water was sold for £1,000. tap water because of packaging, right? So he has said it. He has also said it. They've been wonderful. They have poured into you. And so at this time, I will ask you at this juncture to pour back into them by giving them a round of applause. Thank you very much for being wonderful today. And at this point, at this juncture, we would take our leave. Thank you, everyone.
Can we give them another round of applause? And at this point, I'd like to invite Toyin for photo optics, please. We can give them another round of applause as that takes place. So at a later point, before we close, we're going to do a bit of a recap. But I don't want to be the one to do the recap. I want the audience to do the recap, just for me to know if there's anything that any of us have learned, right? Let's give them another round of applause as they take their seats. So normally there is a saying that goes, better is the end of a thing than it is beginning. And unfortunately, we are getting closer and closer to the end. Other people say you save the best for last. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we have a few people in our midst that we would want to recognize, some that would want to appreciate, and others that we would like to award. So there are a few categories, but I unfortunately will not be presenting these categories. I will welcome to the stage first of Okay, apologies. Can I please first bring to the front the associate from Iwelabi? We want to start with our students first. Yesterday there was a challenge that took place. If you missed it, sorry for you. There was a guy who literally did a drop mic moment, and we would want to just appreciate him. I think he'll give us a bit of a summary of what happened and, of course, announce the winners. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. This is Iwelabi from Iwelabi Consulting. Very quickly, we had a competition. We started about 2 months ago. We had the first stage, and then we had the grand finale yesterday, the AccounTech Challenge 2025. And yeah, we had about 10 schools that participated in the competition or in the challenge. And at the end of the day, we have the top 5 schools emerged yesterday when we had the grand finale. So I will just be announcing the winners for the competition, top 5. So I will start with the 5th position, and that goes to Redeemers University with 55%. Thank you. Do we have the guys from Redeemers University for what we have for them? Just very quickly. Do we have a representative of Redeemers University? Okay, thank you. Following that as well, we have guys from Adeleke University with 70%. Thank you. And then, okay, before we go into that, let's just quickly appreciate the guys from Redeemers and then Adeleke. Then I go to the third, and then the second runner-up, and then the first position. So thank you very much. Very quickly. Thank you so much. Then
Can
the
I
guys
request
from
we move
Adeleke
to the
University
further?
very quickly as well. Okay, can you come around? Thank you. Okay, please. Move to the center. Okay.
Please, ladies, sorry, winners and champions, as he calls your name, please, I want to request, I know that we get a little bit stage shy and we've got stage fright,
Exactly.
but as they call your name, please make your way to the center of the stage.
Then guys from Adeleke University, thank you so much. Congratulations. We have this guy. Can you have one of them? We have one of them. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate them. Thank you so much. Then we have the second runner-up. Goes to University of Lagos, Unilag, with 80%. And a check of 500,000 naira. Representative of Unilag Place, University of Lagos. Are we in the all? Okay. Okay. I heard that they are writing exams. Okay. Then this first runner-up goes to Obafemi Awolowo University. Thank you very much. Let's tune it down, please. Please. We know you are here, please. We know you are here, please. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of the AccounTech Summit team, we're proud to present you this check of 1 million naira, and we encourage you to keep being brilliant, keep being intelligent, and keep pushing the profession forward. Congratulations.
Thank you. And then the winner goes to UNN. Stand up, please. Let's appreciate them. The guys from UNN, all the way from Enugu. Let's appreciate them, please. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Okay.
Okay. Great Ife, please. You people have been, you're being too loud at this moment. Please, can we bring it down? Thank you very much. Congratulations to UNN. You know the funny thing, they actually won the first stage of the competition as well. So they've been consistent. And these guys, they flew in from Enugu just to be part of this event. And I'm so happy that they won. Congratulations, guys. Okay, so the next thing on the agenda is the awards. How many of you voted? You voted. Are you curious to know who won? Fantastic. So this is the award category. This is the award segment. And we have presenters for these awards. Yes. Yeah. To present the first set of awards, I'll call on Mrs. Victoria Ajayi. Please, we need you on stage. And to anchor this set of, well, I said this set of awards as well, will be Mr. Edward Akintara. He is the manager PR corporate TVC. Corporate Corps TVC. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. This has really been an eye-opening session. and I'm sure everybody is learning. I will not bore you too much with suspense because there are phenomenal people that we would like to appreciate today. There are people that have gone over and beyond, and they are giving us also an encouragement so that we can do what they have done. And so, the Lifetime Award, the Lifetime Achievement in Finance Award. Now, this award honors a finance leader whose lifetime contribution have made a profound impact in the finance industry. Now, here are the nominees. Ireti Samuel Ogbu, Olivia, thank you. Olivia Aluwaba, sorry. Nnenka Oyali Ikpe, and Olusoya Miriam. And the winner for the Lifetime Achievement Award in Finance goes to Olusoya Miriam. A round of applause for her. Is she here? Or can we have a representative for her? Anyone from GT? All right. The next award is the Finance Mentor of the Year. Oh, yeah. This award honors exceptional mentorship in finance. The reception has guided and inspired the next generation of finance professionals. These are the nominees. Francis Okumagba. I'm sorry if I'm murdering the names. That was not my intention. Perpetua Badejo. Sheyi Abiodun. Olorun Nishola Said Olaleko. Okay. And the winner for the Finance Mentor of the Year goes to Perpetua Badejo. Keep clapping for her. Keep clapping for her. It is a well-deserved honor. Thank you. Financial Educator Champion. This award recognizes individuals who have made significant contribution in advancing financial education and mentorship. The nominees are Shola Adeshaki, Kabiru Yusuf Aremu, Afsat Itonola, Prince Kashmir Idekulem, sorry. And the winner, yes. And the winner for this category is Kabir Yusuf Aremu. Great. Let's keep appreciating him. Good job.
Congratulations, Kabir. Congratulations.
Women in Finance Leadership Award. This award celebrates a female leader who had demonstrated exceptional leadership and an impact in finance sector. The nominees are Aramide Balogun, Jennifer Ariwigwe. Yes. Oluwatosin Laseyinde. Oreoluwa Bukola. Shola Ade Shakin. And the winner for this category is Jennifer Ariwigwe. Is she here? Great. Let's keep clapping until she takes our award.
Give it up for Financial Jennifer. Most of you know her as Financial Jennifer, right? She has a huge tribe. I'm one of them. She just doesn't know. Congratulations.
I'm sorry, just a follow-up. There's a special mention to Aramide. Aramide was recognized as a close challenger to the eventual winner. Can we give her a round of applause to Aramide? Finance Leader of the Year. This award honors an individual who has demonstrated outstanding leadership and made a significant impact in the finance industry. The nominees are Oji Okwechi, Henry B. Omodigbo, Latif Shurakatu, and Joshua Ansa. And the winner for the category of the leader, Finance Leader of the Year, is Oji Okwechi. Oji Okwechi. A round of applause for Oji Okwechi. Is she here, or do we have a representation for her? Oh, E. Okay. And finally this evening, the CFO of the Year. This award recognizes a chief finance officer who had demonstrated exceptional leadership and significantly contributed to the organization's success. The nominees are Modupe Kadri, Oluwafemi Kolade, and Olusheyi Olanrewaju. The winner for the CFO of the Year is Olusheyi Olanrewaju. Okay, and that wraps up the award presentation. A round of applause for yourselves too. I am sure in a matter of time, we'll be clapping for you. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can we give them another round of applause? Now, to announce the next category, I would like to welcome from Nairametrics, Mr. Chris Pemu, the General Manager. And then along with him to assist with this, I would please like to welcome Dr. Jamila Sharif.
Good evening. I'm sure we're in the evening. Good evening. Yeah. To present the next set of award, we are here. And the first set is Outstanding Finance Graduates of the Year. This award honors a recent graduate who has demonstrated exceptional achievements in accounting and finance. And the nominees are Blossom Ubochi, Bukola Oke, Damilare Ekundayo B, Fawaz Kazim, and Udo Erika Gershom. And the winner is Bukola Oke. All right, I like the fire in the house. The next set is Public Sector Finance Excellence Award. This award honors excellence in financial management within the public sector. The nominees are Joy Adeze Agwele, Olubenga Oluwani, and Dr. Chimenka Ezeribe. And the winner is Dr. Chimenka Ezeribe. Is he here? Moving on. The next set of awards is the ESG Compliance Excellence Award. This award recognizes organizations with exemplary environment, social, and governance ESG practices. And the nominees are Nestle PLC, Access Holding PLC, Dangote Cement PLC, and Seplat Energy PLC. And the winner is Seplat Energy PLC. Do we have a representative? They are still in the offices. All right. Payment Solution Provider of the Year. This award celebrates a company that has delivered outstanding payments solutions, enabling seamless transactions across industries. And the nominees are Remita, InterSwitch Group, and Zest Payment Solution. You want to know the winner? Zest Payment Solution. She will accept it on behalf of Zest. Congratulations. A round of applause, please. All right. Moving on. Digital Banking Excellence Award. This award recognizes organizations that are redefining digital banking through innovations and excellence in customer service. The nominees are MoneyPoint. This is a tough one, oh. OPay, Kuda Microfinance Bank, and Providus Bank. And the winner is OPay. So if you supported OPay, stand up and wave your hand. Yeah. Beautiful. All right. Industry Influencer of the Year. This award celebrates an industry whose work and insight have significantly influenced the finance industry. And the nominees are Yinka Adetuberu, Ajibola Jinodu, Tomi Akinwale Babajide Babatunde. And the winner is Babajide Babatunde. A round of applause as he approaches the podium. Congratulations. A round of applause, please. All right, the next one is the Emerging Finance Leader Award. This award acknowledges a young professional who has shown exceptional leadership potential in finance. And the nominees are Olamide Olayemi, Hafsat Itanola, Anthony Babatunde Peter, Mayaki Antonia, and the winner is Anthony Babatunde Peter. Is he here? Any representative? Yeah, he's not here. All right, that will be all from our end. Keep catching your phone, and one day you'll be here, all right?
Can we give them a round of applause as they go to their seats? Now, for everybody in the audience, because everybody is a winner, look at yourself and say, I am a winner. Say it like you mean it, I am a winner. But there are a few winners that we want to really confirm are winners tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I remember yesterday and today we did mention that there would be a raffle giveaway. So if you've got that little number that was given to you, I'd like for you to take out that little number. So I will start with two categories. If you are wearing a wristband, there is a category for wristband wearers, and then there is a category for those that are carrying lanyards. Now, if you've got a number and you fall, you're not in either of the categories, a miracle will be done for you. But let's start with the wristband category. I'd like to welcome to come and help me pick a number, Miss Mayolua Okedusi, please. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. So the first giveaway that we have, because it does get a bit cold in Nigeria, is a AccounTech hoodie. So wristband wearers, pick a number. She will call your number. If that is your number, come with the proof. All right, come with the proof. Don't just say in my heart, I'm this number. Come with the proof. So for the first giveaway of a purple AccounTech hoodie,
Number 95.
Number 95. Please run here. Otherwise, if you're gonna, let me not say what I was gonna say. Please run here. And then these are wristbands. If you have a wristband and your number is 95, please run to the front. The next number for a giveaway hoodie again. Pick another number.
92.
Number 92. Yeah. So we'll disqualify number 5. Pick another number, 95. 92, please rush to the front. The next number for a hoodie.
32.
Number 32. No 32. All right, now the next, okay. You can give him the hoodie. Give him the hoodie. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now because of the fact that we know that data is what it is, the next giveaway is a MiFi, an MTN MiFi.
52. Do we have 52 here? Okay, 52 is here.
MiFi. No, wristband. Let's do wristband first, please. Number 52 from the wristbands. Okay, apologies. It's a very strange moment. Please, can number 52 from the lanyard please come up? I'll give you a gift, don't worry. I apologize. Let's give him a round of applause. Now for a wristband, the MTN bag, the duffel bag from MTN.
Number 45.
Number 45. Now we move on to the lanyards. So if you are... Yes, sir. Please rush 45. Now we move to the lanyards. Now first up for the lanyards is again an MTN MiFi.
Number 78.
Number 78. Going once. Going twice. We've passed 78. Let's call another number for the MTN MiFi.
Number 49.
Number 49 on the lanyard. $49. 49 is right here. Now for the, this is a big one. We've got a smart watch. For this is just the lanyard category. No, that was for the wristband. Okay.
Number 92. For a lanyard.
Nobody.
Number 17.
Number 17. Now for this one, this is a giveaway for a tablet.
Number 12.
Number 12 from the lanyards. Going once, going twice. It has passed you. Number 12. It has going once, going twice. It has passed you. For the tab. Can we have the tablet? Can we have the tablet, please? Where's it? Okay, come this side to collect your tab. Last but not least, my prayer is that a woman gets this. This is for the air fryer.
Number 4.
Number 4 for the air fryer.
she's getting a tab. Because I called the number already. Got a tab, yes. She's got it. So can I give, so who are we giving the air fryer to? I called number 12 already for the air fryer.
Last but not least, again, for a tablet. We've got one more tablet. Fingers crossed.
Number 10.
Let's give her a round of applause. It comes with the keypad. Now we have got 9 books to give away. If you call your number, please. Knowledge is power. Reading is power.
Number 34.
Number 34, come to the front. Now this book is by
Ayobami Ishola.
and the title of the book is The Strategic Finance Business Partner. Number 51, please, let's rush, let's rush. Okay. Number 38. Number 11. So 38 and 11. Number 44. Number 13. Number 24. Number 62. Number 3. Number 77. Number 64. Number 25. Number 53. 74. Let's rush. Last but not least, number 15. A round of applause to all of our winners. A round of applause to all our winners. You can clap better. A round of applause to all of our winners. So can we just invite the award winners, the raffle winners, to please come to the front for photography, please? So the raffle winners. That's iTab, smartwatches, the air fryer. Don't just take your gift and go home. If you are still in the building, can I please invite you for photo ops, please? Can we do that very quickly? Very quickly. And I'd like to welcome all the speakers as well to come and participate in the photo ops.
Okay, while we're waiting for them, I think everybody is already trooping out. I really don't know why. But anyway, okay, so the winner of the CFO category is around. So I thought that since he eventually made it here in person, because he traveled in, that we do the presentation on stage quickly. So, do you guys remember who won? Who won the CFO category? Good. Dr. Oluseyi Olarewaju, please. Photographer. Photographer.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please just, out of courtesy and respect, we're about to do the closing remark. So can we please just hold on for a few minutes and let's get the closing remark, and then from there, we will release you to go and have lunch, and then from there, you are free to go wherever you want to go as you are full. Please, can we just stay put for a moment? Let's get the closing remarks from Ms. Toyin, and then from there, we break. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, so please, another winner is around. So can we please quickly, Doctor, please, pardon. This is the winner of the Emerging Finance Leader Award in person of Anthony Babatude Peter. Okay, and I'm sure that you people have been looking forward. Were you looking forward to my vote of thanks? Did you want this to end? You didn't want it to end. Better. You people are, even if the response is yes, that was the best. That was the best response. Anyway, thank you, everyone, for making the AccounTech Summit 2025 a success. Please, can you put a round of applause for yourselves? I don't think we could have asked for a better audience. You know, an audience that is hungry, that participated, that stayed to the end, and you make every effort, every plan, every investment worthwhile. Thank you, everyone. But I'll start by thanking our sponsors that really made this happen. By the way, last year when I was doing my vote of thanks, I did not acknowledge my first sponsor. My first sponsor was my mother. When I told her that I was going to start the AccounTech Summit, my mother gave me money. So please, can you put your hands together for my mother? She's watching right now, so please, you people clap very well. Then my brother too gave me some money as well. So please, put your hands together for him. All right, this year I want to appreciate our sponsors. We have Zest, we have Cost Groove Investment Limited, we have Times from day one. We have Seaway, we have OnPoint, we have Coca-Cola, we have HadMe, MTN, and LeafWord. Thank you so much for believing in our dreams. Thank you for investing, and thank you for, participating as well, for your financial support and all the other support that you gave us. Please, can you put your hands together for our sponsors? I would also like to appreciate our partners, because without partners, we wouldn't have made this happen as well. So our headline partner this year was Fintech Association of Nigeria. So please clap for them. We have Iwelabi Consulting. I hope you know Iwelabi. He just handled the AccountTech challenge from the start to the finish. I didn't have to think about that. So, and like Iwelabi Consulting is one of the reasons that we are able to do so many things this year without feeling drowned, because they were willing to partner and also put in their resources to make this a success. We have Jobberman, we have Estrada, we have Assetio, we have Leadway Insurance, we have Coraford Consult, HYT Consulting, Tribes Corporate, Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, we have KPMG, we have The Nest, we have ISN Ops, Nairametrics, Movie Expert X Building Africa. We have ACCA as well. Thank you so much for partnering with us and ensuring that this year's AccounTech Summit is a huge success. Once again, I'd like to appreciate our contributors for the AccountTech Sector Report, the first one ever that we unveiled today. Thank you to all the contributors. You made our dream come true. I'd also like to appreciate now the team, the AccounTech Summit team. They are phenomenal. They believe so much in the vision, Kemi is not here, but I'm sure if you've passed through our academy, you've heard of Kemi before. Kemi was still, she was part of the planning of this. We have John, we have Joy, we have Sonia, we have quite a number of them. We have Ruth. Ruth is also not here. Thank you so much. I also want to appreciate Secure Consults. Thank you for going on this journey with us. Thank you very much. And for, I can't remember his name, please pardon me. But our events, the events manager app that we used, what's his name? Event Paddy, thank you. Event Paddy, thank you for your partnership as well. We're really, really grateful. Now, I would also like to appreciate my dearest husband. Are you listening? Good. I'd like to appreciate my dearest husband for his support, for his sacrifice, to ensure that this happens. He's unable to be here this year. Last year he was here, he was actively involved, but because he has to make some sacrifice, that's why he's not here. And I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your support in every dimension. Thank you for being the wind beneath my wings. Yes. Thank you for being the wind beneath my wings. Thank you for everything. I'm grateful and I love you. Thank you. Anyway, guys, thank you all the participants, every delegate, every one of you. Thank you for making this year's summit a success. And on this note, do you agree with me that AccounTech Summit 2025 has been a success? Do you agree? Thank you very much. On this note, I sign out. Thank you.